Right. Let's see here. Da, 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 da. All right. Anybody in here? Anybody can hear me? Let's see here. Shows we've got 3 people or so. All right. Good. Thanks, Mario. Good to see you, bud. All right. Couple stipulations today. It's wet. It's kind of been raining off and on. Slight chance of some showers a little bit off and on today. So, hey, we've got this canopy set up for today. And let's see here. I'm still waiting for our guest to get here. He's running just a few minutes late. He ought to be here any moment. Going on some stuff. Um, Going to be brewing, or not only just but also shooting the video as well for the Rye Irish Stout this year's edition. So it's going to be a lot of back and forth today. Um, Hopefully, the rain kind of just holds off from a torrential downpour. If it's just kind of misting all day, I think we'll be okay. But if it's a torrential downpour, I might have to shut off the stream to protect the webcam and the laptop and some of the other electrical equipment that we have here. I'm not a fair weather brewer, but I'm always kind of on edge whenever it's raining and I'm outside and all that. Alrighty, so let's get going here. Hey, Doc of the Bay and Brewing Bad, just seeing y'all were here. All right, so we just got the our water in. Went ahead and we got the fire lit. We're gonna come up to strike temperature. Got it going. Let me grab my recipe and stuff, and we'll talk about that. And I'll read some of the comments here. Duncan, enough. All right. Let's see here. So it's lagging, cutting in and out. Yeah, my phone, no. Okay, good. As long as it's not. Did for a minute. Yeah, so I'm kind of far away from the router and stuff. So, and we got a lot of ambient noises and stuff like that. So you'll have to bear with it. Tim just showed up here. You pull up a chair. I kind of designed it to where you could sit right here closer. Yeah. Alrighty.
That is quite the lag time.
Well, there's a delay
Mhm.
from the stream to reel. I left it up on the reel, or I left it up on the actual stream, so that way we can see comments and stuff. So guys, this is Tim. His YouTube channel is Hops and Wrenches. He's probably the only YouTube channel that I know of that has a Battle Nova. So don't.
It's just a Chevy Nova that has camo on it. It's
So it's a Battle Nova. So today's brew, I'm sure everybody saw, is the Rye Irish Stout. This year's version, 2023. Happy New Year's, guys. Um, so it's really basically the same recipe as last year's. If you want to see last year's video is in the description. Also, speaking of links and stuff in the description, his YouTube channel is there as well. The link there. Uh, the link to my Instagram, I'm pretty sure, is there as well. Recipe is also in the description. We'll go over all that though here in just a few minutes. So basically, we got the strike water coming up to temperature. Uh, see here, I printed you out your own copy of the recipe, so that way you could review it as well. So, just quick notes. I don't know why I do it, but I always print it out and then write on the back the quick notes features, or I'll put it in my my brewer's journal. So, anyways, we got 8.3 gallons of water. We're heating it up to 163, and then we're gonna mash in for 60 minutes at 56. So, um, this recipe, I've brewed it a few times. Last year, I kind of finalized the recipe to be more easily attainable stuff. The recipe basically stems from Michael Dawson's Mash Makers book. I brewed that recipe as he designed it one time. The yeast was hard to get a hold of. He had a malt that was hard to get a hold of. So, you know, it was what it was. So I slowly but surely have adapted my recipe, my take on the recipe, to some easier to obtain hops, yeast, and grains. Uh, and I also bumped up the AVB just a little bit. Uh, being a big thick stout, I felt like it deserved a little bit more um, uh, ABV. Let's see here. We got a couple comments coming in. Let's see here. Tim, what's up, bro? Dock of the Bay. That's Drizel.
hey, what's up?
Let's
Been you in forever.
see here. Hello from Norway. Hey, how's it going? Since you're from Norway, you got some pure strain quake. I could use that. I'm pretty interested in that. Let's see here. Maro 2023 just got used to 2022. Alrighty. Quake is my jam. But we're not using it for this brew, actually. Irish ale yeast. So that's fun and exciting. We're actually chilling the wort too this brew day. We're gonna do a here. I've got some coasters that we can use as paperweights or whatever too. Uh, so we're
Most effective paperweight.
yeah. So so we're gonna chill our wort. We're doing 2 batches today. So that's exciting. So part of the split batch will get these lovely things, these wood chips. I soaked them, or well, first I home toasted them, roasted them, charred them, whatever you want to call them. And then they've been sitting in this whiskey for a little over a week now. Yeah, this is the Jameson stout coffee, or no, I'm
Oh,
sorry, Jameson stout barrel aged whiskey. And so it was pretty clear when it went in the jar. The wood has soaked up some of the nice whiskey there, and so I originally had it a little bit above these wood chips, but now it's kind of soaked in a good bit. I sampled the base whiskey the other night, and it was pretty delicious. So I'm really looking forward to that.
okay.
And then we discussed we wanted to do some stuff. We have been bouncing ideas off of some collaborations back and forth a little bit, and we're both interested in some coffee. So the second uh, part of the batch, we'll get some coffee. So that's exciting. Not quite in today. So Tim, you have the channel Hops and Wrenches.
Mhm.
A little bit about your logo and like the brewery name that you're giving in there, because my brewery name is the name of the channel.
Well, I've got to get my beard out of the way here. It's St. Otter Brewing. Of course, it's play on my last name. I worked a job for a while that was actually working at a jail as a building maintenance, and one of the guards just could not get my name right for some reason. So it just became a running joke. So now that's what it is. And yeah, I mean the channel. There's not a lot of stuff going on the channel right now. Actually, it's kind of just a lot of shorts. And um, yesterday, I actually like tried to put forth effort into doing a video of installing a beer tap. So hopefully that we'll get that edited up and try to get a nice full length thing on there for once. That'd be nice. And then yeah, the channel is basically it's a combination of brewing, mechanic work, just kind of whatever is seeming like an awesome thing to do today. So check it out. I mean, if you like kind of weirdly eclectic and not really super focused, because I my brain runs on Windows 98, so I can't stay focused on any one task for too long. And yeah, there you have it. Just check it out, and if you like it, give it a like. If you don't, oh well. There's his channel. You can rip him apart for it because he recommended it.
Right. It's I'm like a bad habit collector that likes to cast them off to other people.
Yeah.
Uh, so we've actually been talking though. We're gonna do some collaborations brewing wise, anyways. We both share some of the same traits as far as mechanical abilities and stuff like that too. Though I'm not interested in working on the Battle Nova, but once it gets up and running, I'll help you smoke the tires off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the plan is to hopefully have it to go around the block by the end of the year.
Yeah,
That's my New Year's plan
for
is
2023,
for 2023.
because we already missed 2022.
Oh, yeah, no, and I've missed several other, uh, dead dates like that, so this one is no, I gotta actually get this thing going.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, I'll help you if you want it, but
no, mostly it's been, just getting out of my mind of, okay, it doesn't have to be a show car,
no,
like, right off the bat, it
no.
just has to be a go car, just make it work,
Right.
so
Yeah.
that's
And
that's helping.
the good thing about it being like Chevrolet 350 and all that stuff's kind of fairly cheap and commonplace and stuff like that. So you don't have to wait
Yeah,
on the.
not much anymore, stuff's starting to go up in price, so
Oh, is it?
it's
Okay.
yeah, price is going up, quality is going down, so I
Right.
gotta get that thing going.
Like everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, sadly.
Let's see here. Dock of the Bay. How long You had it soaking, or did I miss you mention it? So the wood chips have been in the whiskey for right at just about a week, maybe a little over a week. My plan was to let 'em set in for about 2 weeks, drain that whiskey off, put it in a different mason jar, save that away. I've got like some over oaked whiskey that I've used on some projects like this, and I'll cut it or I'll drink it occasionally. Sometimes it's a little bit rougher around the edges when they're a little over oaked like this. So maybe mixing them with like some Coke or whatever is a good
I
idea.
like Isla scotches, so smokier the better.
Right. Well, so it's
I
not
like
smoke.
drinking campfire.
It's not smoke. It's just like that over like just like oak kinda
Hmm.
tannin, kinda
Yeah.
deal. I think smoke is kinda relatable to it to some degree, but it's not like a direct crossover
Yeah.
from my experience anyways, but we all kinda taste differently. Let's see here. I love the logo. It looks like Oak Nibbler. Futurama?
It kind of does.
Yeah.
um, this actually was my wife's design. So I just basically gave her the idea, and she ran with it. And I like it. I like my little guy. He's kind of cute. So it's supposed to be an otter because Saint Otter, and just sitting there with it in his saintly goodness, just watching the world burn and enjoying a beer. So
So Voss, Sigmord, and Loki after WLP. If Quake, man, that's an awesome yeast. I've used Voss a little bit. I like Hothead, and the Hornadal strain. Lutra comes from Hornadal, so Lutra's another good one. I'd really like to get my hands a little bit more on sort of pure strain ones. I actually have a collaboration video coming out soon. Well, I've got to send the beer first, and then we got to film it. But I'm doing a collaboration with Cascade Homebrewer, and I was lucky enough to get my hands on a very small amount from my buddy Venture, Roman Venture Homebrew. He got some strains, and I got from the garden, and so I just brewed with that. That thing was Man, that thing's smelling wonderful. Got a lot of the, like, pineapple, some citrus, aromas off of it. I haven't cracked one of those open yet. They're probably about ready to taste test, though, those. Dock of the Bay, how much per gallon? So the wood, chips, what I've been doing is about 3 ounces per 5 gallons. That's what Beersmith recommends. I've done the last couple times. He seems to do okay. I think that's a pretty good standard, like, "Hey, let's 3 ounces, and then we can adjust more or less from there." Like, if we want more of that wood or less of the wood, we kinda have a good starting point. I feel like 3 ounces of whiskey is a good test bed, like, for things too, so
3 ounces of whiskey goes quite a ways.
it does, but you get a good feel like, "Hey, now next pour, does it need to be 3.5, or do I need to back it down to 2.5?"
Mhm.
Or whatever, so, that's just kinda what I've been doing. I did a rum stout, though, a couple years ago, and I gotta say, I probably put about, like, 5 or 6 ounces of wood in that after it soaked in some rum, and that thing, it was like you either loved it or you hated it. And it was it my biggest problem with like barrel aged beers is if they're done right, they're delicious and excellent. If they're done wrong, they kind of have almost that syrupy
Mhm.
kind of mouthfeel to them, kind of molassy. It's kind of hard for me to describe other than like syrupy. And so with that, I tend kind of back down on it. I really loved that, and it was almost borderline syrupy, mouthfeel at the end of the day, with that beer. So, let's see here. We're coming up on 1. 30-ish. So I like to add my water salts to my RO water. We're using RO water today. I like to add my water salts when I'm probably about 10 or so degrees away. Probably has a good amount of time to kind of dissolve into the water. I don't know what everybody else does. Do you do any water
Yeah,
adjustments or?
I'm not really at the point of doing any water adjustments or anything yet. I'm more still playing around with the actual process. So I mean, I just go and get the
Spring water.
necessary quantity of like just spring water. And but I have noticed some brands of spring water will change the beer a little bit.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
all those minerals that are
yeah,
still in there.
I found that Ozarka seems to be the best one that I use. And then if I need something a little on the less expensive line, then
No, nope,
HEB's
nope.
brand water works pretty good too. Uh oh, chaos is here.
Yep. Dogs came out. Nope, that's hot. So no, they'll settle down here in just a minute.
Oh,
Alrighty, so I'm gonna go ahead and get this water salt addition in, and we'll kind of go from there. We're coming up on
somewhere
10.
besides my foot.
Pretty good. Ender, come on, man. Come on,
All right.
come on, move. Will you grab one of those mason jars at the end of the table? And then I've got a spatula.
Chiller.
Thank you. So here's our water salt additions. I measured everything out yesterday, and we're using the stout water profile found in Beersmith. I'm not a chemist or anything like that, but I have found that using these water salts and doing profiles and stuff has definitely changed my beer for the better. Spatula, please.
It's a little moist today.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Thank you. See, our target is 163. We're at 145 right now. Hey, go. Go on. Yeah.
Didn't have enough of one style coffee, so I mixed another one in, and I think I might have over caffeinated myself a bit.
Alrighty, so we're closing in probably on the last 10, 12 or so degrees. I'm gonna scoot up so people can see you. Let's see here. We got super cup right here.
Oh, look out, Super Buff.
Per gallon. Yes, sir. Tim. Lucher and Hornadol, pretty good. Oslo and loggers. I haven't done Oslo. Looks like we got a little lag going right now. Not to change the subject, but I've been experimental thinking. Is it possible to propagate a custom yeast? Yeah, so that's something I'm interested in too as well, Mario. That's something I'm planning on playing with here pretty soon. I've talked to a few people like Venture Home Brewing and a few other people. I've got some ideas of how I would approach it, but I think that I need to run a few kind of test batches I would imagine if you're trying to come up with your own yeast strain, you probably need to. You're probably not going to have any success with it. I would imagine until you're like 5 generations or so into that from your strategic blending and stuff like that. Um, unless you caught some wild yeast, and then even then you're still depending on what profiles or whatever that you're chasing. You know, would probably dictate how long your your stuff goes there. 152. So no, our strike is 163 and our mash is 156. I don't believe you can clear stuff from. I see. I don't think so without genetic modifications. I'm pretty sure you could probably do it. It would just take longer without like live equipment and stuff like that. I think you could probably do it naturally, but I think you're probably good, 5, 7 generations away from probably having something that's dependable, repeatable, something that tastes good, just depending on what kinda traits that you're trying to chase. I was thinking about maybe trying to start off with, like, some kind of, like, maybe USO 5, and then, uh, get something that's a little bit more expressive there and try to blend them, and the problem with that is you probably gotta find some stuff that are either, like, really close to each other or that are probably so far apart from each other and blending them that way. "Hey, you need to go. Come on, you're in the way. Come here, go. Go on. Go on, sweetie. Come on, man." Brewing with dogs, man. Let's see here. We are at 160, so we're fixing to have to shut down the heat. Yeah, 163. No, we're at 161. This thing's pretty good. We can shut it off in about another degree. Hey, come on. Okay, we just hit 162. We're gonna go ahead and shut it down. Get our grain bag in. Start mashing. So most of the time when I brew, it's brew in a bag. So here goes.
which is just an awesome method. This last beer of mine is a bag, but
Yeah, well, you just hit that on the table. We'll probably have to rinse that off.
yeah, we don't want them natural flavors.
Earthy.
His beer is rather earthy. Well, we get drops and stuff in mud, but there's that experimental brewing. I'm sure some hipsters somewhere would just go nuts over it.
Probably.
Terroir. That was the
War.
terroir.
Look at these
So
beautiful grains. That's the best smell in the morning to me. You want to stir,
the chickens get really excited when they
Oh, yeah.
realize it's a brew day.
Oh, they do.
Hey, we're getting a treat.
Kind of gave them some treats earlier to shut them up because they were being loud.
Those little clumps.
Yeah. Looking good.
Yeah.
And I oatmeal and
Yeah. This is the part that my wife likes to refer to as making the wheat tea.
yeah. How's it feel?
Feels pretty smooth. There's nothing, not breaking up anything major in there.
Let's see here. Let's start a timer for 15. Alrighty, so we got that all mashed in there. Probably gonna need to scoot just a little closer. See here, let's catch up on some comments here. You want some French toast casserole to soak up all that coffee? We just had some French toast casserole we made. Let's see here. The far apart method is the thought thinking. Say bread yeast, champagne yeast. Maybe not that extreme. I mean, I guess. I know people use bread yeast. I know you and I have talked about it a little bit on a few things. I I would like to experiment with bread yeast, but I that's not going to be like a super viable yeast uh, to me to do what I'm doing. I think that we could probably do some kind of like mead or something like that, possibly. Or if you're trying to do like a everything found at the grocery store type of brew, kind of deal. I don't think it would be bad. It's just I don't think bread yeast really has that much of a profile to it. Have you had any experience with bread yeast?
I've thought about it
Yeah,
a couple times.
I think everybody's
Actually,
thought
kind of
about it.
actually kind of thought to myself, really, what's going to be the ultimate difference? I kind of going by simple logic. Yeast is yeast, but
Yeah.
then you have different types of yeast just within the brewing world. You have your
Yes.
champagne, you have your regular brewer's yeast. You have just all different strains of it. And excuse me, everyone does something a little bit different.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look at like the brewer's yeast, even just for like beer. Like, like you have an extreme between like the Belgian and the German type deals, and that's not even like lagers, just like maybe like the wheats strains are probably comparable. So maybe if you could take like a
Maybe,
Hefeweizen and like a wit beer
yeah. I was just thinking
kind
like
of thing.
if you're, I mean, if you're going to experiment with French yeast, I think that would be where you start.
Like maybe like a wit beer and a bread.
Yeah, if you work home, do 1 gallon batch, just see what happens. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. At the end of the day, you're probably gonna have beer,
yeah,
so that's a plus. Let's see here. Hold upon.
have beer or very running bread.
Right. We found out the hard way. Flake does not do pizza crust very well. Uh, the distillable.
Put some Quebec yeast in a Kaiser roll and see what happens.
What's your grain bill, or should I say build? Also, what is your approach to recipe formulation? Oh yeah, we did use USO5 for some pizza. So I guess about the recipe. So I'm just gonna go by percentages here, because everybody's, like and all that are a little bit differently. So if I give you the percentage, I can give you like kind of like what my ideal is, but it's probably best for you to plug it in some software or kind of take the next step there. So the first thing that we have is it's going to be Pell malt and crap. So the rice hulls threw this whole percentages off here, but it's right at about 70% Marris Otter, and then I think it was 17% flaked rye, and then roasted barley at 12%. You know what? Actually, because I suck at math, like, a lot, um, I did the hard work. If you go to the description, which should probably be able to see here, right? Technology. 70.8% Merit Otter, and then 60.7% Flaked Rye, 12.5% Roasted Barley. I left out the rice hulls in this description here for the recipe. Uh, the rice hulls are there because of the rye, making a gummy mess. Without that, it becomes a pretty awful, deal. You'll get a stuck mash, sparge, and all that other stuff. Because we're brewing in a bag, we don't really have to worry so much about the stuck, sparge or anything like that, the stuck mash, I guess, kinda maybe,
Mhm.
but, the rice hulls definitely help out. Now as far as my approach to recipe formulation, um, sometimes I take a commercial beer and I'm like, "Hey, how can I brew that?" Um, or like look through the style guidelines and I'll say, "Hey, that looks interesting," or something like that. I've got a couple books that I reference and kind of start going down the pathway there, gathering recipes from books. So like your own article or brew your own recipes. They have a lot of good articles, and so I'll try to cobble together about a good 8 or 10 recipes or so, try to find some of those common denominators, like what are the common base malts, right? And so if I'm seeing like everybody's using Maris Otter,
Mhm.
then that's probably to style guidelines or it's there for a good reason. And then past that, you start looking at all your like adjuncts or your secondary grains or whatever, and kind of see what the common denominator is there. I might sub out some of that stuff. Um, when I just did the Revenge of the Double, when I was trying to get all that complexity there, I started that recipe over back from scratch, and I decided to take, 2 base malts, and, so the first base malt was, uh, like a I think it was Marris Otter, I'd have to go back and look, but everybody's using, like, the continental type malt, and so I take that, and then, I took a portion out of that, and I used, some Bohemian 4 malted Pilsen, uh, for some additional flavors. That's a really wonderful grain, I really like it, and then I even took some more of that and, like, I home roasted it to substitute in some of those, like, specialty grains, what some people would normally use for, like, I think it was, like, I'd seen people, like, home roasting stuff for, like, a replacement for, like, crystal type malts or biscuit, honey type malts, so, I went that route, and, I I really love that beer. I think that thing is phenomenal, and that kinda goes to that yeast question a little bit that you had, Mauro, was, um, I took some Trappist ales, and, I took the, yeast out of the bottom of those, bottles, and I worked up a pitchable, uh, strain for that, but I also blended it with the previous, um, Belgian Double, yeast cake that I had used to do a quad. So that thing had gone through a couple different fermentations, and then I used those bottle dregs, blended them together for a principal, deal. So I've done some stuff like that that I feel like I've been successful with. So I think the next evolution, kind of like you said, is like how do you come up with your own strain? So we'll be playing with that. So Morrow, I've heard sourdough with Philly sour yeast. Every time you Marris Otter. Yeah, it's, that old East Texas random country hickness that I got there. Uh, so let's see here. Did I miss anything? The Philly sour yeast, I plan on, doing something pretty special with that. That's gonna be pretty fun. Alright, we got about 5 left on that 15-minute timer for our first kinda, like, check out of the mash, see how that's going, stir things up and all that. Let's see here. You got anything? No?
No.
Yeah. Um, Anybody else got any questions? Let's see, we've got a few people still hanging out here. Your yeast thief buddies. Yeah, so the yeast thief, video, that was a direct spawn of a different beer. It was a sour ale off of, some, farmhouse ales. And so the story behind that is, the 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 farmhouse brewery, when they started their yeast to do, like, a lot of saisons and stuff, they took like a French yeast and a Belgian yeast, and they blended them together. And then they ended up going around their property and collecting, like, fruits and leaves and vegetables, other yeast samples, and they took a few generations there, ended up blending that into what had, at that point in time, become their house yeast, which was the blend of the Belgian and the French saison yeast, and then they came on their own. The interesting thing is it seems like over the course of the last few years anyways, their youth profiles kinda changed a little bit, and so it's, like, ever evolving, because I'm sure they're going back and kinda, like, adding back into that base culture that they're using as their house culture, probably throwing some more, bacteria and some bugs on there, also kinda maybe even replenishing some of the original, yeast strains in there so they can have some sort of predictability with it. Is what I guess. I don't know. It's kinda weird, outside looking in on that, we can only speculate. without really knowing for sure. So if you're still here though and you haven't done it yet, go subscribe to Hops and Wrenches channel. He's got
Check out my.
check out his craziness. He's got a couple shorts on there. I'm gonna work with him on some kind of fuller length videos and some projects there. So he's a pretty wild dude. I think it's gonna be exciting. Some of the things that we got planned. We don't have anything super set in stone yet. We've got one more video that we're talking about. I think we're gonna kick off here pretty soon. Probably here towards the end of maybe January, beginning of February, kind of when some schedules can get lined up a little bit better. But anyways, um, so that's exciting. Now, you guys, if you're still here, you have Chris Morrow to think on some of the ridiculousness that's going to happen towards the end of the brew day. That kind of wild, crazy experiment that we talked about, that was spawned off of a conversation with him. So if we pull this off right, Chris gets to name the beer. Uh, so congratulations, Chris, on that. I think we played around with some ideas. I think we're gonna be able to make it work. It might be a little bit seat of your pants brewing there for a minute. We've got kind of some contingency backup plans set in stone that I have in my head. I haven't really discussed it too much with him, but when I told him, "Hey, this is what I want to do," he's like, "You're crazy. Let's do it." So that's going to be fun here in a little bit. So basically, what we're going to end up doing, because we have a double batch here, when we're done with the grains, we're going to go in my cooler mash tun here. We're basically going to rinse the grains, see what strength wort that we have. I'm hoping best case scenario we get 1030 out of it. I'm suspecting we're gonna get anywhere between 1010, 1020. I've got some backup grains to be able to throw at it. Some two row, a little bit of wheat. Excuse me. And then I've got some heavy roasted grains too. And then there's a little as well that I kind of just need to get ready and some malt extract instead of like I feel like if we load it down with like malt extract, we're gonna lose some of that body, some of that mouthfeel and stuff like that. The idea that I have in my head is probably going to be something more similar to like a session stout kind of deal. So there's that out of the way, and we'll talk more about that as we go along. So anybody else got any other questions or anything like that? Feel free. Don't yell at you too loud. I feel like I'm yelling.
Message retreat. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well. So said.
LOL. Oh, what? Who?
But he took it away. But what he said was that that Yeast Thief video that I did was the thing that had done it, but that he had like a misspelling in there and then tried to fix it. It's all good, Mario. I got you, bud. I knew what you were doing. So we talked about your Battle Nova. How long you been homebrewing?
Uh, I'd say about 2 years or so now.
2 years. I think when we first met, we're both the same members of. See here, I can't hear Tim a lot of the time. Also deaf. Hearing.
That's a lot of the time I'm not actually talking.
Can anybody else hear Tim very well? Yes or no? We can scoot him up a little closer. I haven't gotten any kind of mic set up for this stuff. That's probably going to be one of the next things we look at doing. I decided to drag out the laptop and webcam this time instead of doing it from my phone. Some people were saying, "Hey, next time you do it, let's get a little bit better screen action here." So,
Getting the snazzy stuff going on.
So we overshot our timer, which isn't that bad. It was only 2 minutes. Gonna give it a little stir. Go ahead and talk to them about your home brewing real quick while I do this. All right.
I've only been home for brewing for about 2 years or so, and kind of just got back in it because bored. Um, did I did do one beer, like I'd say maybe about 5 years ago. It was a Irish Red, and it was one of those like kits that you buy commercially in the store anywhere, and it was all right, but it wasn't like anything spectacular. And then got down here and decided to get back into it, and ran across uh, Hop and Grape, which unfortunately they're no longer around,
But we have set a brew.
yeah, we have Senna Brew Hub though, and they're carrying it on. Let me tell you. Speaking of bad influences, extremely bad influences every single time. But started with doing extract brewing or not really extract DME powdered stuff.
Yeah, dry malt
Yeah,
extract.
and then just doing little 1 gallon batches in the apartment, and then slowly becoming more and more uh, going further and further down the rabbit hole of the dark arts. And now I'm doing all grain. I'll alternate between and regular sparging setup and everything like
Tier
that.
system.
Kind of whichever one I want to mess with that day. If I'm feeling particularly lazy or I'm crunched for time to do it, then I'll just do a brew bag because it does go a lot quicker. And then
A lot less stuff to clean up
oh
too
yeah,
at the end of the day.
it's so much easier. You have like one pot clean at the end of the day as opposed to all the rest of the stuff going on. And yeah, I not really much on competitions or anything. Just mostly because I don't feel like I've made anything that's really good enough to go into competition. But it's good enough for me, so I like it. And
Gotta start somewhere. If it's
Mhm.
good enough for you, then start working your way outward from there.
Yeah, and definitely the next thing I want to start working with is doing the RO water and doing the water profiles and building up from
Yeah. That's a drastic change, for your beers. I'm sure the same thing is for meads and wines and stuff like that. If you have the good base water and then you start building out there. If you have good tap water, that's probably good enough, but,
there. I'm in
there
Texas City. I don't get that water.
so, yeah, so when during my extract days, we lived over there, and that's what I used was primarily tap water.
Yeah, and
Uh,
I've noticed extract tends to cover that up quite a bit.
yeah, you can probably get away with a little bit better with extract if you're using
My
your
my
tap water.
first my first all green that I did, on my own. I used tap water, and then I did the same recipe after that one using uh, just
Spring water.
spring water, and almost immediately noticed a difference. So there's there's a lot that the extract brewing can actually kind of cover up. So if you're really new into the game, that's definitely where I would start.
Well, they've already done
Because
all the mash and
yeah,
all that for you,
yeah, all the
so
math, all a lot of times they're actually putting in a lot of that, a lot of the salts and things like that. It's already in there,
right,
so it takes all the guesswork out
right, yeah. But if you have some mineral heavy water, like, out of your tap, though, then
yeah,
you go
you're
back the other way a little bit.
there's not much you can do there.
Yeah. You
It's
probably don't wanna do a whole lot of IPAs with tap water if
no, that's where you're gonna get those really funky IPAs, right? 'Cause
or or
stuff's
tasting, like,
stuff's not right.
yeah,
It's a little janky, one might say.
right. So we're both part of the same, brew club, Bay Area Masternauts. Uh, Terzel, Dock of the Bay, he is as well. Um, so, we all kinda know each other a little bit. I met you back, I think 21, I
Mhm.
believe. And you were asking me some questions like when we first kind of met or whatever, and like I was like, "Look, dude, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but what's the hop addition to a 1 gallon batch?" Because I have no experience with that. You're like teeny tiny, and so I think that kind of sparked a little bit of a friendship there of kind of trading some stuff there. I've never done a 1 gallon batch, but so I take that back. I did do a 1 gallon batch one time, and it was a lot of guesswork. I called it near beer. It was a bunch of leftover just crap I had sitting around, and uh, I ended up throwing like all kinds of crazy stuff at it. I think there was like some honey involved. There was it was just a bunch of random grains I had, and so I called it near beer because it like ended up being like right there. Like it could have been like 50% of the sugars came from grain, while the other 50 came from all this other stuff. But I remember thinking I was almost done with the mash, and I was like, "Oh, let me go get a cup of, oats and throw into this thing." And man, that thing was like it turned out to be like 10.5% ABV beer at like 1 gallon. Yeah, and so, like, I passed it out to my friends, and everybody was, "This is really good. I'd like to have some more." I'm like, "That we can never make that again. It's not possible." I took some notes, but I was just like, "Whatever," you know?
I took some notes, but I was drinking, so they kinda just scribbled off the
Yeah,
page
yeah,
and
that was kinda that experience. We'll never be able to brew that again. We might be able to get close by doing some random stuff, but I don't
it
know how.
that is something that I've considered is just getting like just get the base greens for something, and then everything else just do it on the fly.
Right,
And like, "Oh, well, I don't know what it is, but it is a thing."
right. Let's see here. So we've got about 10 more minutes or so left. No, 8. Got about 8 minutes left
What?
there with my phone.
What?
You want the casserole?
Sure.
You didn't answer yourself.
He didn't know
Oh,
how
yeah.
to answer. That was part of the problem. Alrighty, so we got Ender here, and now he's gone. So, do you have any dogs? You trying to brew dogs or?
I don't have any dogs, I got 4 cats, and that's why I brew in the garage.
Mm, yep, yep. What's that on the counter?
Oh, yeah, no, that's their favorite game.
Yep.
"Why is this on the counter?" And meanwhile, there's stacks of other stuff on the counter, but the thing that you are interested in,
Yep. The
that
one
does
thing
not
that
belong.
not at all. Not at all. Go ahead and eat here. I'm gonna still trucking along pretty good. So, we don't have very many people here right now. Kind of suspected that a lot of people would still be hungover this morning, so turned it into kind of an all day type of deal there,
Kinda surprised I'm not.
right?
Didn't
Well,
really do much last night. It was very much, sit around, and do nothing.
we went to Backfish. Unfortunately, we just lost another local brewery to us, Backfish Brewing. They're closing down, so we had some free time yesterday, so we ran up there and kind of said goodbye and grabbed some brews to kind of hold on to, pass out, and drink. Maybe we'll crack one open here in a little bit later when we move into the boil or something like
Mhm.
that. Um, so we did that. I tried to make sure that I was restrained in my drinking yesterday, so that way I could be up bright and early, set up, and be sober and not hungover. Brewing when you're hungover sucks. It's terrible. I've done it like twice. It's everything takes so much longer, and you have such a killer headache. But
You have no patience.
yeah, you have no patience at all. Yep. I mean, I have no patience anyways, so yeah. I kind of have the wrong hobby for no patience. That's why I brew.
That's no patience and short attention spans.
But that's why I brew so many batches. Like I'll have like 3 or 4, 5 fermenters going at one time, or I'll be at different stages. So I've always got something going on, and something's almost already done. So that way, I can just kind of move on to the next thing. It kind of though it does kind of suck when you have multiple things finishing up at the kind of all at the same time. Sad, so many businesses in the brewing community. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We lost last year, me too. We lost 2 breweries local to us that we know of, and then uh we lost our homebrew store too, for about 6 months. So
Been a
2
rough time
hours
for everything.
2 hours after pitching, he's like, "Oh, why hasn't it taken off yet?" Yep, that's me.
I've done that.
Yeah. I'll throw some
Just keep walking back. You going yet? You good? No.
You good, bro? Throw some Lucha Quake on it, and it's fermenting in, like, 5 minutes. So, you'll have to excuse some of the ambient noise. The chickens have decided to chill out and not squawk a whole lot, but the dogs are barking at squirrels and some other stuff. Sometimes Ender barks at helicopters, so, um, who knows? I'm down a little bit in temperature. I'm gonna, kick it up because I wanna try to keep that consistent mash temp up. How much longer do we have? Just over 3 minutes.
Oh, very good. It's very good. Thank you.
Go in.
Yeah.
In there, come on, Dave. Got hardness in the temperature. That one looks like we get up to 155. Should be pretty close, huh?
Yeah, you're almost on it.
Okay, go ahead and shut it off. Alrighty. Yeah, now the chickens decided to start talking. Tim's teasing us with that food.
Well, it's gone now.
Have a homebrew.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so
It's a weekend.
it is. So another about minute and a half, and we'll be halfway on our mash. I'm not bringing the chickens. Oh, come on. You're cold. You're cold. Something. I don't know. Can't remember
You're
how that.
cold, they're cold.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever.
Your chickens still live.
That they will. Little dinosaurs.
They've survived for millions of years.
Exactly. Exactly. So, what's your favorite homebrew you've ever made?
Uh, well, my current one, I got an Irish red now. That's just, I mean, I really think I knocked that one out of the park. Um, and then
I mean, I know you love
I mean,
them all.
yeah, I mean, I've done some Kolsch's that are really good as far as uh, ones that I really enjoy brewing. I mean, the Kolsch's really enjoyed brewing those. Simple, kind of yeah,
Tasting.
pretty
Yeah.
straightforward. Um,
Not a complicated grain bill.
no, not really.
You kinda gotta exercise those in good fermentation for a Kolsch.
Yes, you have to keep on top of that because it can do some weird stuff very quickly. But I mean, as long as your fermentation temperature is pretty consistent, it's almost it's almost foolproof.
Right.
Um,
I can muck it up.
yeah,
Yep.
you're going off.
Set another timer for 15 minutes.
But there's one that I've brewed a couple times now. I do a pumpkin spice hazy IPA,
Yeah. I remember the
and
first one that you did.
did that for competition one year. And discovered that putting pumpkin puree directly into the boil and the fermentation is not necessarily a good idea. Um, it can be done, but it takes a lot of it takes just a lot of effort and a lot of additional work. Uh, and then ended up just doing a pumpkin spice extract at kegging last time. This time I tried putting actual spices into it during the boil, and then also doing a during dry hop, and it didn't put as much flavor into it as I wanted.
Right.
So I think this next time around, I'm going to use whole spices instead of like the pre-crushed stuff,
Mm.
and try to get more of those oils and stuff into it.
Fresh spices from my experience anyways at this point, definitely seem to make a difference too,
Mhm.
instead of all that crushed stuff that's been sitting on the grocery shelf for 2 years maybe, sometimes. That stuff doesn't go bad, it does make a difference.
Well, it does start to mellow out
Yeah,
to
for sure.
where you don't have all the flavor right there.
Mhm.
So definitely looking at doing it as the whole spices next time, and probably again do it in the boil and then also the dry hop.
How did you do the pumpkin extract, right? Was it like store-bought extract, or did you make
Yeah,
your
it
own?
was store bought extract.
Okay,
Like I said, that was just added in right at kegging.
okay. I
So
didn't know if you, like, handled the pumpkin and then, like, cooked it down and then
no,
made a tincture type of deal.
I've looked into doing that. Um,
That's a lot of work.
yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's also something that if this next iteration doesn't work, then
Be interested in doing.
I'll lean into that, or I might just go ahead and do that and then just make a small amount of throwing at kegging just to really emphasize it,
Right.
um, and see if that maybe brings something up. If nothing else, like just getting the pumpkin puree and reducing that down
Mhm.
to add the actual little bit of pumpkin flavor, a little bit of pumpkin note on it, along with the spices and everything else, and see if 'cause my overall goal is to make this literally like you're drinking a pumpkin pie. That's my ultimate goal. So,
Okay. So, I hear a train and, just
train.
kinda throw it out there. I know some of y'all have seen some of the other stuff where we had a train or 2 go by while we were chatting and stuff, so, if you didn't, know, there's a train track not too far away, and, sometimes, it gets pretty loud. But, so I had kinda going back to the pumpkin deal. There was a, live stream that Jaggers Brewing did, a couple years ago now, I think. I'll try to find it, share it with you, but they did they were talking about the best way to add pumpkin to beer is to not use pumpkin, to
Mhm.
use, like, sweet potatoes, yams, that kinda thing, and handle those kinda a little bit differently to help really introduce the pumpkin flavor to the beer because they said first off, like, pumpkin doesn't taste like pumpkin, and then you need a shit ton of pumpkin to really, like,
Mhm.
get that going, and so, like, sweet potatoes and stuff, you're using like more of a whole thing that's not hollow, or you got to get in there and scrape everything. That you can kind of just peel it off and carbonize it, or handle it a couple different ways to really get that going.
Okay.
Here, Matt and Tim, did you guys ever make a clone of your favorite beer? If so, how did it turn out? There's more here for you. Well, Doc of the Bay, I'll tell you what, man. Next time that you're down around these parts, let me know. We'll see what we can work out here. Get you to come on for a live brew day or like that. You've always been cool to us, good to us, supportive of us, and it's all about kind of growing together and all that. So you're more than welcome to come over and hang out anytime that you're in the area. I know you're kind of far away now, but hopefully hopefully you come back around these parts here sooner than later. You don't want to, I understand, but you know, you're more than welcome to any point in time. As far as the clone beer stuff goes, I've never really tried to clone a particular beer that I've had. I've just said, "Oh, this style's interesting to me. Let me try to figure out how that style's made," uh, and kinda go from there. The good thing about being in the homebrew club that we're in, I had never had Belgian beers. So, the 2021, uh, inner inner, competition, inner club competition for Belgians, that really, took me down a path of learning different beer styles that I had never experienced before, and to tell you the truth, I'm happy and I'm lucky that it did, because I've discovered a whole bunch of styles that I really love, like, sour beers. If you'd have told me a few years ago that I would have loved something sour, like, I'd have been like, "That doesn't even sound appealing to me," but now you can't hardly, like, out-sour me as far as, some of those beers go.
It's easy.
Yeah, I can be awful sour some of the but, like, the Trappist ales, there's a lot of good, Trappist ales out there. Uh, there's that. But one of my all-time favorite beers, and it's not really to clone it, it's more of, like, an inspiration that I kinda wanna get close to their beer, but I don't want it to be exactly their beer, because we could have the same recipe,
Mhm.
and it'd be a totally different beer, right?
It'd be a
So
different animal altogether.
right, and I think, like, those clones, like, there's a lot to be said if you can get right there close to it and you're happy with it or whatever, that's kinda what I'm shooting for. But, Boulevard makes this beer that's, called, Rye on Rye, and it's like a 30% rye, and it's, barrel aged, and, uh, the only problem with it is it's seasonal. And so, like, whenever I find it, I try to buy, like, 3, 4, of them so I can keep them around, maybe age out a few stuff. They don't particularly last long to be, like, aged, properly, because normally I've had 'em all. But I am curious at how that one would age out. But yeah, so that's gonna be, like, one of my goals this year is to kinda take what they've done with that beer, get as close as I can to it, and find that, like, kinda happy medium, like, "Okay, this is a good substitute," or, "This is one to kinda put up for a while."
Mhm.
You know, uh, trying to think of anything else that really interests me that I would want to clone if you must do. Can you think of anything that you
I mean,
Coors?
no.
No.
No, no.
American
Yeah.
Super Light Lager.
I
That's
mean,
a good beer for what it is.
I was about to say, those definitely have their place.
Right.
I mean, in the garage They're placed. Um, as far as I am a huge fan of Sam Adams October.
Yeah.
I would, and not even necessarily like you said to get onto that mark, but just learn that style.
Mm.
Those they're mostly like Marzens.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's weird.
that's spirit.
Yeah. So like Marsden's and Oktoberfest are more or less the same beer. They're brewed at different times of the year, but I think additionally, so you're gonna have different like fermentation really, the way that they I think there are some different grain stuff that you for one style versus the other more. I my Marzen that I did last year ended up brewing in like December, I think it was, so it wasn't technically a Marzen, whatever, better late than never. I really like I think Marzens are normally a little bit darker than Oktoberfest. I think Oktoberfest are kind of a bit more lighter in color. They're both lagers, so there's that. They're pretty much using kind of more or less the same grain bill, same yeast, more or less the same hop profile and stuff like that. I'm actually editing my video currently. It's not gonna be the next release. The Italian Pilsner will be, so that'll be fun. Let's see. Dock of the Bay, you remember that IPA I made? I finally released the taster, Tim. I know you tried
Yeah,
you tried his IPA?
that was a while back. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm definitely not a judge or anything like that, but I thought it was pretty good. Um, I mean, there was like a flavor that I couldn't quite place, but I mean, again, I'm not an expert, so well, yeah, I remember it was pretty good.
Um,
Well, mm,
so,
yeah.
what's your favorite, I guess, style of beer?
My favorite style, I like dark beers. That is, um, being from up north, a lot of the craft brews and things like that up there are Scotch ales and darker. Uh,
To get you through those winter months,
oh yeah,
because you've only got 3 months that aren't winter.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Actually, right now, this would be summer to us. So, um, yeah, I mean, my absolute favorite beers are the darker beers. I just like anything that has that especially if you can get like a peated malt or something like that into it, that's even better. So, uh, that's where I wanna get to with my brewing, but a lot of those beers require special fermentation processes and things like that. I'm
Big
just
grain
not
bills,
yeah, I'm just
like
not at that point yet, so
right.
but eventually, that's where I wanna get, start specializing more in the dark beers and get that kinda stuff rolling.
So, when I was talking about our brew club, the challenges and stuff that we've done as far as, like, the brews that we've kinda been assigned to do and stuff like that, one thing that came out of that was, all the Belgian beers. I didn't know what a dry beer was until we started brewing some of those, and I had some commercial examples. I was pretty much a stout and Hefeweizen type of guy. We I would drink Coors, Budweiser and stuff like that, and so, you know, kinda more of the, like, sweeter type finishing beers, full of body and stuff like that. But then, start getting into some of those Belgian things where, you're, like, completely dry or under dry, and you're like, "Wow, this could be dangerous on a hot day with this cold beer," like, that 7%, like, would sneak up on you quickly, that 8% would sneak up on you quickly. I'm not a very big, IPA type guy,
Mhm.
uh, if I gotta have an IPA, it's probably gotta be a hazy or a juicy IPA. I prefer, like the stouts and Hefeweizens like you do too. But man, to tell you the truth, and I'll pretty much fight anybody on this that says if they find like IPAs refreshing, but they've never had like a saison, like if you say like an IPA is refreshing, but you've never tried a saison or a farmhouse, like I think you really should try to give those a try. Like IPAs are not like end all be all of beer. I can appreciate a good one. I don't care for the style, but and that's another thing that like homebrewing has kind of helped teach me was like how to appreciate a style. If it's a really good example of it, you don't have to like it, but you can say, "Oh, okay, I can see where this is going. I can
I don't like
appreciate."
it, but I
Exactly, yeah, yeah, and IPAs are kind of like that for
yeah.
me.
I'm
Like,
just glad that a lot of the mainstream available IPAs, it seems like they finally stopped with that hops arms race.
but I
That
think
the
that was the evolution of like
Yeah,
things
it was
like
the
the
evolution of the style was, oh, hey, we can do
well,
this, we can do this.
West Coast
Yeah.
IPAs are still borderline that, in my opinion,
Mhm.
anyways. They're really hopped aggressively with those like those pine citrus type hops, but
Which I like the hops themselves, but when you have so many of them that literally burns
yeah,
when you're drinking it, it's like it turned me off to the entire style for a while.
right. And enter things like those New Englands and those juicies where they're tamed down on those like
Mhm.
pine tree citrus heavy loaded hops, and now we've kind of got like some of those mangoes, guavas, and stuff. But I also think like different hop varieties that have really started to
Oh,
come to
yeah.
the market, like South African hops and New Zealand hops and Australian hops and Pacific, rim type hops really kind of help elevate things and push things in the right direction too, as far as that goes. No, I think it just got a message. Let me see. I guess okay. We'll go ahead and set another timer. I think we're gonna have to relight the deal here and get some extra heat to this. Yeah, we're at 150. Need to pump it up. Hold on.
Sorry. I think it's on. Yeah, there it is.
Shoot, 154.
We have fire.
Turned a really nice dark color.
So pretty.
When we get better at the streaming thing, I'm gonna get
Put a camera
Yeah.
like right here.
somebody suggested a chicken cam.
We'll just put one right up here and call it Water Vision. Oh no, wait, now I'm gonna do that on my channel. Don't steal my
Hey, you're at my house. You said it, so it's mine.
yeah.
Or something.
I'll just spell it different. Get around the copyright laws.
With two O's.
Word OO vision. This sound a little angry over
Looks like we got a little lag, maybe. Sorry, we'll try to fix that for the next stream as well. So we're in the last 15 minutes or so of the mash. We'll be moving forward all that here in a little bit. I like to squeeze the bag and get as much of the wort out as possible out of those grains, and so there's a little bit of time difference between pulling the grains and then going into the you look for this going into the boil. Let's see here. Are we caught up on the comments? Dock of the Bay. It tasted like Sierra Nevada. That's a pretty classic IPA that a lot of people
Yeah.
grew up on. I've had it like once. It was okay. I don't really like I said, I'm not a huge IPA guy, but I think if you were shooting for an IPA, that's a classic example. If you could get something that comes out like Sierra Nevada, like you've probably done pretty good. Northwest, what's up, buddy? Happy and good morning, happy New Year, and all that other stuff to you, man. Good to see you. Watching some of your videos last night, trying to catch up. I was stuff that was suggested to me that I was watching. So it's good to kind of see some of your stuff hopping in my feed nowadays. I try to, as a content creator, and I'm sure Northwest, Dock of the Bay, uh, whoever else might be in here watching, just 'cause I can't see who all's in here. But it's hard to watch everybody. So I try to like sit there and say, okay, I know Northwest has put out a couple videos. I know Dock of the Bay has put out a couple videos. I'm gonna go watch, a few of these uh back, and go from there on it. So let's see here. Here's what I was thinking. So you're a miss. No, no, you want to try Sierra Nevada. You hate beer, and you would hate that one a lot. A lot. It's a West Coast IPA. Milk your face off. The hop. Hops. So Northwest, welcome. I don't know how much you've heard or whatever, but the recipe is in the description of what we're doing today. We're doing 2 batches plus a bonus thing, get a crazy experiment going. Mario is responsible for this experiment, so you can thank him for that craziness off of one discussion with him. Uh, you might know a little bit better with one of Chris's questions he had earlier on how to maybe blend or cultivate your yeast, uh, maybe using some commercial examples out there. He brought up maybe using like some kind of bread yeast, USO5, maybe kind of hybrid or something like that. So if you know anything about it, please feel free to chime in. Uh, I know you're pretty scientific with a lot of your stuff, so I don't know if you have any kind of experience with that kind of thing. All righty, so let's see here. Got just over 8 minutes left. I kind of want a beer, but I have a rule of not having a beer until reach the boil, so probably gonna have to hold off a little bit there.
Yeah. At least the fog's lifting. That's
Yeah, that's a plus.
I actually overshot his street today because I couldn't see the street sign.
Yeah, happens to the best of us sometimes. Ridiculous amount of fog. Never. Uh, so you came to my birthday party. I had 3 beers on tap. I had the
Mhm.
Thin Mint Stout, I had my birthday stout, and then I had the Lithuanian Farmhouse.
Yes.
So 3 of those beers, I'm extremely proud of. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you had one that you favored the other one, or if you just like all 3 of them.
I was gonna say the Lithuanian. I kept going with that one.
Lithuanian Farmhouse. Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah. That's a dry beer. That one sneaks up on you, and I have to tell everybody like, hey, so this isn't that big beer that is comparable to these other stouts. Like this is a 7 like half percent ABV beer.
it was tasty.
Oh yeah. I that's made with the Lithuanian, farmhouse ale, yeast, the Yarmaro, and man, I've really, really, really love that beer. I've probably brewed that, I don't know, 7, 8 times. That's the summer jam for the last 2 summers. I felt like I had to have it for my birthday. I really love that beer, like, hands down, like, I just if I almost say if there's probably, like, one homebrew that you told me that it's the only thing that I could brew for the rest of my life, but I had, like, unlimited supply of the malt grain and all that, it would probably be that beer. It would probably
Did
be
they
that beer.
say anything about dry hop edition?
No, well, I mean, you could probably dry hop it. I don't know, what would you look for if you were dry hopping that beer? Because it's dry, that nice, like, kinda funk to it, but it has a nice little citrus kinda thing go to it. I don't really like citrus. I don't like a lot of citrus taste. I feel like it has just enough though of a, like, "Hey, here I am," with it. I'll tell you the hops that go in it though. It's East Kent Goldings, 60-minute edition, and then it's sauce, for a 5-minute edition. Um, and that's it
Hmm.
as far as the hops go. So, what do you think you could add with a dry hop addition to that?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about the parameters of, you can only brew this one, and I
To
would
keep
think,
it fresh and
yeah, I
keep
would
it.
think after a while you just kind of start playing around with things and start, you
Mm.
know, uh, especially if it's one that you can do consistently, the flavor profile, and then just kind of start playing around with other little things like, well, what if I added a little more citra or something, or
Mm.
what if I added this or what.
So, I that recipe has actually spawned all the other saison and farmhouse ale recipes that I've done on the channel. So if you go back and you look at the farmhouse taste test videos
Mhm.
that I've done, it's the same recipe. The only thing I changed up was the yeast because I wanted to know, okay, what is the yeast doing for this? And that Yubaro strain, that Lithuanian farmhouse deal, that has been like one of my number one favorite examples of that style. I've done, the Bell Saison. That was a good beer. It took a while for it to finish up. It had stall, and really it was almost closer to when it hit that 1-year mark that it really became a really good beer. I used, the Coast to Coast, yeast on that one, and it was, so they did a Brett bacteria from one side of the country and a saison yeast from the other side of the country in a house. Blended those together. That was a good beer. I used the Hothead Flake for that. That was a really good beer. See here, Saisonstein. That was a phenomenal beer. I really like. I would almost say that comes as a that and the Hothead probably are like neck and neck for the number 2 position, as far as that goes. So
Mhm.
I could see probably wanting to dry hop it. If you dry hopped it though, I think you want to try to push maybe some fruity esters
Mhm.
to tie into that. Maybe give it a different perceived, like, taste of like a sweeter thing. Maybe like that, Huel, melon, German hop. I've picked up a lot of melons on that before. Let's see here. What do we got for comments here? Northwest, I believe yeast competes. So my understanding is better not to mix yeast, although you can use a finished yeast bottling or the same thing. I was thinking maybe making a healthy starter intended yeast and then maybe say otherwise. Yeah, and so like when you use, like cultures, from my understanding, or you're using different yeast strains or whatever, you either really would prefer to have you kind of finish the fermentation to a certain point and then toss in your other yeast. But I think what Chris is talking about is basically making his own yeast blend, and maybe it's from a sustainability standpoint of where he doesn't have to worry about like supplier issues and stuff like that. Uh, I think it's interesting. I'm gonna do it. I'll take the hit. I'll do the craziness. I got you, Maru. We'll figure it out. We'll do something. Uh, I think, like I said, though, I think we're gonna run into like some stability issues right off the top. Uh, I think we're probably gonna get some kind of some funkiness going on as far as malt flavors go, kind of like Northwest is saying there. Uh, but I think probably by generation 5, maybe 7 of of like fermentation selections, I think we'll get something. Will it be any good? Don't know. Only one way to find out. See here, you can wash the yeast and reuse. Yeah, you definitely can. Uh, I've never really washed the yeast, so to speak. I just if it's an interesting thing that I wanna keep around, I'll just drain off my fermenter. I'll take the whole yeast cake or as much of it that I can, and then I will put that in the refrigerator. I'll crash it, decant that, and then I'll just take a couple scoops of everything that's in there, throw it in a flask, and build up a starter. That way, I've done it with that Lithuanian farmhouse. Man, that stuff is a beast. Uh, I had an unopened pack that was over a year old. Wow, like, yeah,
So, that's something I've been like curious to try to do
I'm
is
r
do the whole yeast recycle.
yeah, I've got a whole experiment going on in my refrigerator on and I'll show you all the mason jars, stuff that I've got going on in there. But yeah, I've got several, yeast strains that are still sealed in their pack that are over a year old that I'm playing around with too, trying to see if we get good fermentation, if we're lacking, if we've got any kind of off flavors or esters. So that's a long-term project that I've been working on. I've got some cultures in there that I've mixed, first, second, third generations kinda together. I did that with the Lithuanian one time, too, so that was interesting. Um, but we've kinda come up on the end of the mash here. Um, let's start around, and I tell you what, let's just go ahead and give it another 5 minutes of time in the kettle. Just not gonna hurt anything.
And while we're doing that, you can go and check out Hops and Wrenches.
Yeah, so,
See the couple little videos I got on there.
for anybody that's, just kinda coming to the chat, just watching or whatever, this is Tim, he's with Hops and Wrenches, YouTube channel, that's his YouTube channel. The link to his channel is in the description, the recipe and everything else. He's got a couple shorts. He's working on a couple different things, and I'll let him go into some descriptions of that. But he and I will be doing a couple more brew days together, so be on the lookout for this guy here.
Yeah, this crazy guy.
So tell me about your channel, what you do, and
The channel's good. Right now, it's a lot of mechanical stuff. Not really a lot in the brewing area yet. Um, but I will be having a video coming out hopefully pretty soon once I get it all together, get it edited. Uh, it's installing a beer tap, so that'll be something fun for everybody to watch. And then working on, I got a 74 Nova project at home. It's, I've dubbed it Battle Nova. It's it's basically it's a build on a budget. So if that's your kind of thing, definitely keep up, keep track of that. And then for that, mostly I'm just kind of documenting where I'm at, the progress and everything. And just recently picked up a new engine for it after the other one had a very unpleasant surprise. So yeah, just check it out. Hopefully, hopefully you get some type of enjoyment out of it. If not, oh well, you still got this channel. So
For it.
yep, you can blame Matt for it 100%. Um,
Hashtag no.
yeah, all Matt's fault. I'll probably actually be doing another little short thing or something on there tomorrow, showing off the new that I got and the little surprise that was in that too. Basically, just a good demonstration of when you upgrade one thing on an engine, you have to upgrade everything else. So just kind of showing why that doesn't work. Just slapping parts on it hoping for the best.
What's the thing that you found? A 10mm pocket.
No, it was.
You don't have to give them
Yeah.
away.
Yeah. Let's just say there was some self-clearancing involved.
Ooh.
So
So
But
a non-interference motor becomes an interference motor.
not quite. But fortunately, it is reversible, so it's not that it destroyed the engine or anything. So it's just putting in the proper instead of just
Haphazardly.
yeah,
putting together.
people watch these shows and they think, oh, all you have to do is just put this and this and this in there. No, everything works together as one cohesive unit. So you have to,
Hopefully.
yeah, hopefully, otherwise you're going to see. So, it's a lot better than the I was, it's a very good demonstration of why you put coolant in an engine, not just water. So yeah, so head over there and check that out. And
So Mario, what did you miss? Everything. You missed it all. Like we had 14 beers while you were gone. Alien stopped by and gave me a $100 bill.
wish we spent on more beer.
We spent beer. Yeah, you missed it. You shouldn't have got nowhere at all.
And all the aliens look like never understood that.
No, we're just talking about all kinds of things. Tim here was talking about his channel, some stuff there for anybody that's new coming in. I don't know if you were hanging around Northwest, if you're still around, but we talked about this earlier. This is going to be a secondary edition going into one of the batches of beer today. This is the uh, Jameson Irish whiskey stout beer collection. Um, so this is going to be one of the batches is going to be split batch between this and some coffee. I think that's going to be interesting. And we just hit our last 5-minute timer for the mash. So we're going to pull these greens, kind of drink them out. But uh, hey, if you guys got any questions and stuff, go ahead and throw them in the comments. We'll come back and try to answer them here in just a few moments. See, we've got about 7 people watching right now. We have tags. If you're new to the stream, this is Tim with Hops and Wrenches. It's linked to his description
And the homebrew operation,
and his homebrew operation.
Saint Peter.
Please throw in some questions. We'll talk about it in moments. And I'll leave you guys with a few questions. If you're still watching, what's your favorite that you made? Talk about that. And I don't know. Come up with to anybody that was only homebrew related.
Homebrew related.
Yeah.
What's the biggest mistake any of you have ever made? Homebrewing.
That's a good.
That
Right. You want to grab metal chair there?
I got a refractometer in that bucket. You go ahead and take it out. It's in the blue case. Watch it. That might spring out with all the pipettes in there. We'll just a few minutes. Weird having somebody else here with me doing this.
I started actually thinking to myself that Scotch ale that I just did, that bag was ridiculously heavy.
Yeah.
And after I pulled it out, struggled with it, everything like that, I was like, you know what I could have done? I could have just grabbed my engine horn. One of the feel like a whole deal. And, yeah, put like a
I've got it's gonna drain for a few more minutes. If you want to go ahead and maybe read some comments and
oh
maybe shout some.
oh, we already got a biggest mistake
Oh yeah.
from Northwest. Forgot to turn off the pump on my claw hammer, and getting hot wart all over. Sometimes you keep something on. Amazing how many from Dock of the Bay. Find it amazing how many hops are available, but very few are mentioned based on the assortments. What is your take on this? So there's lots of hops available, but you don't hear about a lot of them.
So Northwest deal. First off, I don't know if they can hear me, but one of the related to them. I went to go chill wort one time and forgot to turn the burner off. So that took a while to figure out why it wasn't cooling. So maybe I relay that to them.
Yeah, Matt was just saying he's forgotten to turn the burner off a few times.
I'm trying to chill the wort.
Yeah, when trying to chill the wort. So you know, kind of fighting yourself there. Northwest. It's sad to say it's happened more than once.
I didn't properly sanitize some fruit and got a acetobacter infection.
Mm-hmm. See, I've had when I was still doing the 1 gallon batches, I had one that was fermenting rather aggressively, and I actually just grabbed another fermenter and dumped everything into that fermenter without sanitizing it or anything. So yeah, that was a big mistake. Uh, a few boilovers, uh, a lot of times just kind of forgetting what I was doing, and kept the burners on way too long, and had to sit there and wait for temp to come back down so I can move on to the next step.
We'll come back to Dock of the Bays.
Yeah, we'll come back around to Dock of the Bays here
But
in a
please,
minute about the
anybody in
hops.
the chat, go ahead and
I mean, I would think the reason why you don't hear from about a lot of the hops that are out there as opposed to, what you get normally is there's a lot of recipes that might have been originated when there wasn't as big of a variety of hops. Um, so and people going more for traditional style beers and things, like, especially if you're more competition minded and all that, then it's your hop selection
is
might be a little more limited in that, and that's why you really only hear about those ones. But as far as all the rest of the stuff, I mean, I've heard people using a few other types that don't seem that aren't really the mainstream ones, but yeah, I've kinda noticed that too, is that there's hundreds of options available, but you only I mean, the ones that come to my mind, Citra, uh,
Stage,
Cascade,
solid.
you know, there's like 8 or 9 that most people who've been doing this for a while can name off without a problem, but yet you're sitting there going, "There's literally hundreds of them." So, yeah, interesting question.
I've got very easy to get into them when I
Mhm.
can.
Yeah, we'll expound on that a little bit more here once Matt gets back in the captain's chair.
Will you pull out my notes? What my volume's supposed to be?
Pre 7.4 gallon.
7.4. We're right there. Just maybe a little under. And it's supposed to be like 1040 something. It's right next to.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
1040.
1047. Almost on it.
Let's drop that in.
I don't think that makes a very good boil edition.
No. 1042. I'm gonna have to boil a little bit.
It's a pretty darn close though.
I'll chase 5 points.
Well, sometimes.
I'm trying to be. Problem is this recipe last year. I was like, this is it. So I want to try to duplicate it.
Replicate exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're doing something right. I mean, oftentimes for me, it's okay. Yeah, I think we're almost there.
All right. You want to go ahead and open up the mash tun?
Yep.
It spins.
Yeah. Just couldn't quite get the grip on it I was wanting. Oh, they are just
Oh yeah. No, they know it's time now. Well, they know it's time, but it's not time.
right.
They don't know that we're running a side experiment. Go ahead and get the
We're gonna move into boil.
You want to entertain them for a few moments, and I'm gonna go rinse my hands, get all the sugar off.
Is that entertaining?
Water's not on.
A couple of more styles and flavors in the aroma. Somebody had to be the first to experiment, right? I mean, yeah. Like I said, that's more just my theory. why. I'm definitely one I like to experiment. So because once you figure it out and get it, super consistent and everything, now it's time to have some fun with it. Because you can always go back and make it work. Okay. Rooster Rye.
Rooster too, just hens.
Hen Hefeweizen.
Right.
All right.
All right, so just real quick, we're moving into the boil. We're about 5 points off our starting gravity. Not that big of a deal. I squeezed the bag, got a little extra warmth out of it. I think we're gonna brew for about 15 minutes or so extra, trying to make up some gravity points. I'm gonna try to boil a little aggressively too. I'm not chasing volume. I'm chasing efficiency or lack of efficiency at this point. I'm trying to get the the beer like I did last year. So we're chasing taste, mouthfeel, and starting gravity at this point. Um, so while we wait for that to come up to boil, I know Tim is kind of taking the reins a little bit and talked and kind of had some stuff going on with you guys. I don't didn't hear everything. I had to go inside, wash my hands, get all that sugary work off. So that way, keep ants and bees and stuff away from me. So, let's see here. Biggest mistake I heard about that. We'll come back to Dock of the Bay's hop question in just a second. Sad to say it's happened more than once. As you can styles and flavors, the others means somebody had to be the first experiment really at small batch. You're sure. Okay, so that yeah, I guess I didn't miss that much. So my theory on the hops kind of thing is kind of more or less what he led into is so we have these classic examples and styles and stuff like that where things that were for food they're top of their game, looking for the grain. Normally about this point they know that they get grain. They don't know that Morrow influenced a experiment that we're going to be doing with this grain. So essentially, we're going to be like party guile, reanimated mash, rinsing grain kind of idea with this. But anyways, to get back to the hop thing, so we have all these classic examples and styles and stuff that require these malts and these hops and these yeast and stuff like that. And so, if you want to beat the style, you're probably gonna more than likely use these hops. A lot of the new hop variants that have come out weren't to these classic styles. That's not to say that you can't use them. It's just that uh, you're not to style. As a home brewer, you can do whatever you want to do. You can throw quake and
I've been doing a lot of brews using Quebec yeast recently
Mhm.
that don't call for Quebec yeast.
yeah, you can
But I like the flavor profile it gives off.
and that was gonna be an example that I was gonna use is so, like, traditionally, a blonde ale, you're not supposed to really have an expression of yeast there. You're you're looking for a very fine note of, malt and a very fine note of hop, right? So, I brew a blonde ale with hothead. It's very phenolic, and so you get a lot of that, like, pepper kind of, attitude from it,
Mhm.
to me, and I really love that beer. So, with hops though, we've had a lot of ga ground gained, through, uh, the way that hops are grown, a lot similar to the way that we were talking about growing yeast earlier, through natural selections and stuff like that. and some of it is GMO'd, some of it isn't. But some of it becomes like a protective hop too. To where like the only way that you can get it is through just buying from a supplier. So like a lot of those like South African and Pacific Rim type hops, they don't have a style that they actually fit into other than like maybe like a New Zealand pale ale
Mhm.
or pills or whatever, or Australian sparkling grape ale or like whatever those things are, like they're not like BJCP recognized, or some of them aren't anyways. Right now, some of them are like in that experimental
Mhm.
group that they'll probably gain an actual category eventually. It's just that that stuff kind of moves slow, and these hops are still kind of new. Now, having said that, though, you do have a lot of hops though that while technically they're a different hop, they're a substitute for a different hop. So you can, like, use those interchangeably, when in a pinch or something like that. It won't be the same exact profile. It'll be pretty close. Maybe you'll be able to detect it, maybe you won't be able to detect it. I don't have a super refined or refined, palate. So a lot of that stuff kinda gets lost to me. One of the things that I've done is kinda have some basic brews, brew the same recipe a lot, and, like, use Clay,
Mhm.
and Quake is very expressive to me, and I feel like that's helped me have a better palate to where I can pick something apart a little bit better that isn't a Quake beer. Saying, "Oh, okay, I get peaches off of USO5 in this blonde ale," where I would have never, ever had gotten that before, because a lot of those hop profiles and yeast profiles, are tasted by somebody like, they get all those tasting notes from, like, the 1% of people that are, like, super tasters. So, this person that gets, like, peach and wood and nutmeg all in the same hop profile or same yeast profile, it's only like 1% of people on this earth that can taste that,
Mhm.
But I found that, like, with Blake, if you throw that into, like, a smash ale kinda scenario or a recipe that you know very well, you can start to pick up on some of those other notes and some of those other profiles and be able to detect that whenever you brew it in something different. At least that's worked for me, as of right now. You know, uh, we talked you said something about competitions,
Mhm.
and how that's, like, kind of like the main big push is, with, like, things like Saws and Easton Goldings. Those are, like, the normal ones. I use Easton Goldings in a lot of beers. I use Saws in a lot of Magnum. You can stretch Magnum hops a long way. Like, you can take an ounce of Magnum hops. If you're just brewing 5-gallon batches, you can get 2, 3 batches of beer out of Magnum, if you're just looking for, like, clean bitterness. And so, it's about, like, how you try to apply those. And I think a lot of those newer, hop things are high alpha acid type, uh, uh, beers or hops, and so you're probably gonna use those in small amounts for bittering, or you're gonna try to probably use a lot of the newer hops, like things like dry hop and like your IPAs and pale ales, or things like that that would really benefit from extra little layer of complexity. So that's kind of my theory anyways. Rooster Rye Ale. I'm not sure it's a mistake, really hot water into a plastic fermenter. Yep, yep, unfortunately, you gotta chill that. We learned that lesson, didn't we? Uh, that was one of those clear, uh, like PET type, uh, fermenters, not like food grade ones. Not that I think a food grade one would have probably held up terribly much better, but yep. So, where are we? We're approaching 190. We're gonna have to pull that lid off here in a little bit. Make sure that we're not gonna have a boil over explosion.
I've done that a few times. It makes for a fun time. Yeah. But what I have figured out, I keep a wooden spoon now. That's long enough to go over the boil pot. I just set that on there. It actually does help keep them down.
Really helps the break.
And it'll buy you a few extra seconds, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was another wonderful thing that Pam showed me, and I'm sitting there going, witchcraft. But it worked. Yeah. Oil over on our stove, started for life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back in that. Yep.
Yeah, and that's some sticky stuff too.
Yeah. That's a terrible mess.
I mean, all grain's bad, but that extract, it boils over. Oh man,
Yep.
you're never getting that back out.
So it looks like we got a couple new viewers here. If you hadn't uh, seen yet or not, this is Tim with Hops and Wrenches YouTube channel. Link to his channel is in the description. Check him out. He's got a couple shorts right now. He's working on some longer form videos.
Trying.
Yeah, he's got a couple cool projects going. He and I were going to do a collaboration or two here pretty soon. So be sure to watch for that going on. He came over today as kind of just helping hand. He was kind of interested in the experiments that we got going on. So basically, one of the experiments from today is we're going to try to milk out a third beer out of two batches of grain. We just dumped the first batch of grains here in the mash tun. We'll be probably heating up some strike water for that. Um, I don't know. It's probably going to be a little bit, but we've got some plans. So I want to see what everybody thinks of this. So we're going to have two batches of grains in this mash tun. I'm thinking our best bet is probably going to be to heat some water and essentially rinse those grains, right?
Mhm.
So we're going to sparge them, batch sparge them, and let's take some notes here of what do you think that the starting gravity of just the rinse grains are gonna be?
Place your bets.
Yeah, place your bets. I'm gonna tell you that I'm hoping for 10:30. I'm expecting at this point, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna say I'm expecting we're going to get 10 10:18. What do you What do you hope for, and what are you expecting?
Yeah, I really don't know. I'm still relatively new to the game, so uh, I mean, as best as I could throw something out there, I mean, what are we at right now for this one? 1040.
It's 10:47 right now. Our starting gravity is gonna be 1061, 1064.
So yeah, I think around the 1030 sounds reasonable. Um, I'm going to say more around 1020 is what we're going to come out at.
So you think 1020?
1020, 1040, 1020, 1015.
We got some people 1020, 1040, Dock of the Bay, 1020 Northwest, 1015. How high is the original? The original right now, what we just pulled out, we're sitting at
10:42. We were supposed to be at 10:47. So, we missed it by, 5 points, not that big of a deal. I'm going to extend the boil a little bit to make up for some lost gravity, points there. Like I said, I'm chasing starting gravity, not volume. I'm not too worried. If I end up having 4.5 gallons of this beer, I'm okay with that. It's a really good beer. It's a stout. So this is my St. Patrick's Day beer, and, it'll be another stout. We'll be moving into the warmer weather and stuff like that, and so it'll be a nice fresh keg kinda going in soon, but we're kinda getting out of that stout weather. I always pretty much have a stout on hand, but, I'll probably start focusing more on those sour, kettle sours and all that here pre for too much longer. Same amount of strike water. So strike water, we're flying by the seat of our pants here. So I made I went ahead and made the same water profile additions for this. I'm thinking what we're gonna do is Tim was kind enough to bring over a spare burner in case we needed it and an extra kettle. And I'm thinking what we're gonna do is we're probably gonna start off with about 7.5 gallons of strike water, which is about a gallon less than we used to strike originally with. And we're coming up on that kind of dangerous zone of boil over, break, and all that. So I'm gonna kind of be over here, but so we're gonna be looking at probably about 7.5 gallons of strike water. Um, we talked about it doesn't have to be a full 5 gallon batch. So if s- get 1018 out of that, I'm probably gonna go ahead and match in some other grains to help bump up that starting gravity. I decided if it's 30, we're just gonna leave it. I think we'll just leave it, use what we got. We'll probably boil down to a 5 gallon batch at that point. Um, if it's 1018, I'm gonna throw in some extra grains. We're gonna try to get that starting gravity, I think, up to about 1030, and then kind of go at it from there and try to make it like that session stout. I think that'll be fun. Um, I don't have how about that? Here goes.
Don't worry, caught it just in time.
Think it blew out.
Yeah, I think it did.
Hold on one second. We
Had a near boil over. No, that's still it. It just went way down. I'm gonna handle this and watch this for just a moment while I kind of finish that up.
so if it's 10:30, we're gonna leave it. I don't have a hop schedule yet. I was gonna try to source some of this stuff from you guys too. Make this like a community beer. This was a this experiment comes off of Chris on some stuff that we were talking before about the live stream. Um, so if it's 10:30, we're gonna leave it. We'll probably make a 5 gallon batch. If it's 10:18, 10:20, I'm throw in some extra grains, bring up that starting gravity on that one. And I've got a whole bunch of cluster hops. I've got some sauce hops. I've got a million hops really. I've got Warrior hops left over. I got Magnum, Aurora. Uh, there's all kinds of German hops out there, Pearl, and stuff like that. So I was thinking we're gonna use cluster. and maybe some East Kent Goldings hops there for that one. We're using Northern Brewer for this one. So we'll just kind of see and make some decisions on the fly there. But what do you guys think? Do y'all have a suggestion of some hops? If it's 10:30 and we're doing a session stout type of I think cluster would probably be a pretty good deal. I think East King Goldings would be a pretty good addition as well. Like I said, I don't really have too much of a plan for this, so I'm just gonna try to see what we could get and then go from there on it. Let's see here. Dock of the Bay. I heard adding white sugar or simple syrup that raising the ABV or changing the flavor. Northwest. I never add table sugar myself. It ups the ABV, but doesn't. Yeah. So and that was kind of my idea with this is so we're using spent grains at this point, and we're gonna rinse them, right? We're still yeah, it's kind of low pro. Let's kick it up just a little bit. So I started the 15-minute extra start or extra bowl time before our first top edition. So that was kind of my idea was so we're going to be using grains from two batches. We're essentially remashing or we're going to rinse and sparge these grains essentially bash sparging. And so I wanted to use some grains if I had to add anything to it. I thought about sugar. Sugar's gonna bump up the ABV, but it's gonna dry it out. And I mean, I guess we could probably shoot for like more of the dry Irish stout. I was looking kinda something with a little bit fuller body. So I've got some extra two rows sitting around here. I have some extra wheat, sitting around here, a little bit of crystal and, some other darker grains, sitting around here that I can go ahead and throw in and kinda, like, mash those in to help retain some body, maybe make it a little fuller body type beer off of what we have here, to have that, like, session type stout, uh, beer for this beer, essentially, I guess. Kinda, like, working it in type of deal. So I think it's gonna be a fun experiment. Uh, I don't really know what to expect out of it. I know what I would like, but we'll see. I was thinking like a full 3 percenter type, uh, stout would be kinda awesome to go along with this one that's a little closer to 6%. Uh, I wouldn't do any secondary additions to this or anything like that. I think it would be wasted. 3% stout unless you were doing, like, beans kinda thing.
Mm.
Got that brain thinking now, "Oh, what do we do? How do we jack this up?" Session Rooster Rye. I don't know how much of the rye is gonna come across on this one. So you basically increase the raw green and the boil time. So, I'm increasing the boil time on this one, this first batch, because we were a little lower with our pre-boil gravity. Uh, I'm trying to make up 5 points for starting gravity. If I've only make up 2 or 3, I'm good with that. Like, to me, it's not worth chasing. It's almost not even worth chasing 5, to be honest with you. But if I can get, within 2 to 3 points, I'm good with that. I'm not a super perfectionist with that. So our next, um, brew, once we take those greens, and we'll figure out, if we're on target, above target, below target, we'll make whatever adjustments that we need to do there.
I'll put it back in this mash tun, right? Uh, and that'll be the second addition of grains. And so at that point, we're gonna have a lower extraction rate of sugars. We've already taken the sugars out once, so we're sparging these grains. We're gonna sparge the first brew and bag, so everything's kind of done at one time. Whenever you pull that up, you have your full boil um, water and all that. So there's still sugar left in those grains, and what I want to do is I want to see how much sugar is left in those. At that point, we're gonna take our probably 7 gallons, 7.5 gallons worth of water. We're gonna reintroduce that over these grains, and so essentially, we're gonna rinse those grains again. Um, if we have on our third batch, if our third batch is like say 10-10, 10-18, 10-20, I have some grains that kinda help make up that difference to essentially like remash in, right? And not add that sugar, not dry out that beer. We're trying to make a little something with a little bit more fuller body. I think like, like the difference between say like Guinness and Coors, we got some flavor profiles and stuff like that, right? And I think what I have here between extra hero, extra crystal, extra wheat, and some roasted barley, we've got still playing within that stout threshold, right? And so we're probably already gonna have, like, lacking flat flavor here, but if it's at 10:30, I almost don't wanna mess with it because I don't wanna produce something that's got more flavor, more ABV than, my base beer here. I could probably boil this down to be, a 1080 beer, 1090 beer, but I'd only have, like, a gallon of that, and I honestly want a full keg of it or as full of a keg that I can possibly get. This 3rd beer is a total, just, experiment. If I end up with 5 gallons of wort that are going in a fermenter, then so be it. If I end up with 3 gallons of wort going in a fermenter, so be it. I don't even have a yeast picked out for this. I've got a couple things that I can play around with, 2nd, maybe 3rd generation stuff in the fridge. Um, I don't know really what to select there. I've got USO5 and some Lutra. It'll probably come down between those. I think there's some SO4 in the back, which may be interesting too. I've just kinda gotta see what I've got here in a little bit. Really, this beer that's gonna come out of here, this is totally fly by the seat of your pants kinda deal, and we're just gonna be making all kinds of adjustments as we go along to it. Like I said, with the hop, that we're gonna use, I'm thinking cluster, maybe Easton Goldings or a mixture of some other stuff. I've got a lot of hops, there. So, we're still heading, we're still, pretty steady at about 9 or 10, viewers. Let's see here. Anybody else, got any other ideas for this, 3rd experimental beer? Chris, you've been working on a name for this thing. Remember, it's gotta be family friendly because it's probably gonna make it to the channel, honestly, at this point, even if it's a failed experiment. Um, you guys can go ahead and start suggesting, some suggestions tomorrow. I told him that he gets the naming rights to this beer. I'm sure he's probably gonna wait to see, what the ABV's looking like and what hops we use and what yeast we use, but, y'all have fun with some names. I know, Northwest is kinda stuck on, like, some, chicken type rye beer names. I really don't know how much the rye is gonna come across, with being rinsed again, so I can man this if you wanna take over, some questions or stuff. Anybody got any questions for, Tim here? All Morrow's fault.
Yeah. I like that.
Oh yeah, we're moving now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just turned it up a little bit because it finally finally dropped off enough of the head on it that I was able to crank her up.
Go turn on the water and rinse some of the stuff out.
Yeah, if anybody's got any questions or anything, I've also got my own YouTube channel if anyone hasn't heard the pitch yet. It's Hops and Wrenches, so if you want to zip on over there at some point, and,
Description or
yeah, link for it's in the description. I'm just kind of hanging out, being the helping hand today. Yeah, it's got a pretty decent boil going on it right now. Right, but you're keep saying he's got shorter videos, but you're working on longer videos. Consider kind of filling that TikTok niche with shorter videos. I'm generally avoiding TikTok.
what's your preferred video link on things that you watch?
Or what?
What's the preferred video link that like when you're watching a brew or whatever? Do you like a 5-minute video, a 10-minute video?
I mean, as far as for what I like to watch, I mean, it depends on how informative it is. And if it's
Well,
not, that's for you, Tim. Like I said, I'm kind of hanging off of the TikTok thing. I like just filling in something whenever I can, try to keep some sort of interest or something or going. But as far as for you guys, yeah, definitely not a 12-hour live chat.
that's what we're doing today.
I mean, that's basically what we're doing.
Drink whiskey tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as I mean, what's everybody kind of interested in seeing? Just short form, long form? And like I said, most of the stuff that I'm doing right now is just quick whenever I can get a chance to do it, and haven't really done anything for a while. So I mean, I think the last video I put up was like well over a month ago. So been kind of bad boy on that, but a lot of stuff's just been on hold recently. I'll actually try to do another short or something tomorrow just to kind of uh, introduce where I'm at with projects and stuff, and give a quick little preview as to how the how the tap install and everything went. So yeah, I can definitely agree with that. It's like longer videos as long as the content and information is engaging. That's something that I really like. If it's something that, especially if it's something I know that it's a long process, I do like seeing them more detailed instead of just yada yada and 90% of what's going on.
So if it's a 30-minute video, you see that it's a 30-minute video, you're not automatically like, nope, not doing
no,
that.
it really depends on what it is. You know, it's like I follow a lot of. There's one channel that I follow. His videos average an hour,
Okay.
so but it's still very entertaining.
Right.
So
Yeah. I got you. How long do you give a video on average, do you think, until you're like, okay, I can't do this any longer? Like it's 30 minutes and I've made it 5, 10, 15 minutes and I just can't do it anymore, or case by case basis?
no, it's definitely case by case basis.
Okay. Um, so who's your favorite brew tuber, uh, in that atmosphere? You don't have to say me. I'm an odd duck and do some weird stuff. So like
It, you
who's
know,
the channels that you follow?
honestly, when it comes to brewing stuff, I don't follow a lot of channels.
Oh, okay.
So most of the stuff that I'm watching for a long time is automotive stuff and
Yeah.
historical stuff.
Okay.
I got, I guess I'm a little weird for the historical stuff.
No, I
Like,
watch a lot of
yeah,
documentaries, historical stuff like that too.
like one of my
So
absolute favorite things to watch is archaeological digs.
really? Okay. Hey, I'm not gonna kick you. Like
Yeah,
I've
it's like
been watching a lot of that type of stuff too. Like it's kind of interesting. Like and it's stuff you don't get to learn in school
mhm.
really. So that's kind of interesting.
Like I said, the one channel that I watch his videos are on average. He does vehicle revivals. So it goes
That's a
out,
long
yeah,
process.
it goes out and like brings these cars back to life from out of a field, and it's
Yeah.
yeah, that's very interesting. And even though it's basically just the same process over and over and over again,
Yeah.
it's seeing the nuances within that process.
Right. Because things between a Dodge and a Chevrolet are going to be different,
Yeah,
obviously.
it's like
Right.
okay, yeah, we know what the process is, but what are the problems that come up during that process?
I got you. So, what's all y'all's favorite brew tube or brewing type channels that you guys watch? Let me catch up on some comments here because I think there was some stuff that happened. 12-hour live chat. Yep, that's what we're doing. I'm an anomaly. I like the longer videos as long as the content is information and engaging. Not 12-hour long, but 30-minute videos are commonplace. Yeah, so like a lot of my videos, they probably end up within that 20, ish minute range. When I started off, I just couldn't learn how to shut up. So some of them got kind of long-winded, uh, you know, but now I feel like I've got a pretty decent process down. 20 minutes or kind of those longer ones. I try, believe it or not, I try to keep them, 10, 15 if I can, but sometimes I just get some diarrhea of the mouth. Let's see here. 30 minutes is too long. I I can agree, but I can also disagree with that Northwest. I think if it's one of those more informative ones, I'm willing to set, for an hour or so. I can't even remember how long Brad Smith, Beersmith podcast is, but some of those get pretty long. And my wife will tell you, like, it seems like if it's the longest, driest content available, I'm all about it. Let's see here. I watch a lot of sewing stuff, and yeah, those take a long time. Huge sewing task. Northwest, 10 minutes max these days, unless you're apartment brewer. Somehow yeah, he does. Apartment Brewer is a really good channel to watch. There's a lot of information in there. Let's see here. I'm 45 and have time. See here. Favorite channel. I probably Dr. Hans. Dr. Hans is really he does a really good job. Does a really good job. 30 minutes is okay. Brew Show. Brew Show's a really good channel. And really, I appreciate that, Mario, and everybody that's here. Thank you guys so much for all the love and the support that everyone's showed to my channel for sure.
S- Uh, CS Brews, is that the city said people? I don't like the BS Brews that much. Right. I see the comments. Brews. So I personally like all kinds of the brew tubers there. You know, I mean, you definitely so you've got a totally like big spectrum of people here and so many people that put out good stuff. You know, you've got the funny, quirky kind of things that, they make fun of themselves and each other and things like that, and then you've got the, like, longer formatted stuff that's dry. It's almost like just reading a textbook at that point, but I have a hard time reading anymore. Like, I just can't I've gotta be going and doing things, and I don't know why it's easier for me to sit down and, like, watch something long and boring than it is to read it. Essentially it's the same thing. It's just, I guess, the more visual versus tactile learning kinda thing.
I would do. I'll read it in a book 8 or 9 times and not get it. I have to actually see someone do it. Right.
Alrighty, so we already bypassed that 15-minute extra boiling before our hop addition. Let me look at the volume real quick. I'll make a judgment call here real quick. Hops and gnarly, yes, yes. That hops and gnarly is probably one of the best YouTube channels for brewing out there and super cool guy. Oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do our hop edition. So one piece of equipment that I use around here a lot is this thing, hop screen, hop filter, or whatever. But so I use this for doing more than an ounce of additions. If it's less than an ounce, it's not worth it to me to clean up, honestly. But if it's more than an ounce, all the spent hops go to the chickens. They really like spent hops, believe it or not. So I'm gonna do this. I haven't even measured out the hop addition yet, so I need to do that real quick. See
Here is this. You're back there just going nuts.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're mad. They are mad.
Let's search it up. Hey, music channel's still a thing. Any questions that maybe I can answer? I don't.
I'm within range too.
Yeah, Matt's still right here, so I can.
Somebody said a thing.
Yeah. I'm telling you, those hops are really good. You like smell-o-vision, just wafting.
So raisin herbal spicy grass. Oh,
Ooh. Oh, as far as the profile or
yeah.
what hops?
Northern Brewer.
Yeah.
I'll give you this empty pack
Yeah. Hitting it with the Northern Brewer hops. I've used these a few times in a couple other things, so
This
really
was
nice.
This was a substitute from North Dow, I think was the original hop recipe.
Doc, the man definitely needs a look into that pot.
What pot?
I'm assuming the brew pot.
Here's our charge. 1.7 ounces of Northern Brewer going in.
Woo!
60-minute edition. Let's see here. So we've got a Whirlfloc Tablet going in for a 15-minute edition. So 45. All right. We got a 45 minutes boil until our next edition, which will be a Whirlfloc Tablet. Let's see here. What did I miss? Anything? Hops and Gnarly, Christopher. You got channel. Sometimes you just have to switch it up, spin on it. Do, but it's a music channel. If you Hops and Gnarly. Hops isn't doing any videos anymore. I hadn't seen. It looked like he was starting to warm up for his next season. The last that I saw. Oh, oh, Hops and the Barley TV. Yeah, man, that dude. So recently had a kid, and I don't know if he's if did he actually shut it down? That would be a shame. I really loved that dude channel. He was I don't know if you're familiar with it, but he's like super like kind of just funky like with the way that he brews. He kind of brews some stuff on the seat of his pants and stuff, and he does a lot of like kind of crazy like kind of ultra like 1 gallon batches, all grain, but he throws like a whole ounce of hops at a 1 gallon batch kind of thing and stuff like that. And he's done some like sour lactose stuff like that. He's actually been an inspiration to my channel as far as trying to be informative and kind of do some of the wacky stuff that I've done. Now, granted, a lot of my stuff has come across to be a little bit more drier. We've got some bees flying around here. They're checking out all the sweet warts. I don't know if anybody else has ever had that problem, but I just let them. I'm a little gun shy. When we moved here, we had like 4 tallow trees down where this fence line is, and, the first time I mowed everywhere, and then I was going around the trees. It was the last tree for me to weed whack around it, and I saw like 5 bees come out of the tree, so I picked up and I was like, "Hey," I figured there had to been a hive somewhere. Well, then I saw like a whole bunch of them come out. I mean, like 100 or more come out of the tree trunk. I was like, "Oh crap."
This is the hive.
This is the hive. So I threw that weed whacker down and like I swear, so I ran down that street and then I ran up the next street. And so like, after it's all said and done, like I ran like freaking half a mile. I feel like hyperventilating and everything. Luckily, my wife and my daughter were away shopping, so like I called them up. I was like, "Hey, when you come home, come pick me up over here at the church." I'm like, like half a mile away from the house. Like bees chased me. I got swarmed, and like we checked it out, and like so like I had like 30 like stings across my chest. I'm lucky that we found out that I was not allergic to bee stings, but man, I've been gun shy ever since. Like, doesn't matter if it's a fly, if it's a bee, if it's a wasp, or any like flying insect that like kind of comes towards my face. I'm like always thinking, like, I used to not be like that, but I tell you what, it takes one good storm and yeah, you're done. So, needless to say, though, those bees are dead, the tree's gone, and it was sucked that they had to die. But the dude I called out here, he's like, they're too far into the tree. I can't rehome them. So it is what it is.
Mhm.
See here, hops. Chris, when you said what hops, what are you talking about, dude? Let's see here. Man, definitely need to look into the pot. Don't know what you're talking about, Terzell, about looking into the pot. Looked into it a couple times. I don't know if you're talking about that or something else.
Maybe
So,
he wants to look into it. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah. So over the next couple shows, we're gonna kind of get better with some different camera setups and being able to switch views and stuff like that. Let's see here. Sounds like Dr. Pepper. No, that was barley in the hops. I think you're right, Christy. I was thinking of a mostly just long channel art. Oh, okay, yeah. There's been a couple distilling channels, kind of word on the street that I've heard through some back channels where there was some of the U.S. distiller guys kind of got into some trouble. I'm not gonna touch that. Uh, that's them. Unfortunately, the way that I see it, there's no way for me to do it without getting into any kind of trouble. So I'd rather not even do that. More power to you if that's what you do, if that's what you want to do. I wish that it was a different case and not to get all political, but I'll just leave it at that. So, oh, Brewing Bag, you made it. Hey, what's up, buddy? Happy to see you. Let's see here. Listening while clean a keg lager with Phantasm. Let me know how that works out. I've recently been seeing a lot of people using that Phantasm stuff. You know, I don't really know too much about it. It seems like it's interesting, but seems like it's another like one of those like specialty IPA type beers. So it's not super interesting to me, but let's see here. Oh, honey beers are okay, but wasps go to hell. They can, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my pot that I'm brewing in, we're in cruise mode now. We got a nice, decent boil. This is pretty much a like a perfect boil where, if we can look over here and the head's not at 8 gallons, we're good. Like, we've got enough volume and the speed of boil and all that. Like, we're good. I mean, you're right, we probably should be checking on it a little bit more frequently than we currently are, but, no, yeah, I think we're good. So, who all hung over here? That was an interesting thing that we talked about. So I told him, I said, "Look, we're gonna start the stream at about 9." I said, "We're probably gonna have a couple people early in, and then we're probably gonna have some people join late." Kinda would be about the time where we would shut down the first part of the stream here, or the first batch. I said, going into it, that's why I wanted to do a second batch, kind of the way that I wanted to do it, so that way it's kind of an all-day affair. More people can kinda come and go, check out different, um aspects of the brew day. So after we shut down this first, you know, beer, then we'll shift into the second one. I've actually been meaning to get some shots and stuff of this brew because this beer will come on to the channel as a, like taste test video and stuff like that. And Ken's gonna come back over. We're gonna do a taste test, all three that we're gonna get off of these grains. So that's gonna be fun uh, experience there. So, it looks like we've got a couple new people in here. Don't be scared to say hello in the chat. We're not gonna yell at you too hard. I might lose my voice at some point in time because I'm used to talking loud to the camera. So kind of talk over the chickens and a blue jay that's telling us Happy New Year. Uh, Speaking of things that can go to hell, along with wasp, blue jay can go to hell too. We've got this one that has this like it feels like it's his job to tell us like, "Hey, it's done raining and storming. It's a beautiful morning." At like 5:40 in the morning or something, you know?
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. "Hey, the squirrels are taking all the food." Stuff like that. Like,
Do
there's
something.
yeah, there's a whole family that I've been seeing kinda towards the front yard, here recently. And then we have a couple, cardinals that hang around here too. The cardinals are cool. They very much, stay out of the way, you know, kinda hang out type of birds. So, uh, you're moving along pretty good. Still excellent. And we have 35 minutes left in the boil. It's almost
Hell
noon.
yeah.
It's
It is
time
almost
for
noon.
I think it's time for a beer. What do you think?
I think so too.
What would you like? I've got so, uh if you're new to the stream, you hadn't heard, you're local around here. Unfortunately, we're having a local brewery close down that's kinda near and dear to our brew club and us and stuff like that. Sad to see. I went yesterday, grabbed some of their beer, to be able to hold on to share with some friends, um, you know, help support them, unfortunately, that they're closing down. So, I've got Backfish, they had a dark porter that I grabbed, and then they had the Belgian-inspired
Was that
Double.
the dark side or
No, no, it's not the dark side.
no?
I think it was called Everything Dark
Oh, yeah.
Porter. Well, let me see here. I took a picture.
I was actually gonna have that one.
Anything Dark Porter.
These people that come in like, what would you like? Anything dark.
Yep.
There you go, buddy.
Anything dark. We also have, their Belgian-inspired double, Yabba Dabba, I think it was the name of that.
Uh,
It's Dune.
anything dark.
Okay, we'll do. Alrighty, so it's gonna be his job to hang out with you guys for just a little bit. I'm gonna go pour us a beer. I'll be right back. Behave. Don't bite them. Don't yell at them. Don't cuss them, please. Please, friendly-ish channel.
I've been good so far.
You want to split one? So that way, like, it's a little slower pace, or would you like a full?
Uh,
It doesn't matter. Whatever you want.
I think split one's fine for right now.
Good with that.
That way we're not going crazy with it. Yeah, it's all looking good back there. So yeah, for making more noises. For those who may have just come something, I got my own channel as well. There's a link down there in the description. It's Hops and Wrenches. Right now, there's a lot of mechanical stuff on there. Not too much in the brewing department as of yet, but working on it. So, and also I got my own little homebrew thing, St. Otter Brewing. So yeah, if anybody's got any questions or anything, I know it's a deal, but we'll just bogart it for a minute here. Those bees are really interested in whatever's in that pot over there. Uh-oh.
Return of the Dogs.
Yeah, return of your biggest fans. Yeah, what is up? Somebody's bicycles. Motorcycles. Yeah, noon on the dot. I must have fermentation chamber, can launch fermenting Texas tea. It's actually not bad. As long as you got them inside, you're good to go. We got a question on here: is it if you have a fermentation chamber? Yeah, he's got a fermentation chamber.
Oh, do I? No.
Oh.
Well, I'll talk about it in just a second.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
I mean, personally, myself, I just there's a couple areas in my house where the temperature remains pretty steady. So that's where I put my fermenters. That way, I know roughly about what they should be for what the temperature is, and like I said, it stays pretty consistent. It doesn't really vary that much. Look at that. That look. I guess you can't.
Yeah.
That looks really tasty right there. Uh-oh. Helicopter. Oh, we got all the noisy stuff all at once.
Oh yeah. Chickens. Trains.
Chickens, trains, helicopters.
Helicopters. Loud trucks in the neighborhood.
Dogs.
So this is anything dark porter. I think porter is about right for today.
Mm-hmm. Nice
Brewing a stout.
overcast. It's a pleasant day.
Cheers, everybody. So I don't have a. Oh, that's good. I don't even know what the ABV on this is. Probably should look it up.
I know it's pretty heavy. Is it on the can?
No, they relabeled that can. So,
Oh.
I don't have a fermentation chamber. What I do is if I'm trying to ferment low temperature, I have an all-rounder with a temp twister and a temperature probe lead. I use that with old cooler, pond pump, and some hoses and an anvil. I have a video of my setup here on the channel if you're interested. I also use that same setup for lagering. Um, it does pretty well. It's not perfect. I can hold temperature pretty decently with it and stuff like that, but it's really worked out pretty well. I keep threatening that I'm gonna get rid of that ice cooler and start having my whole ice for temperature control because that sucks. But it it does it does the job, and I've made what? See, I've done the margin. We did the Doppelbock, and then I did the Finland Stout, and then did the Italian Pilsner, and I know that there's been another 1 or 2 beers that I've done with that same setup. So, it's worked really well, and, my only complaint is the amount of ice that I have to handle to do fermentation, temperatures for that. I do have another setup, though, when I'm kettle souring and fermenting warm with, like, Flake and stuff like that. I can it's an insulated bag, and, I use 2 heating pads like you would use for, like, your sore muscles and stuff like that, with another anvil temp controller. So I have 2, one that's set for cool, one that's set for hot, and, I use a bottle for the temp probe on that, and a splitter for both of those heating pads, and, that works really well. I can get about 95 degrees Fahrenheit out of that
pretty easily. My only complaint with that setup is it's a really big bag, and so if I'm doing a kettle sour, that kettle's kinda heavy to place down in there, work the bag up. Sometimes the bag gets hung on the valve here on the anvil, uh, kettle and stuff like that, and so it can be a little bit of a chore to deal with that. Some of those, like, scorch marks or not scorch marks, but, like, the, carbon marks from the kettle when I'm doing that, they're hard to clean out of that insulated deal. When I get a little bit more of a permanent, like brewing area and setup, I'm gonna do some stuff as far as, like, fermentation, chambers and stuff like that. So that's kinda more or less my setup, and, if you're interested in that warm deal, there's a video on the channel for that as well. Looks like we've got some people that said some stuff. Let's see here. Oh, we could if we weren't running the AC for yeah, so, keep it about 72 degrees year round. Yeah, but that's why the freezes were so terrible in Texas. Literally everything is geared towards, yeah, full temp control system, garage. Yeah, so my keys I have the I guess the Johnson controller, uh, one for that. So that's been pretty handy, but, man, those Anvil temp controllers, in my opinion, I think that they're one of the easiest, cheapest pieces of equipment for temperature control, deal. They seem to work. I don't think that they're as superly, like, type accurate, than, like, one of those Johnson controllers or something like that, but I have no complaints on that Anvil temp controller.
Yeah. I mean, I run a Inkbird. I used to have that
That's
hooked up.
another good one.
Yeah, I used to have that hooked up to a chest freezer, but the compressor went out on the chest freezer, so now it just serves as just to monitor the temp inside my fridge setup. So
Mhm. That's not a bad controller, and I think they're just a little bit more expensive than the Anvil ones. I think when I was shopping for temp controllers, I wanna say I think, like, the Anvil one was in stock or Inkbird wasn't or something like that, and, price point, for shopping, sometimes you just gotta take the cheaper option, and I was in that mindset, for that. Just try to gather as much equipment as I could cheaply as possible to get some
okay,
experience under my belt. Normally, I'm a buy one, cry once kind of guy, but also, sometimes you gotta do it budget friendly, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think once you can get the better stuff, you appreciate it a little bit better. That's all. So, you know, let's see here. PNW actually close to us, gardening. So we're just a little, probably right about 6.5 gallons
Mhm.
now, and we have. See here, plus 15, 35. So we'll have about 35 more minutes left in the bowl. Might actually have to turn that bowl down a little bit now, though, with the blow off rate that we're getting today. Last couple brew days, it's been weird. It's either been super windy for me or super cool or something like that. So my boil off rate's kind of been affected a little bit. I did want to be a little bit more aggressive with the boil off rate on this batch anyway, because of those gravity points. So we'll just have to kind of play it by ear. Like I said, I'd rather have it to be a little bit on the higher end, less volume than more volume, a little bit weaker. I'm trying to
replicate more of what I had last
8.
year. Still probably got about the same 8. If you're new here,
Crazy 8.
yeah. If you're new here and you haven't seen this guy before, this is Tim with Hops and Wrenches, another YouTuber. He lives not too far from me, same brew club. We know each other pretty well, and he's here today. But his channel link is in the description, so go check him out. He'll be putting out some new content here pretty soon. So how's everybody's morning going so far? What's everybody got going on? What's everybody brewing next? Anybody got anything special that they're brewing coming up here pretty soon? Are you doing the hop challenge? Drizzell actually had a good deal about there being all these hops
Mhm.
in the club. We're all doing the same basic pale ale recipe, and we're choosing our own specialty hops or additions.
Yeah, I forgot how to. What do you got to do to get in on that?
We'll talk after this.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that you get in there. I forgot about it until just recently.
Yeah. I was like, wait, we're doing that?
Yeah. I just literally remembered that we were doing that. I
There's
can't even
so much going on right now.
I can't even remember the hops that I said I was interested in. I told Randy, I was like, "Oh, what about this hop and this hop?" And he's like, "Okay, I'll put you down for both." I was like, "Oh, great." Now I have to do 2 per days. And he's like, "Well, you do whatever you want to, but now you said you were gonna do 2." Thanks, Randy.
Oh, I just look at me like, so what's the most obscure hop that you can think of? And that way, if it's horrible, it's my beer and no one cares.
Right. So, the 2 hops that I remember, I don't remember their names, but I remember the profiles that I was looking at, and I was looking at like leather, tobacco, uh, like rich, dark type
Hmm.
notes, and I was looking at it for a great big kind of dark beer. I was thinking like something like I wanted to to get those tasting notes off of those for something like a barley wine type of beer, something big and bold. Um, our thought process was, I talked about like trying to do that like rye on rye inspired beer, and I was thinking maybe that might match that. I don't know. I know that they use some Citra in the beer. From what people have said about it. When I looked into that. Let's see here. So, Chris, yeah, I don't. Most of my beers are fermented at room temperature, and it's still in a plastic fermenter. Honestly, uh, I'll. I've been on the fence about upgrading to a stainless steel fermenter control, but if I get one, it's got to be able to do pressure fermentation too.
That is actually kegged Scotch ale yesterday, or not yesterday, Friday night, and then that's the one that that's actually in the video that's going to be coming up. I put the additional tapping for.
I'm looking forward to tasting that.
Yeah, I should have brought some.
Yeah, I've got beer. I've got beer. Northwest. I have a wee heavy. I think I remember you talking about that.
Reese's Porter. Oh, that sounds so good. And anything
Wheat
Reese's,
wine.
anything Reese's, I'm peanut butter and chocolate.
So when you say wheat wine, do you actually mean like wine, Trezell? Because I know you do a lot of wines. Are you talking about like we actually have in the beer world something called wheat wine? It's like a barley wine, but wheat ale. Mario, is that the Bavarian wheat we talked about? Reese's Porter. You go brewing bad, and then you send me some.
That's it. And send me a little bit of that.
Doc,
wheat wine that is incredible. Yeah. I bet it did. Oak is I'm getting more and more comfortable with wanting to add like these oaked chips to beers and like toasting them and stuff like that. I'm really kind of digging what that does. Imagine with that one. Giselle, I'm sorry, I'm still confused. So, are you talking about like an actual wine with wheat in it, or are you talking about like the barley wine wheat, like with hops and all that? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Maybe I confused myself. It's happened before. If I was on my back. Yeah,
It's New Year's Day and there's mosquitoes. I'm still not used to
we
that.
froze for like 3 days, and then we had like 4 days of rain.
Yeah, so they're out in force right now.
Mhm.
Again, I'm from up north. The mosquitoes are dead by now. Of course, everything's dead up there.
Okay, the barley wine, the barley wine version of the. Okay, I got you. That's interesting. I've uh I've yet to really brew any of the big beers like that. Probably squeeze like 170 starting gravity out of my kettle, um, all grain, but anything above that is gonna require like those sugar additions like milk lactose or, a syrup or honey or molasses or table sugar or something like that. So, that's another thing that I really wanna upgrade, and so I'm tossed there, like, do I get a bigger kettle, or do I get a stainless steel fermenter, and what size fermenter do I go with, I wanna make some of those great big all grain, barley wines and some other stuff, you know, thinking like a 20-gallon, maybe 50-gallon pot next. Uh, I do 20-gallon, I can make 10-gallon batches, so kinda like at where's the threshold there? Or do I just go ahead and get a one barrel system, start knocking out 30 gallons at a time? That would be
That'd be some nice big brew days.
fun.
Everyone
Ex
take home some beer.
That's a big expensive brew days to fill those kettles. Jeez. Grains.
Ah,
I did a $70 quad one time, so I can't even imagine what that grain would cost.
yeah.
What's everybody brewing on? Everybody doing 5-gallon batches? Any 10-gallon guys in here? 7.5?
Any of the 1 gallon mafia?
Yeah, yeah, anybody doing 3-gallon batches, I know sometimes it's hard for me to get rid of 5 gallons every once in a while. I do have some thirsty friends that I'm able to pop off beer on, especially if it's stuff I don't like. Uh, but also, at some point in time, though, it's just kinda like, "Oh my god, like, what am I gonna do with this?" And so some of it's around for a long time, you know? Um, kinda been debating about going down to 3 gallons, and I could do some really big beers out of this, but at the same point in time, though, it's nice to have a consistent, like, threshold.
Do 3.5 gallon batches.
Yeah, he does. We talked about, doing some water calculations and stuff once.
Seems like a happy in between.
Yeah, yeah. That's the problem, though, is if you don't have 5 gallons and it's a really good beer, you probably kick yourself, you know?
It's like, oh, what I wouldn't do for another 1.5 gallons of
Right,
this.
yeah.
Mm. Inches ones. Oh, yeah.
Do what? You said the feed stopped? Looks like it's going. Oh. Oh. Sorry if I keep blocking the camera for a minute. It's kind of hard to see at this angle a little bit the comments. Let's see here. Well, we got 10 minutes till we throw in that Whirlfloc tablet. So, anybody that's still here, home brewer, Whirlfloc, Iris Moss, none, neither, either.
I'm definitely the none. I've never heard of. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never actually done that.
It's easy. So there's two things that I always recommend people that say, "Hey, I'm starting off on brewing. I've never brewed anything before. I'm getting this extract kit. What are a few things that I can do?" And I always tell everybody to, especially if it's or not, to always use a Whirlfloc tablet or some kind of clarifier and use yeast nutrient. Both of those items combined don't add hardly anything to the cost of your brew day and do nothing but help improve your beer. You want that good, clean beer at the end of the day, and that yeast nutrient is really going to help uh, prolong the battle for the yeast and really help it out. So so yeah, I would throw a, Irish, or I would throw a Warflock even in like a hazy IPA, stout. Clean beer is clean beer. It's only gonna help. Um, Now, the only time that I haven't used it was during the raw ale deal, because I'm trying to make sure that I don't introduce as much stuff as possible for possible infection. That's the only time that I won't use Warflock. But I will throw that yeast nutrients in with the hop tea that I do. So anytime I've clarified, it's been with yep.
There he is. He's in the beer.
And B landed in the jar or cup, whatever, and got it in some beer.
It's gonna be a happy bee in a minute.
So yeah, that Jello, the gelatin stuff that people use, that's interesting to me. I've never done it. It seems like it works out pretty well for people. I've also seen people like fight that stuff too. So I don't know. I guess I've never saw a need to do it. Most of the time, my beer is fairly clean. I'm sure it could get cleaner. That Italian Pilsner that I did, that was kind of murky for a little bit. It took a while. Hey, what are you trying to add? Sorry, dog barking. But the Italian Pilsner, like after the competition, sat in the keyser for like a month, and after it was all said and done, after that, it turned out pretty clean again. Uh, Pretty clean oil went into, or clean beer that went into the keg. So it's kind of wild how it ended up kind of getting like hazy, but it's not a real style anyway, so it didn't really
Mhm.
hurt my feelings. At least that's what I kept telling myself.
It's not a real thing.
Right. So like
I
actually,
stayed out of that competition.
yeah. So you guys use actual like Jello to do it? That's what I had seen. It looked like was people were using the regular just still trucking along pretty good. See here, about another 6 minutes. Go ahead and get my Whirlfloc tablet out.
Hooray!
Oh. All right. So what do we got? These Whirlfloc Tablet. Unflavored jelly. Okay.
Oh, that's what everybody's favorite style is. What about what's everyone's least favorite style?
Okay. What's everybody's least favorite style of a video? Yeah, I you've got a lot of interesting content Northwest. I'm trying to work through your catalog. It's going to take a minute. So, he had a good question. What's your least favorite? Uh, Also, what's your least favorite process besides cleaning and brewing?
Ooh.
What do you? What's your least?
Besides cleaning,
First off, what's your least favorite style?
uh, sours.
Really, like kettle sour, mixed
Like
fermentation, or
almost the only one that I could even tolerate was Backfish's Fifth of Kool-Aid.
okay, so that's going to be a kettle sour.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was the only one I could even tolerate.
So it's got to be like heavily sugared, fruited,
Yeah, like just something to make the sour make sense to me.
Hmm.
Otherwise, no, I will shy away from sours. There was one beer, it was kind of an experimental phase, uh, way back. I don't know if it made its way down here, but, like, up in Montana, there was a brewery that made the beer that to this day is still my absolute like, I will never even go close to this thing. It was a hemp ale,
really.
and it was horrible. The name of it was bong water.
Hmm.
So that tells you
What
right there, it was just
I want to say, I think I'd seen something like that around here, like some kind of hemp ale. I know they had like some CBD seltzers floating around for a little bit too that I had seen. That's interesting though.
US domestic IPAs. Yeah, bottling day. Yeah, that's yeah. Bottling 5 gallons, I did that once, and I was like, "Nope, we're doing kegs. This is a joke."
Palm water.
Yeah, American lagers. Yeah, not bad, just boring. Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
So
bong water, that was the name of the beer. It it was from, Kettle House Brewing up in Missoula, Montana, and it's just, yeah.
it looks like American light lager pretty much got the beat in there, followed by IPA, sour, evenly split there. So, let's see, what would be my least favorite style? I would probably have to go with West Coast IPA,
Mhm.
get narrow it down to a certain category that I kinda dislike.
Yeah, let's absolutely blow apart your palate and your throat on the way down.
Yeah, um, you know, but the more that I've experienced beers from kinda style-wise around the world and all that, I would say that I can see how some people, are bored, with the domestic, light lager American, style there. It's not played to death. There ain't a whole lot going on there, Not a whole lot you can do to it.
No,
One of the
it's just here it is.
one of the best ones that I've had,
I guess would be the Saloon Doors Kima Suprema. It's pretty good. It's flavorful for being what it is. Let's see here. My least favorite part of it, outside of cleaning definitely takes the cake there. You always be doing that. I actually don't mind bottling. Uh, that's like some of my zen time. I I enjoy it. It's not my favorite task to do. Uh, the last couple times that I did bottle, though, I was like, "Why didn't I just, keg?"
Mhm.
One, I couldn't. It was a mixed fermentation. So, let's see here. I'm trying to think. Man, I guess I gotta go with bottling then because but I don't hate bottling.
No,
So, I mean, but what do you got left after cleaning, right?
that's true.
I mean,
Yeah, you really don't have much. I mean, the entire process itself is very basic. But yeah, other than cleaning, there's not really anything that I can say that I dislike.
right. Alright, here goes the Whirlfloc Tablet.
So here's my question, Northwest. Have you actually tried bong water? You're
Whirlfloc Tablet
'cause
going in.
I don't know anyone else, especially down here. I don't know anyone else that has ever even heard of this stuff. So it'd be nice to have somebody else that has experienced the dark, sinister evil that is. Uh, Christopher, hey, everyone's brew limit starts over today.
It sure do. It sure do.
Evil Jackalope has joined the chat.
Well, hello, evil jackalope.
That's Pam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think he's talking about the beer either.
Well, I'm just going by Northwest. I know Kettle House has distribution all the way out into like Seattle and Portland and stuff like that. So it's quite possible. And that, you know, I yeah, I did not. I knew a few people that had tried it, and I never knew of anyone that actually legitimately liked it. I watched some hipsters choke it down because, you know, they'll drink anything that everyone else hates. But
Gotten stuck in water.
coffee, weed, and beer. Yeah, you kinda need those things to really tolerate living there sometimes. 6 months out of the year, you're trapped in your house. Yeah, Montucky has reached this far, the most unknown beer in Montana. Brewed in Montana, in Kalispell, apparently, and nobody in Montana has ever heard of it.
So, got 2.5 minutes left, and then we're gonna throw in our yeast nutrients.
Woo!
You know what? We probably ought to go ahead and get
The next
Word.
round or oh, yeah.
go. I'll handle this if you want to kind of handle it. Oh, jeez.
Speaking of coffee, I'm almost out. Gonna have to run exclusively off of beer from this point.
I've got water. We can also make you some coffee if you want some.
Oh, no, that's all right. Christopher, you're chilling this batch? Yes. Strange things do happen every once in a while, apparently.
I gotta go turn the water back off again.
Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to chill it down so that way we can get fermentation going. I don't want to have to come home tomorrow during lunch and pitch cheese.
Yeah. Well, no, you wouldn't be coming home tomorrow during lunch, but there's no work tomorrow.
That's right. So we work.
I just know what's going on.
Every random person.
I'm not saying I'm God, but everybody get a nice 3-day weekend. Oh, timer's going off.
It's fine. The boil died when I put this chiller in, so
Yeah.
it'll be.
Mine usually does that too. Just kind of gives up. Let's see.
Yes. So Chris, I'm chilling this batch. I want to get it fermented as quick as possible. For no other reason, just to get it going as quick as possible. I don't think that there's not chilling. I want to get it going. And try to help control as much of those esters and all that as possible. Even though I'm not what you call it, temperature controlling the fermentation. It's going to be fermenting at room temperature, which is probably about 72, 75. It'll be fine. That's what I did last year. No off flavors that I could really detect.
Are you chilling right now?
No, I'm not. This is all the water you can never get out of a wort chiller.
I was just making sure.
Yeah, no. No, I still got another hose I need to hook up to it. This is those beginner wort chiller you get for your extract kit. It takes a long time for it to get going again, or it takes a long time to chill out. The next time that I get a chiller, I'm gonna get like that hydro chiller.
That's why I was asking about it, because make sure he turns his burner off.
You give me that mid. Mid.
Why am I not seeing it?
Right. Oh, it's on the other side of the laptop over there.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, yay! There's one
There's one way.
batch.
Oh,
Does anybody else
Yay.
no chill brew besides me? Which is funny because I'm chilling today. All right, we're boiling again pretty good. Reset that timer. That what you call it? The chiller really killed it. So we're gonna let it boil for a few minutes and then throw in our yeast nutrients and close in on the end of the boil here. Let's see here. You chill batch. Make sure your batter's off. Yay. My brews are no chill. Yeah, most of mine are too. Northwest. I have gotten in the habit lately of chilling a few of them. Uh, the tropical stout I did earlier this year because I was doing a hop stand. I wanted to get it down to I think it was what, 180, 170, something like that, as quick as possible, so I could do that. And then as far as the next one that I did that I chilled down was the Fire Ant Ale because I think that was like late afternoon Sunday when I threw that, and I really didn't wanna have to come home and pitch yeast on that to get that active. Um, and then, the Italian Pilsner, I chilled down, because it's a lager and stuff like that, and so I really, really wanted to get that down and really get a hold of those Pilsner type, um notes and stuff like that, and it had a flame out addition, and it just there was too many variables that I felt like really needed to be fine-tuned, controlled, and so I felt like chilling was the thing that I needed to do there. And I mean, I've chilled a few other things, lately, but primarily I do chill as well. See, I do the ice bath and the sink usually takes about 15 minutes or so. I never, ever, ever had it take, like, 15 minutes to chill down water in a sink with ice. Like like, I don't know if it's just Texas groundwater or what, but, man, I always stall out, like, right at 100 degrees. Uh, this chiller, I have gotten it down to about 80 degrees or so, uh, with this setup. In the ice bath and stuff like that, like, I've just never really have gotten it.
Well, I've noticed sometimes you like just circulate the water around it. Sometimes
Oh, yeah,
that'll help. But
I've tried it all.
like with the chiller itself, I'll sit there and move it up and down a few times. And
Yeah,
sometimes I'll drop it a few extra degrees. Or
yeah, yeah, I'm thinking if we can get this down to 80, I'm good with transferring it to the fermenter, and then off we go, which I guess I should probably go sanitize the fermenter.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Or we could just see what happens, you know what I mean? It's probably a terrible idea to do that,
it just
especially because 'cause I'm really counting on this thing to come out good like you did last year. So, oh man, the water hose is hooked up to the chiller.
Mhm.
I guess I could use some of that hot water that comes out of the chiller. That's what I'll do.
I mean, might as well. Otherwise,
Yeah. Kind of hate that connection. Keep telling myself I'm going to change it, and then I never do. And then I find myself brewing with it. I'm like, crap. Missed that boat. Oh, back's getting a little tight.
Christy says adapt.
Adapt, overcome, and improvise.
Yeah.
All right, time for the yeast nutrient. Da-da-da. I should have been filming this whole brew for this one, so I didn't have to do it for the next batch, but oh well. Most of that went in the wind. All right, and that's going to be 10 minutes.
I need to hit the rest.
Yeah, go for it. You remember where it's at?
In and
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. All right, so Tim had to go use the restroom real quick. Here, here's our chill. All right, so basically, when we're done with the bowl here, we're going to try to change over everything quickly and get our second mash going in on the next beer. So that's going to be fun. Thanks for hanging out with us still, everybody. That's probably about 10 minutes left in the boil here. It's probably going to take at least that to get this thing to chill out and be ready for transfer. Uh, it looked like for the most part, everybody was staying about 10:20, 10:30 for our third and experiment beer uh, there. That's going to be pretty interesting on what happens with that. Um, anybody got anything else? Any questions? Any comments? Any topics they want to see talked about today? So evil, whatever, jackalope. We're doing the same beer, Rye Irish Stout, and the so one of these is going to be split batched, and we're taking these wood chips here that have been soaking in Jameson whiskey, stout barrel whiskey. We're gonna add this to half of it, and then the other half, we're gonna add coffee beans to. Then the third beer
is just a complete experiment that's totally crazy and ridiculous and not necessary at all. And everybody has Chris Morrow to think about that. So thank you, Chris. See, are you into peer pressure by all the chilling? No, no, I'm not giving in to all the must chill all the beers and stuff. I do agree that there are some advantages to it, but there are some disadvantages to it. Yeah, I I like the fact that what's my country? So with chilling, I like the fact that you can pitch yeast quicker, right? And so we have a better chance at a clean fermentation. Having said that, the only 2 beers that I have ever had get infected post pitch have been through chilled beer, minus the one that had the aceto on the fruit that we made the fancy vinegar. I prefer no chill because we use less resources. Uh, come time for the kettle to come time for the end of the boil, the kettle, that bee's trying to get into that gun. I don't know why. So,
because he's down. Go on.
so the things that I like about no chill is we use less resources. At the end of the bowl, I can just put that kettle top on, and then we can just move throughout the day. I don't have to handle the beer again until later in the day. It just makes for just a quicker, like,
All about that, aren't you?
yeah, it is. A quicker just hurry up, and get on with the day, get going kind of, deal. There's a bee that keeps trying to get into the second stash of grains over there, which I don't understand. They're all dry grains, so it's not like it's like sugar water or anything over there. In fact, there's really nothing over there that I would think that should be a trick in a bee personally, but I guess bees do what bees do, you know? So, got about 5 more minutes left. Still smell good. Yeah, I guess it still smells good. I guess if that's what you're asking. Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, whenever I brew, she really likes the smell.
About ready for another beer, but I think we need to wait till it gets chilled. See here, try uncarbonated sample lager, very interesting and complex in a good way. Different than anything I had. Supposed to finish anywhere between 10:15 to 10:21. Got 10:16. Oh, I think you hit it just right there. A lot of people are like funny about uncarbonated beer. I don't have a problem with it, bottling or taking a gravity sample or anything like
Yeah,
that.
usually when I go to put beer to the cave, the sample that you take the I just
Yeah. Well, so
I mean,
do what you're comfortable with, but so I take the hydrometer and I throw it in my fermenter bucket to take my final gravity. That way I don't waste the sample. Not that it's like wasted, but
I'm still gonna drink it. So
right, exactly,
don't
exactly.
waste it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I got tired of to me it's easier to do it that way, because like some mornings I find myself taking the final gravity reading before going to work, and like you you can drink before you go to work, I guess, but I just don't think it's a good idea. So, you know, but
Oh, I usually just schedule everything that I do to work
right.
around all that.
Oh yeah,
So
no, I agree, but man, I'm going to tell you what, like some of those kettle sours and stuff, I've been up at like crap, it's
5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta hurry up and bang out this last part of the boil and get to work. You know? So, like, shit, I only got 45 minutes to get this done.
Yeah, I haven't done anything like that. So
Yeah.
yeah, well, most of the time I set up my schedule so that it's okay. I can do things Saturday to Saturday.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
I mean, that may not be technically correct to do, but that's just what makes it easier for me. So
Sitting in the fermenter for a month or whatever isn't that bad of a deal, you know?
Mhm.
Like, in most cases anyways, you know? But so what's been your, most hectic brew day, guys? What's been your most hectic brew day? He said he's just sampling all day today.
nothing wrong with that.
No. What was your most hectic brew day?
Oh, geez, I've had
A few of them.
I've had a few of them where it's just everything's happening all at once, and so just carve out a little bit of time and start brewing at like 7. Don't get done till around almost midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to make that happen?
Oh, just I had originally planned to brew earlier in the day, but just things came up and scooped through with sleep. So next thing I know, I'm like, "Oh, I want to get this done," and now I'm brewing at midnight
Right.
or finishing at midnight.
I've had
I mean, it's not necessarily like, I couldn't or usually what it is it's like a Sunday night, and I wanna get it down so I can keep my regular thing of being able to do stuff on the weekends.
mm, I've had, stuck mashes, stuck sparges, and all that. That's the time consumer. That's where things really start to go south for me. And you get frustrated, you get in that bad attitude, and, you know, and you just gotta, like, take a step back for a
Mhm.
minute and reevaluate everything. Second time you brewed.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you would know. You were there.
Alrighty. Well, it's pretty much time to shut it down and start chilling this wort. I'm gonna pull a hot basket out, let it drain for a few minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and get this going. Uh, so I guess we'll figure out kind of who's gonna hang here while chills out or whatever. I don't think it'd be that big of a deal. In the meantime, you got any questions, any comments? Let us know what you need, what you want to talk about, any topics, anything exciting that you got going on today or in your brew house. Go ahead, get this hot basket draining, and we'll start chilling this thing.
And these bees are just decided that now's the time to come out and party.
Sure, I'm sure between the freeze and then all the rain, they're looking for food. Probably should put some sugar water up for them. Beautiful dark color. I think I'm gonna go turn on the water here in just a moment. If I can get you just to kind of wash this, make sure we're not spraying anything.
Yeah.
over there.
You don't have an exclusion.
Yeah.
Trying to stay out of the way of the camera.
Me too. Ask them if they think that we're going to run into any issues by just rinsing out the kettle and then remashing. Like if they think there's going to be any complications.
Yeah, so we're kind of wondering if
And then
what does everyone think we'll be all right just rinsing it out and going for another run, or does it should it be completely thrown out?
warrant.
Yeah, shouldn't be. I wouldn't think. I mean, that's pretty much what I usually do with mine is just give it a good rinse out. And
Right at 6. I put the chiller in. I'm going to turn on the water.
Yep.
Yell at me if we start spraying everywhere. Got any flow? A little bit.
there we go.
Thing definitely has a certain PSI threshold. If I exceed it, it starts spraying out from those hose clamps and stuff.
Yeah, you don't have any spray or anything. You're good.
Probably kick it up a little bit.
Yeah, Christopher's saying you could just rinse or just not rinse and collect residual sugars in the boil kettle.
It's probably a pretty good idea. I was wondering though if that would affect the water profile and like how far off ditches do we need to get? Woohoo! 90.
Yeah, here comes the breeze.
I don't think I added star sand to this.
So has anyone gone and checked out my channel yet? Oh, we got some leak. It was like squirting out there.
Oh, okay.
Whatever it was you were doing.
Yeah, I pinched it off so I could get some foam going.
Oh, okay.
Another thing I hate about chillers.
Where we at?
Yeah, every time you stir it, it starts dropping like crazy. We're at 175.
Come on with some more questions that ask people. Ask people how long they've been home brewing, what systems they brew on.
We're just kind of wondering, all everybody watching, what kind of systems are you all brewing on? Kind of this. And what really is kind of your preferred method?
Yeah.
Is that a
It's
option?
yes, chaotic method.
Doing that a little bit.
There's people that really love the brew in a bag. Other people really love the multi-step system. A little combination of both.
I think Northwest has a claw hammer.
Yeah, use a claw hammer, but I used to have a mash and boil. Christopher says there's always madness to the method. Sometimes madness is the method.
It is. I'm almost 140.
There you go. Yeah, I usually like to do the sparge technique or whatever that's called.
Well, you have batch sparge, which is what we're doing here. We're gonna pour water over the grains, and then you have the yeah.
Yeah.
The other sparge.
That other setup.
The other sparge. The arm and the things.
I guess whatever it's called, where you have the hot liquor tank, and then that goes down into the mash tun, and then that goes down into your
Like Warlock.
yeah.
Kind of, isn't that what that is? Is Warlock?
Uh,
No, I think Warlock on is you do that during your mash, or you're trying to clean mash, you're recirculating there.
mm-hmm.
30.
Yeah, Brewing Bad started brewing February of 22 on the stovetop. Just bought the claw hammer 20-gallon.
Oh, he's come a long way.
Yeah, I know. That's moving up quick.
Short time. He started filming when it started brewing. I hadn't been all the way to the end.
So did you start filming when you started brewing? Brewing Bad?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I had him confused with Northwest.
Oh, okay. But still, I mean, that's not even a full year, and you're already on a 20-gallon setup.
20 gallon?
That's what it says.
Oh,
Claw hammer 20-gallon.
He's probably doing 10-gallon batches.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to get a video up sometime of my whole thing. I think I have a short on there that just kind of shows the basics of what I got.
So I'm thinking that I'm going to split batch this into two. That's probably. I was thinking about, because really this should be like one batch. I should divide this into two fermenters, and the next beer, pop them off.
Mm-hmm.
So that way they're consistent. That's what they can.
So think about splitting off this one that's currently chilling into 2 fermenters. That way, when we do the next batch, just top off the 2 fermenters. Just kind of looking for input. What things that might help consistency, or kind of one way, half a dozen the other. Jack will also be releasing that video soon. Yes, video of installing another tap line. So stay tuned for that. I might also do like a tasting video or something on the Scotch ale that I make, just to kind of start doing some of those.
You should.
I should. I should do all the things.
Should also find the time to do all the things.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, I could probably carve out some time, but you stop just being lazy about it.
Smells wonderful. It already smells like it's got some coffee.
Ooh.
to it. Oh my god. So good. Okay, so
Hey, Chris, thanks for the subscribe on my channel.
So I redact my previous statement about bottling. This is the worst part of brewing outside of cleaning.
The chilling. He hates it. Oh, who is that talks like that? Is it Gollum? Yeah.
Lord of the Rings.
Look man on here.
I'll take over for that.
Uh,
Did you think of something that you should ask or answer?
well, nobody's really chiming in on your question there. Love Evil Jackalope as corollary to Saint Otter. Yeah, we tend to have very animal themed ideas. Uh, 90. We're getting there. So you broke your 100 mark. So yeah, what does everybody think? Splitting it off into 2 fermenters, or leaving it in the just do a 1-in-1, or make any difference either way?
Daily. This
Yeah, Chris saying if you were using Quebec yeast, you could pitch all right now.
I know, right? Chris, don't fuck with me. I got Lutro. We're under 90 now.
Getting there. Here's a moment, see where we're at.
Something's not right.
Hmm.
Dang, like 10:57.
I just had to run inside for something. Apparently, it's popping out about 10:57. See what's going on here. Yeah, it's at about 85. What was the target?
Making beer milk or beer butter.
What was the target on it?
1061.
1061 is where we're supposed to be at. They're laughing at you.
Hoping like maybe I didn't have this thing properly cleaned last time. Pre-boil. Might be stuck at 1057. I think the calibration's lost on it because now it's saying 1050.
Throw some water on it. Check if.
Yeah.
Northwest is asking, what ABV are you shooting for?
I think it should be like 6% on here. 1061. Hold on. I'll look it up.
I have an answer for that in just a minute.
One right on the money. I don't understand.
Supposed to calibrate to 0?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got 0 or 1. There's a new trumpet. Wouldn't think that the froth really threw it off, but $10.52.
Hmm. Well,
What was that? 1040. What was it? We were supposed to be at 1047. I got 1042 last time.
right.
This is no bueno. Calibrated out to 1. So Couldn't fire up the kettle again. $10.52. Well, shit.
So we're at 10:52. Our post bowl is supposed to be 10:61. We calibrated out to 1 3 times with my refractometer. So we're there. This is kind of disappointing. I don't understand what happened. Originally on our pre-boil, we were 5 points off. We had the extended boil, 15 minutes extra before options, and we did our standard boil. We're right at about volume where we should be post boil, but we're 10 points off. So this is not great. I'm not happy about this. What's the target? 1061 seems high. ABV shooting for. No, it's not imperial. Yeah, boil off seems okay. We were supposed to do a 60-minute boil. We did. We ended up with a what, 75 minute.
Let's see here.
It doesn't list the ABV on here, but I want to say it should be pretty close to almost a 6% ABV. It says final gravity should be 1019. So let's see what that's supposed to be here. ABV. And that is, so right now we're at 1052. It's calling for final gravity 1019 or an ABV of 4.33 currently. If we were within spec, 1061, 1019, yeah, 5.5, 1052. So, I'm debating. Might as well turn off the water while I think. Because I'm debating if I'm going to fire up the kettle again and boil off. I think I need to boil off about a gallon or so to get the spec. And I'm really, really debating if I should. I don't know. I could leave it and I could add some extract. I wouldn't be terribly happy about that. I'm trying to avoid as much of that as possible. I don't understand where the numbers came off at. Like I said, we did a 75-minute boil with the spec off of the 60-minute boil, you know. So
We're gonna fire it up. Yep. So executive decision. We're going for gravity and not volume, anyways. So we're gonna fire it up. We're gonna boil a little bit longer. Sucks to have to do it, but it's what it is. I'd much rather this be a little closer to the original beer. I guess the conversions must have sucked really badly. Roll off rate looks like it's good, so we're just gonna roll with it. I mean, I've got nothing better to do today. Tim, I'm sure he'll get tired of my company here after a while, but I promise he's not my prisoner. He's able to leave on his own accord, and he can come and go as he wants to. Good boy. Um, but no, it just doesn't feel right adding extract to it to me personally, and I would much rather it be where it needs to be as far as the starting gravity. Like there's just something that's right there at me that I really want it to be there, and so that's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna bowl for just a little bit longer. I mean, IBUs are the IBUs for what it should be. Anyways, we're not gonna gain anything, at least from my experience and from what I've heard, read, seen, and all that other stuff. So we're doing it. So I don't know. It's the right thing to do. That's what we're doing. That is what.
Evil jackalope on there. Do what you got to do.
Yep. Yepper. Well, you ready for another beer?
I am always ready for another beer.
I think that one's yours. The one behind the camera. I'm 99% sure that is.
Yeah. Well, you don't got any weird cooties, do you?
Oh. And beer should kill those.
Yeah, exactly. It's alcohol. But there is a bug in there. Let's see if I can. Yeah.
There's sanitizer too in that bucket.
Oh, yeah, there is.
It's really hot though.
All I'm picturing is the glass just exploding in my hand.
Right. Yep. Roll with the punches. I feel like I got a black eye on this one, but
It's because I'm here, folks. It's all my fault.
it's not either. What are you gonna go get?
Um,
The taps are still. I haven't
still got your.
heard. So you might need to take like this jar here, purge the taps. You know, just
Mm.
real fast. Yeah.
Get all that stale stuff out of there.
Yep. Yeah. All righty. Maybe a fat lip, but that's it. Man, tell you what, I feel like a big old dummy. Just because mostly I don't understand what happened. I've got no idea. It didn't make any sense to me. Confirmed calibration 3 times on the refractometer. We're well within its reading range for sure at, you know, 90 degrees. So, yep, it is better than a busted jaw, that's for sure. That sucks. Feel I got some wasted time now, you know? But it is what it is, as much as I hate to say it. For saying that I hate, I sure say it a lot. Get this out of the way. Kinda got a mess of the brew table.
But so who thinks I did the right thing? Who thinks I did the wrong thing? Do we think that it's going to have a severe quality issue with the beer? I don't think so. I think it'll be just fine. Man,
Is pretty much all foam.
yeah, that first pour is all foam from the ferment. You want to show everybody your beer?
Yes. This is the farmhouse.
The Lithuanian farmhouse.
Yes. Very, very tasty beer.
I'm lost on the math here. Is it too low or too high? It is too low. The starting gravity, unfortunately. We were supposed to be at 1061. We are at 1052. So that's no bueno. Our volume spot on. So I'm okay with losing like a gallon if I need to. I'll just have 4 gallons of the stout instead of the 5. So still trekking up there. Go, 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 go. That sucks to go all the way down that low and then to have to come right back up the bowl. Let's see here. Do you think it was the amount of initial grains then converted enough sugars? I don't my problem is I don't understand what happened, right? So originally we were about 5 points off. And then now we're 10 points off on volume. So we confirmed that the refractometer is reading correctly, 3 different samples. It looked like I got 1057, I thought originally the first poll, and then 1052 and 1052. But all 3 times I tested water, got an even 1 on it. Temperature of the sample should be within specification for this thing. If I remember correctly, I think like 130 degree, 150 degree wort is what you can put on it to get an accurate reading. It's supposed to be auto temperature adjusting or correcting as far as that goes. You know, the only other way that I could have verified it was to bring it down to like 60 degrees for a hydrometer reading, but I wasn't going to do that. I'd be here forever. Yeah, no, it should have all converted out. I feel like, yeah, I don't know, and it wasn't. It's not like you can measure what was unfermented at this point in time because we don't have any kind of conversion from sugars to alcohol. So it's not like it was lactose or anything like that because lactose will register here. So I don't know. It's frustrating is what it is, though. I'll tell you that much. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna go get another beer. I'll be right back. So your job now is to entertain Tim. Ask him some questions. If you don't know who Tim is, ask Tim who are you, and you'll probably get some answers there. Maybe if
I don't know.
cooperative. Uh, yeah. Did I do the right thing? Did I do the wrong thing? Is it 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other? Is this beer gonna turn out good? Who knows? Maro, this is all your fault.
Wait, what? The small town boy. What is that supposed to be? Oh, geez.
No, it's supposed to be its space.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a space single like to in between the rye. So that's
So yeah, if any of you who what? I don't quite understand where this is going here. Wait, yeah, it is going anywhere. Sorry. Cam hijacked the chat. She's good at that. Well, I mean, it is entertaining, and the dog is now barking, so that's cool. Yeah. Anyway, if you haven't checked out my channel, you can go check it out real quick. Links in the description. I think the motorcycles is what the dog was barking at. Could hear him coming. There is quite the string of them out there. So that's happening. All right. Well, as far as who I am, I'm been have another channel, Hops and Wrenches, and also do St. Honored Brewing. It's really cool here. Been brewing for a couple of years now, but still learning the processes. So I really have, I mean, extremely no idea what just happened, but I think we'll get that figured out. Is that the Thin Mint?
no, this is my birthday stout.
Oh. What's your favorite band and why is it Journey? Well, Journey isn't my favorite band. It is a band. I don't necessarily, well, I guess besides uh, Nightwish, I don't have much of a favorite band. I'm into that obscure kind of music that everybody else is like, well, you know, Dropkick Murphys, Flogging Molly, that kind of stuff.
Favorite Flogging Molly.
Favorite Flogging Molly?
Yeah.
Like the songs?
Yeah.
Float.
Float's good.
Float is an awesome song.
Yeah, I like Float. What's your favorite Dropkick?
Atomic Rooster. uh That's a good question. They got a lot of really good ones.
We went down the aisle.
I don't want to say the whole shipping up the Boston song because that's everybody's favorite. And it's like the
We
only
went
one
down
anyone knows.
We went down the aisle to that song. She also said, "I don't think that you can find a Metallica song to dance to our wedding at." And we did Metallica. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, I was about to say you can.
170. So,
Yeah, almost getting back there.
oh, you're a hipster. Who's a hipster?
I wouldn't say a,
Not said to entertain you.
yeah. Sorry, I just get kind of weird on this side of the camera. I well, not really, like I said, not really hipster, just I don't know. I like weird stuff.
Small town boy.
Yeah, Pam tried to hijack the.
Yeah, I like it.
He's good at that.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. So we're gonna have a second protein because the boil.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
that. Okay. I'm slowly picking up all the jargon.
Well, shit. I thought I knew what I was doing up until now.
Like I said, it's because I'm here. I make things do crazy stuff.
This message is held for review.
What?
So on my channel, all messages that are like borderline like controversial or whatever are held for review. That wasn't. I guess emojis. It thinks like, oh, somebody's trying to do something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's better to be safe than sorry kind of thing. Brewing Bad will tell you we got trolled in one of the live streams that we did. I think it was the first one. Some dude came in. It was kind of like he was asking all kinds of brewing stuff. Kind of weird the way that they were asking. I was like, bro, you in prison? Like that's kind of like what I was thinking, like in my mind. like
I need to be censored.
don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, yeah. Was that six pot? That was the first one, wasn't it?
So somebody's in prison asking how to brew.
That's kind of what it was like. They were worried about being monitored and tracked and like all this other stuff. And I was just like,
Maybe it was Dale Gribble
I,
or Rusty Shackelford.
in my head, I was kinda like, first off, I'm an adult. I don't know how to handle this. But
Yeah, that dude is a troll. He goes around to all our channels. So I got something to look forward to.
oh, so it was the same person, the 44 guy. Same name, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look.
So what you're saying is, if I do a live stream on my channel now, I have something to look forward to, and I will troll the troll.
But
Either that or just unleash Pam on him, because that's the right thing to do.
but I don't think Northwest. I don't think he trolls. I don't. Sorry, I don't think
That was
Northwest.
James.
Uh, I don't think Northwest live streams. Do you Northwest? I hadn't seen one.
That's how you know you made it.
All right.
Looking for the best perlet wine.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
I can give you a really good one. I did used to work in a jail, so I can give you some really good recipes for that.
All right.
I can also tell you exactly how they get caught
Every
every single time.
sons of bitches.
Of course, the best one I had, we opened up a pipe chase to fix one of the toilets, and there was like those big garbage bags, like the big plastic garbage bags, was just hanging in the pipe chase. They were brewing it on a industrial scale. Yeah.
Industrial.
Yeah, as industrial as you can get. Like, basically the entire pod would be set. And I just open it up, see that, close the pipe chase, and just look around. and you see people like doing the, doing the looking down, kicking the ground sort of deal. I'm like, bruh, can you look a little less obvious?
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? Post crap on your YouTube channel comments.
Oh,
Joins live streams.
CH's, yeah.
Live stream one night. Oh, that's not. Yeah. No, totally not sus at all.
I remember CH talking about that on the stream. I got on with him. But yeah, no, I don't think it was the same guy. Now I'll have to go back and look. It was towards the end of the first stream because the second stream was really quick. I was just mashing in and doing a 15-minute boil. So I remember it was the first stream that I did.
Really, the first one.
Yeah.
Ow.
Fixing Rich Paul.
Yeah, there we go. Well, we're at 100 Celsius for our Canadian friends. Whoop.
That's 12 freedom units.
In real world speak.
American.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't speak anything but American.
You need to settle that.
Oh, I just checked. Oh, I just checked. It was Hershey or Hirschley, and his avatar was like Tobias the Blue Man Group. Uh, so this person just goes around and trolls brewing channels.
There's the person that Northwest was talking about. I don't know about that person. I didn't think it was the same person though that got me. And I don't know how much of a troll like the first person was for me. There was somebody that
Hershey like the chocolate. Okay.
the second or so there was a YouTube comment on one of my videos where they were talking about well, moonshiners this and moonshiners that and everything else. I was like, well, that's great. I'm not a moonshiner, so like we have hops going into this beer.
I still run into people that I tell them that I homebrew, and the first thing they do is kind of lean in close and go, "Isn't that illegal?"
Yeah.
So I answer them very loudly, "No, it's not."
Thanks, Carter.
You did one thing right, my man.
No apologies.
Credit.
Thing.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, anyways, oh man. So I'm thinking we probably need to boil for about 45 minutes to another hour.
So remove this gallon.
45 minutes and see what happens. Hate this, but it is what it is. All right. So Hershey, the chocolate. He legit might have been mentally ill. Yeah, I think he was. I think there's definitely the possibility because this dude, he seemed like everybody was out to get him, and then he had this obsession with the number 44 that was really weird. Like, how many times does 44 come up into the brewing process? And I was like, well, today's not your lucky day because today's brew, the starting gravity is 1044. He's like, oh no, that's fine, just as long as it's not 44. I was like, well, it's 0.44, so like, yeah.
Everybody knows that 42 is the answer to the ultimate question.
I mean, that's kind of what Christy said there in
So-
that chat. And he wasn't following at all. It's just like the Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yeah, 42 is the ultimate answer of life and everything. Which actually, when you run it through like all the different like mathematical things that you can do, it does
That's
it
what
does
she
factor
said.
into a lot of things. It's really fascinating. I was just reading this whole thing on like mathematically how you can reach 42 in so many different ways. Interesting.
40 plus 2.
Yeah.
So, anybody switch over to drinking today? Because I have. And if so, what are you drinking? This is my birthday stout and drinking the Lithuanian farmhouse ale for my birthday as well.
Good stuff right here.
That's a wonderful beer. A recipe's on the channel.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
So you're putting just the wood chips in.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
So,
so are you going to drink the juice?
yes, the whiskey. Yes. No. So the whiskey will be drained off the wood chips and put in a separate mason jar
Mhm.
that will go live in the liquor cabinet. And the wood chips are the things that will be added to the beer for secondary. So after our primary is done, I'll probably do it like I do with the Civi magnets that I've been doing with dry hops and stuff, like putting one magnet in there as a weight, and then putting the other one on the outside of the fermenter, pulling it and letting it sink down to the bottom. Uh, but I don't want to introduce oxygen into it, so into the beer at that point. So it's like, okay, if I go ahead and put it in primary fermentation, put the high frozen up, and then drop it after that. Like, do I put it in there and put it in for primary fermentation, or do I just go ahead and put it in for secondary? I've done it with secondary and transferring before without any kind of issues. It seemed to come out all right. So I'm thinking that that's what I'm probably going to do is secondary transfer is probably what I'm going to do because this is going to be split batched. So part of it's going to get coffee beans, and the other part will get the wood chips.
Better than bong water. Everything's better than bong water.
I'm drinking my last bottle of spirit into my beer. It's not one. So I tried to find a rye Irish whiskey at Total Wine and unsuccessful. And I was like, my back is against the wall. What do I do? And then I saw that Jameson Stout cask whiskey, and I was like, that's what I'm gonna do because I can't find any confirmed Irish like rye whiskey, right? And if it was rye whiskey, I would I wouldn't I would feel okay with maybe pouring the whiskey in the wood chips in, but I don't want the whiskey to overpower the beer.
Mhm.
I want it to be a hint of it, and especially if I'm only doing like 2.5 gallons, 2 gallons of it, I think it would be really easy to overpower. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking we're probably going to end up adding, even though I've got 3 ounces of wood chips in there with whiskey, I probably am only going to add about an ounce and a half of that to the secondary for that. So, yep. And I've done that kind of deal a couple times now. The eggnog stout, I did something with it. I got a saison in there. The saison, I didn't soak in any alcohol. It's just straight toasted wood chips. And like I said before, I did a rum stout similarly. I've done a few other ones. I did a Kentucky Common that I did some bourbon and wood chips. I don't think it really came across very well on that beer, if I remember correctly. I'd rather stay in the go. I don't think I can taste it, or maybe I just did wood chips on that one. I can't remember. That was like years and years ago. That was one of my first attempts at adding wood chips to beer. Been successful so far. So, anyways, so uh, I'll bet you drinking anything right now, or are you waiting? Think it's still kind of early where you're at. See here. It's almost 2 here, so I could probably be noon where you're at, I believe.
Where's
I
he
think he's on the Pacific side,
Yeah, it's about
I believe. Man. So, anybody got anything, any new brew goals for next year? Anybody doing anything special or motivated? There's a bee trying to get some camera time.
Yeah, go
No,
for it, B.
no, man, get away from my beer, dude. Uh, Anybody got anything fun and exciting they're trying to do for next year? Um, I'm going to try and do some more wild ball type brews.
Virginia Chuck Norris. Virgin. Oh yeah, because you got that grenadine last night.
Autocorrect it every time.
Yeah. Been looking around for a cherry liqueur for that, but
Hell yeah, Giselle, get it on, buddy. If you need any help, let me know.
yeah, it's about time you came over to the dark side.
He's been enjoying some dark beers. He told me the other day. He texted me.
Yeah,
Well, Northwest, when you crack one open, what are you going to what are you drinking? What's your drink today? Sorry, it's kind of hard still. I wonder if I can turn this laptop just to hear. It's a little bit better. You can see it a little bit better. I think after this, it is what it is. Even if we're low on gravity, I'll just deal with it as much as I hate to. Hopefully, we at least get 1057, 1060. Let's see here. I know Trezell was talking about entering some competitions this year. Brewing Bad, I'm gonna call you out. I had for a minute. You entering anything? What are you brewing this year? Northwest. Are you? Do you enter things? I can't remember. Dunkel. Go for the Dunkel.
Yeah.
So Northwest, what's a big brew that you got coming up this year that you're really looking forward to? Chris,
some molasses in it. No, no, we will not. That's molasses is for American beers for for an Irish. Americans, we only have I think three beers that are American. American Light Lager, of course, being one of them. Kentucky Common being another one, and then I cannot remember for the life of me what the other one is. But I mean, yeah, I could put some molasses in it. I don't want to cheat this thing. I want it to be all green. I want it to be right. Like I said, even if I'm missing some volume, I'd rather quality over volume, if that makes any sense. And so I don't think that I'm hurting myself by extending my boil any more than I already have. Um, let's see here. Just be starting all grain pretty soon. My goal is to get consistent with that process. Me too, apparently. I thought I was fairly consistent, at least decently consistent, and this one kicked my ass for some reason that I still cannot wrap my head around. Let us know how to do competition. Okay. Hey, fair enough. I wasn't doing them for a while. I kind of played with them for a couple, or last 2 years or so. It's just kind of fun. I'm not aiming to, you know, get my name called every competition or anything like that. I've never had my name called really, other than some local homebrew competitions, um, like People's Choice and things like that. But man, that sure is fun doing those like public tours like People's Choice. You get to meet some very interesting people. I'd rather hang out with those people than some of the beer judges. Though some of the beer judges are starting to come around, and I think we're starting to see some people kind of really shake things up as far as that goes.
For miscalculation.
I don't know. I don't do has cold brew coffee still, but yeah, cold brew coffee. We talked about doing that in a beer. We're actually talking about doing a coffee beer collaboration between the two of us, and cold brew coffee is going to be one of those considerations, anyways. I'm gonna let him run with the recipe on it.
I just need to learn how to actually put a recipe together.
It'll be his first recipe, and I'll look at it and stuff. And my plan was to write a recipe too, and not to say that I'm the best recipe writer either. Like I'm okay, like all my turn-ins are close kind of thing as far as score wise goes, uh, and things like that. So I mean, I have an idea of what way a beer should have, and it's so let's see here. You think it was a software miscalculation? I don't see it being a miscalculation. Here's the reason why. So we were about 5 points off on our pre-bowl uh, there. 5 points for most people is nothing. You know, Randy, John, Jonathan, brewers that are award winning and circuit winning and all this other stuff. They don't normally worry about 5 points. Uh, Now, having said that, we extended the boil to try to make up those 5 points, right? And we still missed our target post boil gravity. So I don't see how that is really a miscalculation as far as brewing software goes. I guess it's some kind of a possibility, um, but I think to be close on the pre-boil, right, and be off on the post-boil, to me that says like there's got to be some kind of equipment failure as far as reading goes, which I feel like we did a pretty good job excluding that. Like we confirmed that our calibration was correct on the refractometer 3 times. Um, you know, so I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I was recognized on a few things, and to tell you the truth, I mean, I'm not out there to be ahead of anybody or anything like that, you know? My channel's kind of similar to yours. I wanna create some kind of, a different spin and educational profile, uh, you know, have some kind of, contribution back to the community, different perspective, on some different takes on how to do things, why to do certain things and things like that, and kinda just to give back and help expand, you know, that knowledge and that profile and everything of the way that I do things, you know? And the way that I do things may not always be necessarily the most right way to do things, but I think it is a way to do things that you can get results and respectable results therefore, you know? So, what's your goal for your channel?
My goal is
Become a millionaire
no.
in, like, 6 weeks?
Yeah.
6
No,
million?
and anyone who has that goal is an absolute crazy person or is very well sponsored to begin with. Uh, I mean, my goal is to just kind of have some fun with it.
Mhm,
Uh, you know, put out uh, put out the kind of content that I would be interested in watching. So, just a little mechanical stuff over here, some brewing stuff, this, that, and a very eclectic sort of thing.
spinning around in your driveway for 15 minutes, a video of that.
No, no, because that would probably get me ticketed and or arrested. So, um, but I'm not like I'm kind of concerned about the amount of followers, but at the same time not. Just simply because I want this to be something that I just do for the fun of it.
Right.
And so I'm not gonna really I don't really wanna focus too much on that.
Mhm,
But just basically put out just nice information. And if I get a bunch of followers for it, awesome.
mhm.
If not, it's not gonna hurt my feelings any. Uh, but just like I said, it's just a combination of different informational things, and not really doing too much into long form sort of presentations. But if one warrants a more long form video, then that's what it is. But
I think the more
yeah.
information that we can put out there together as a community, the better that the
Mhm.
community can become, and I think that that transitions into the more beer that everybody else drink or better beer, you
Mhm.
know? And I think, you know, I don't know what you find as far well, so I guess you haven't wrote your own recipes there for a little bit, but you probably do still gain inspiration saying, "Oh, that's a wee heavy. I need to go find someone else's wee heavy to brew," kinda thing, and
Mhm.
make my own alterations to
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
and being able to put that information out there,
Right.
because oftentimes I find myself looking around at different videos going, "Well, I need information on this one specific part."
Of the process that
Yeah,
wasn't
and
explained well.
just watching everyone else sort of just gloss over it, or
Right. "Oh,
and so that's
you must be a noob. You don't know how to do that," or something
yeah,
like that.
the ones that I really like are every once in a while I'll run across a video where basically you can tell they have that mentality of, "Oh, you don't know this already?" It's like, "No, I don't know this already."
Right. Yeah. Yeah, those are always the tough ones to kinda get through too, like, you know, everybody has their own starting point, stopping points, and all that.
Mhm.
You know, I kinda found myself in a similar position, and that's kinda like one of the few reasons why I got started was, I was, like, researching this style or researching how to do
this or that or whatever. So if you go back and you look at some of the videos that I've done, like I got a video on like me capturing bacteria from and reusing sour the next batch and so on and so forth, and reusing yeast a couple times. There, there's resources and information out there as far as the the, the yeast go, but there's nobody saying too much about bacteria and lacto. And so I was like, well, I've got to know. So like I felt at least that there was the strain that I had was aggressive, and now I know, like, okay, if I ever find myself in a pinch, I can do this, X, Y, Z.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And I repeated that like 2 or 3 times now. So
Yeah.
we need more
Yeah, we
videos.
need more videos.
Yeah, we sure
Yeah,
do. And we're
I'm
working on
yeah.
that. Okay.
I'm getting there. Actually, I'm thinking about doing a little short video thing tomorrow because I'm gonna be going over, analyzing different damages and stuff to engines, and and then, I have to edit together one. Filmed it yesterday, putting in a whole tap system and stuff like that. So,
Mhm.
there's just the whole process of turning the fridge into a kegerator.
Do you think you're going to be more like mechanically uh, focused or brewing or try to keep that mixture?
If it as much as possible, but,
It is what it is.
yeah, it's just how it's gonna shake out, really. So,
Project depending. Right?
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, if you got a bunch of brewing projects in the next 6 months, then it's going to be brewing.
Mhm. And then also, just for fun, I might throw in there, here's how to play the bagpipes. It's just
He does play the bagpipes. I forgot that about this man.
yeah,
Battle Nova
I'm a man of very weird talents,
plays the bagpipes, brews beer, mechanically inclined
surprisingly.
somehow.
And yet my brain still runs on Windows 98, so yeah, that ADD kicks in every once in a while.
Don't you know?
Yeah, don't you know? But yeah, it is just 'cause the best the videos that I really like are the ones that you can tell they did their research on it and are filling in that little niche that, everybody else is covering the same topic, but nobody's talking about this part of it. That's that's kinda where I wanna be, just filling in those little niche areas that I
You need a little
I
bit
know
more
people like me are
polish.
gonna be looking for, and nobody has it. So,
Right. Somebody's got to do it.
yeah,
Might as well
somebody's gotta do it,
Yeah.
somebody's gotta do the stupid stuff.
Yeah. And now we have a car alarm. And then it went away.
Which part was freaking awesome?
Hey, you cannot be stealing one of my number one fans.
Oh, come on. We'll share.
You know, so here's the funny thing about Chris is so Chris started hitting me up on Instagram, and so we exchanged a lot of messages back and forth and stuff. So Chris and I we talk almost on a daily basis, damn near. And so we were texting each other or messaging each other, and he said, "Man, life is freaking great." I was like, "Okay, like, I'll bite, like, what's so great about it?" He's like, "Dude, man, I'm sitting here, I've got a homebrew, um, I've got, uh, I've got, an awesome life and this and that, and I have direct messaging with one of my favorite YouTubers," and I was like, "Oh my god, this is kinda surreal to me a little bit, like, you know."
Who's the other favorites?
No,
Unsubscribe.
no, not even, just like first off, who am I to be telling anybody anything to do anything about? Like, this is nuts to me. First and foremost, like I am totally blessed that there's like like 340, 350 of you people. You're like, hey, like this dude's kind of cool, you know. And then be like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna start doing that kind of stuff, and hey, what would you do if this? What would you do with that? And I'm just like, look, dude, I can only tell you like what I've done. I don't know if it's right, and then to have someone just be like, "Hey, so like I'm following you and this and that, and like this is awesome." And I don't know this person. They have like no obligation, like socially or anything like that. Like they have nothing to gain from it. And like this is awesome. Like like and so. But thank
Who
you.
am I to have this kind of you
Right? Yeah.
know, influence on whatever it is you do?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. Yep. Bagpipes, freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's something you don't see every day.
You don't. You don't. First time that you played them and I was present, I was like, "Holy crap. That dude actually sounds like he knows what he's doing."
And that's the best part.
I resembles knowledge.
I've gotten so good at faking it, I can now kind of make it.
Right.
Where we at?
Still boiling.
Cool.
Yep. Got another 20 minutes or so left. So, anything anybody wants to know about Mr. Tim of Hops and Wrenches YouTube channel or myself while we're here on this extra extended boil?
Extra extended edition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, go down to the link there and check the channel out real quick. I just looked at it again to remind myself, yeah, those videos are there. So
Did you ever get your Instagram going?
I do have an Instagram, but it's not channel related.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Okay. So you got your channel related Instagram going.
no.
Okay.
No. Yeah, there's just another set of passwords I have to remember. And
Okay, so subscribe to his channel
Oh,
until he gets his Instagram.
oh no, I'll be down to 9 people. You're saying 300. I'm like, I'm over the moon at 10. Okay, so
Oh,
just,
when I released the channel on like the first day, I was like, "Oh, this is cool," and then like, every so often there's a good spike. I've done some things, I've done some pages, I've gotten on some other podcasts and things like that, and so people kind of just naturally came to me and things like that, and so don't worry about subscribers and stuff like that. It'll come, just stay tuned and you'll get there.
let's brew beer.
What's up, Michael? Good to see you, buddy. Happy New Year.
What styles do you guys want to tackle this year? Stouts. I've always wanted to do stouts.
You're associated with the channel. I've got quite a few stuff.
Yeah. So that's something I've been thinking about. Would be really fun to try to get into. And then, uh, I mean, I really want to start doing more dark beers because that's the beers I love. So what stage you at? We're on oil 2.0. As best as I can describe it.
Alrighty, so the styles I want to tackle this year. I hate to say master because I think master involves several iterations and several years and maybe even brewing it back to back to back.
Mhm. I
Um,
don't think one ever truly masters anything because, like, I had a yeah section sergeant. Like one of the first things that he would ask when he came into the motor pool was, what do you know?
I know nothing.
And if the person said everything, turn you around and tell you to come back, try again.
Right.
It's like you never truly master anything because you always do something.
Right.
So
I
I always thought that was a really cool concept.
Yeah, I even though I've got over 20 years of experience in the automotive industry, I try to approach it like that because I mean it's a fast changing environment industry and stuff like that. Um, I tried to do the same thing with brewing. Like I've got a good handle on. I know what to expect outside of today's brew day, apparently. And we'll get to that, Michael. We're
kind of got us all by surprise.
maybe you have the answer, Michael. Maybe. So, uh, as far as the style, so, um, I think I want to play around a little bit more with sour fermentation stuff. I've got a couple processes, not necessarily styles, but I've got a couple things that I want to try and get a good idea of what's what there. I've got some source to lacto that I want to play around with, so that'll be fun. Uh, Trying to think. So the Marzen that I did, it's not terrible.
Mhm.
Um, what was another failure? I'm never doing another Mr. Beer Kit brew.
Did
I
that
think
just fall through, or
yeah, I think that one got oxidized and it was terrible or old extract, so I'm not gonna do that again. Um, I wanna knock out a really good Hethelizer. I think that would be a good goal for this year. Um, but I've got some pretty cool collaborations that I can't talk about, and I don't want to give away our our full collaboration either that we've talked about. 'Cause, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're gonna do it, but we might change our mind too, and that's okay.
there's a bee hanging out under the paddle there.
Yeah, trying to get all the sugar. That's where I'm gonna go this year. I've got some wild and crazy things. So buckle up. We're going places. Let's see here. You're still hungover from New Year's. Wow, that sucks. That's why I did the live stream today is for all you hungover. I'm curious to try more kombucha. Yeah, Chris. So the kombucha, I still so that if you go back and you look at the kombucha video, that sediment in that one turned into a full SCOBY, so that's exciting. So now I've got the SCOBY that I used for the souring, and then I have second gen off of that. So I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with that. I think that those are going to be reserved for beer, not tea. Have you ever had kombucha?
Yeah, not really a fan.
I can see that. Like no, it's an acquired taste. Let's see here. So I guess it's kind of more along the lines of a dry Irish stout. It's a rye, uh, not really dry. I think the finishing gravity is supposed to be like a 10-19 on it, so that's still pretty high. Michael, we're kind of taking some shots in the dark here of what happened. So our pre-boil gravity was 5 points off. We extended our boil 15 minutes. So instead of 60-minute boil, we did a 75-minute boil. Our post boil gravity was 10 points off. We confirmed 3 times that the refractometer read true. And so we decided to go ahead and fire it back up and boil off a little bit more wort because I'd rather have something closer to spec and have less volume than good volume and less spec. We were looking at it and the projected ABV at that point before we went into the oil essentially was like a 4.2% ABV stout,
Mhm.
which isn't bad. but
Could be better.
it could be better. And I was shooting for more of a 5.5%. So that's what we're gonna do. We've got right about just under 10 minutes left in the second boil, and I think I'm just gonna call it for whatever it is. If it's 10:55, 10:57, I'm gonna be good with it. And we're just gonna roll at it instead of the 10:60, 10:61 that it's supposed to be. I'm tired of messing with this particular bowl. I wanna get on into the second mash or the mash for the second beer. And then at that point, we're going to get some water heated, and we're gonna mash in the grains from the first brew. We're gonna dump in the second grains from the second brew right after mash, and we're going to that is a wasp on the corner of that thing.
That is that is quite a lot. That thing looks angry already. I think I'm just gonna let him chill out there for a minute. Refill.
Went in the bucket of sanitizer.
Yeah.
Don't need any angry wasps affecting the brew around here.
Okay, YouTube, don't freak out. There was like basically a murder right on screen.
Hey, don't say that. Gonna be demonetized. Even though I'm not monetized.
It won't.
Let's see.
Can't take away what's not there.
Right. Yeah, struggle hitting my numbers as well. Yeah, most of the time my numbers are fairly dead on. I mean, you know, I decided to chase that 5 points with the extended boil for the first go around, and you know, normally I'm not that bad off. You know, if it's 3 points, it's 3 points. So I've never not seen that technique before. Which technique was that? Attacking the wasp with the spatula? So, Michael, what are you looking at brewing coming up here this year? Um, Also, Michael, if you don't know, this is the guy that was just here. He went to the refill off of the Keys. He's a YouTuber as well. Hop Riches, his channel link is in the description. Uh, and for anybody else that doesn't know, Michael from Let's Brew Beer, he runs a Facebook page. I'm a member of there, and he's also a YouTuber. Michael, are you in New Zealand, Australia, somewhere around there? Excuse the motorcycle. Live in a neighborhood with a bunch of loud trucks, motorcycles. There's a helicopter field over there. There's a racetrack that way. There's a high school that has a marching band that way. There's a train that goes this way. So lots of ambient noise. Plus, the chickens are mad that I haven't given them any grains yet. Nothing in the pipeline at the moment, Matt. Yeah, cold IPA. So I'm not a huge IPA fan. I had like 2 cold IPAs. They weren't bad. Uh, I don't know. Can't get behind that craze of cold IPA stuff. Though I am interested. I think you guys is it a New Zealand IPA or New Zealand Pale Ale? That kind of looked promising with like all those hops that you guys have around there, like the kind of tropical estered type hops. Yeah, New Zealand. New Zealand seems like it'd be a cool place to visit. If I ever make it down that way, I'm gonna hit you up for some good places to go visit and check out. So Tim's back.
Yay!
What
And
do
front, they're both here.
What are you should feel
What?
bad.
I don't actually.
What are you drinking?
It's the birthday stout.
Birthday stout.
Yes. Into the dark beers today.
So because you were gone, I already introduced Michael to your channel and stuff. Michael from Let's Brew Beer.
Mhm.
He has a Facebook page, he's also a YouTuber. So you should look him up. It's pretty cool. The whole IPA thing. What? Sorry, the glare from this kind of rose and fell before I ever make it home. Oh, cool, man! That would be awesome. Do they sell to the public, or they just a commercial venture? You you have to be like a big time person to get bought from.
I say he's in New Zealand. What? That's awesome.
People
What-
know me.
Where
I'm
they
kind
get
of
all the awesome cars that everyone wishes we could have here.
People know me. I'm kind of a big deal. I don't.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Do I need to move over?
No.
Kind of a big dill.
They call it a lot of things. Big deal is not one.
Well, now you could add that to your list.
Right. Call myself a big legend in my own mind. So we still have 8 people. Who all still here? Have a sound off. Check in. Roll call. Brewer, you still here? Still here? Northwest, you still here?
Eagle Jackalope?
Eagle Jack. When they came into the chat, I was like, Eagle Jackalope?
No, evil.
I was like, Eagle, whatever. It's all the same thing, right?
Sure it is. Yeah. But yeah,
Dock of the Bay, Trezell, Morrow,
yay! Evil Jackalope's still here.
Nelson. Yeah, all those varieties sound amazing when I've seen them. Let's see here, Chris.
Oh, your Churlo goes is okay in the boil like that. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only part that's actually in the thing is the copper. So
Yep. James, I'm driving. Hi, James. How are you? Well, thank you, Chris. I appreciate the support, buddy. Cheater. So, James, you seem familiar. Do I know you from another live stream? Thanks, Northwest. We appreciate it. Good luck on your yard work, sir.
yeah. Sounds like fun.
Oh, Venture was here. Which Venture was here? I talked to Roman yesterday, and he's got a lot of house guests over at his place right now, still from Christmas and stuff. And he said that he would try to get on if he could. This is going to be probably an all-day event, especially now that we've gone into a second boil in this deal. We haven't even done the second beer yet. So we're closing in though on that last part of the second boil on this deal. So we'll be shifting gears here pretty soon. Out with a new experimental variety, grapefruit, guava. Yeah. Sounds pretty good.
All right. Give this another go.
All right. So I can turn on the water.
Okay.
Me and the shoulder.
Man, the stir stick. They're starting to go. All right, no leaks. Oh, we got a leak. Whoa! Now we do.
Gone?
Nope, you're still going.
What now?
Now it's gone.
What's leaking? Hose clamp? Couldn't tell if it was just the hose clamp or if the hose or it's the setup itself. Okay. Alrighty, so taking another stab at trying to get this cooled down. Let's see here. Grapefruit. The hate. What's up, brother? Just woke up, mate. All right. So let's load up the chat here with some questions while we try to chill this down. So I've talked about this before in the other live chats. I know that there's some people that aren't normally here or haven't been here for the other two that we've done. Uh, what do you guys do during mashing and oil, brewing related or not brewing related, while you wait for these things to complete? I'd like to know, what you guys do. I normally listen to music for the most part. Sometimes I'll catch up on some YouTube channels and stuff like that. I watched or I watch like Dock of the Bay or Let's Brew Beer, Hops and Harvey, Northwest, several other content creators. I'll stream some music, mostly like the Flowbots, or I'll listen to some Slipknot while I do that. Every once in a while, I'll try to do some garden work. If it looks like I'll be able to go away for a while, especially like if it's a 75-minute mash. I'll do stuff like that. I'll take care of the chickens, get some eggs and things like that. For moving into boil, I'll go ahead and go toss in all the grains, clean and sterilize. Yep, cleaning. I try to clean as I go, most of the time myself. So that's always a good thing to do, especially you got something going, kind of keep you pumped and motivated to get that done. Chilling out pretty good. See here, we're at about 155 or so far. Hopefully, we can get this down here pretty quickly. Let's see here, Chris. I listen to music. I collect vinyl and play guitar. So try to incorporate my hobbies. There you go, Matt. Every video, any likewise here broke my meter.
resolution already. Well, what was your New Year's resolution, Michael? Was it not to get wasted for New Year's Eve and wake up with a hangover? 'Cause I'm sorry, I think we did fail that one, but it's okay. There's always next year. Anybody got anything resolution wise that they'd like to talk about? I'm not really trying to become a better home brewer.
Project Car's been sitting on jack stands for almost 5 years.
Yeah, get your
Yeah.
level going.
Resolution is to get it actually, like, be able to drive it around the block.
So 140. Oh, don't piss off the missus. That was
Good luck with that.
that's easy to not do. I got to go out of my way to make mine upset. Right about 140. Take a gravity reading here. So, Michael, I know you weren't here originally when I talked about it, but this is going to be a secondary addition to one of the split batches that we're doing today. This is Jameson soaked wood chips that I toasted and roasted here, and this is the Jameson Stout Edition whiskey. So that'll be pretty fun once that thing's all done. The color change on this thing has been like crazy. Like it was almost clear when I put it in. These wood chips have soaked up quite a bit of whiskey so far. So I think that'll be fun to see how it turns out. Dr. I get it better in wines, meads, and beer. Wouldn't hurt to pick up some metals this year. Cheers to that, bud. Hey, we're at 120. Once we get down to about 100 degrees, I think take a measurement and just let it be whatever it is. I mean, not a whole lot I can do about that, right? You need me to take over for a minute, or you okay?
Ah, I'm good. Nice to be, doing something.
Yes, yes.
I feel like I'm taking up space.
Whiskey soaked wood chips. I took some like barbecue smoking wood chips, and I put it. I put Jameson Irish whiskey in there. It was the stout cask edition, so I think that that's going to help, hopefully, add a little bit more character to one of these batches. The other part of that split batch will have coffee beans in it. I think that that's going to be like part of the next evolution of this recipe, this beer for me. I normally brew this beer once a year on New Year's Day and get it ready for St. Patrick's Day every year. Water volumes, yeah, that'll kick your ass for sure. I'm thinking about reducing the amount of water for the second batch just a little bit, kind of maybe hopefully speed things up. But I also do worry about how much that's going to affect, the uh, conversion and everything. You know, if it's gonna be too thick or whatever. Yeah, you got the temperature probe. Here. Can you beat 80? That's what I did.
I don't know. We shall see.
Of licorice to my. So Michael says that he likes to add a stick of licorice to his dry Irish stouts to bring out a unique flavor that it has. That's interesting. I never even thought about that. I've done so I have like a house stout recipe that I use to do things, and I've thrown like wood chips similar to this, soaked in rum. I liked it. And then I've used it kind of just to play around with some different things. So the eggnog stout was kind of based on that recipe as well. Let's see here.
Stout at 100.
So I do not currently have a nitro setup on this. I kind of wanted to get better at kegging. I'm still new to kegging. I've been doing it for a little less than a year now at this point. So I want to make sure that I got that good and handled for going and stepping into nitro. My wife would like to have like nitro coffee on tap. So that's a goal. I don't know if it'll happen this year or not. We'll see. Uh, as far as kegging equipment, like my next upgrade for it will probably be one of those counter pressure fillers for bottles, for competitions, and to be able to send beers off to friends and family and competitions and store and things like that. So we are at less than 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to take this reading. Fingers crossed, 1055, 1057. If we somehow got 1061, we may. That probably happened when I hit the wall. I've had that thing for now. 1060. We did it.
Yeah. Whew. So it only needs a 2-hour boil.
It only needs a 2-hour boil. At least that version did. So we did it. 1060. Where are we at now? 90. Okay. I think if we hit 80, let's just go ahead and pull it and get in on the next one. Alrighty, so we hit 1060. I'm happy with that. We are at how many gallons? Right at 5 gallons. We're gonna lose a little after fermentation and transfer. I'm good with it. Uh, I it is what it is. I'm happy with it. It's great news that we finally hit that gravity we needed. So that's gonna be awesome. We're gonna let it get down to probably about
80 degrees, and then we're gonna go ahead and transfer to the fermenter, and then just be done with that. Um, Probably not gonna pitch yet. I'm gonna wait till it gets a little cooler, down to like 70 or so. So I went ahead and got the fermenter soaking in sanitizer. Go ahead and move that on into the next part. So I'm gonna step away for a little bit, get that cleaned out, get that ready, and then we'll just kind of go from there. Uh, so for
While he stepped away, check out my videos.
yeah, why I step away? If you haven't subscribed or checked out Hops and Wrenches YouTube channel, please do that. He's got a couple shorts up right now. He's gonna work on a little longer formatted videos here pretty soon, and I will have forever long videos. That's just what I do. I'm gonna get this fermenter ready, and we're fixing to transfer out of the kettle. I will answer that in just a few minutes as far as the yeast go. Uh, while I step away, don't be afraid to load up the chat here with some comments or some questions. We'll hop to them here just shortly. Um, Anything that you guys want to know, let me know. Be more than happy to clue you guys in. And let's get to brewing that second batch here real quick. Woo! Still really hot, down to 80.
Talking to doing the nitro thingy.
We at 80.
We're just over 80.
Got the water turned off. Let's just go ahead and call it.
Good.
I don't think we're gonna get it in a cooler immediately. Like it's not worth the effort. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Turn the yard into a swamp back here. Like mosquitoes. That's what you're gonna get. We were gonna get them anyways.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead full of horse chiller out. Here we'll just put that in mash tub. All right. Let's grab this. Let's put this on the table real quick. Okay. I'm gonna grab the kettle. We'll put this up here, and then we'll transfer it from there. Here, I'll get the half of this. Right. I got this if you want to catch up on some comments and entertainment value. Let them know.
Yes, Tim is the other guy. Yeah, the chickens are being quite noisy, but that's fine. Okay, crowd is the garlic hat. Yeah, yeah, those little 1 gallon ones are pretty cool. Little 1 gallon kegs.
I think somebody was asking what yeast we're using.
Yeah.
Irish ale yeast. The description has the whole recipe in it.
Yeah, as far as what yeast we're using, it's Irish ale yeast. If you look in the description there, got the whole recipe and everything spelled out for y'all. Percentages and all the whatnots.
IBUs.
Oh no.
Any questions?
No chill cubing?
Yeah.
What is?
So they put it in a cube, and they squish the cube to remove all the air and quickly tap it. And I
Oh,
did not know that was a thing.
that's cool.
It's like Australia and New Zealand kind of. I just threw the lid on the kettle.
Right. Learn something new all the time.
We actually chilled this one though on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're normally does no chill, but chilled this one this time for
Just the fermentation.
yeah. But yeah, the spelling that's up there for hops and wrenches is correct, or just use the link in the description and be able to find it. I would be interested to on Let's Brew. I'd be interested to check out the channel, your channel, and see if you have that cube technique on there. That sounds pretty interesting. Two chill shamrock stout.
They suggest the names for the beer.
I, I guess it might be.
Is that it?
Yeah, Chris said it.
Oh yeah.
Let's Brew. We do it here in Australia for 3 reasons. One, the water coming out of our taps in the middle of the summer is around 25 Celsius. Yeah. And I waste of time trying to use a wort chiller. Yeah.
Here in Texas.
Yeah, it's not much better here. In the middle of summer, you try to use a wort chiller, and yeah, I mean, if you're lucky to hit 80.
Last time I saw a lot of 100. Yes, 120.
Allows us to brew later if we don't have the time. Well, yeah, usually by the time it gets through the hose and into the chiller, it's pretty much ambient temp. So
Unless you got a good supply.
yeah, I've seen people use the setup where they have one chiller submerged in an ice bath, and then another chiller into the wort, and then you just push the water through the ice bath chiller and then up into the wort chiller, and then some people will recycle it through a few times to get the temperature down, and then go from there. Just use like a little pump or something to push it through the chiller. Mm, yeah, it's always better to go the more economical route if you can get it. Yeah, I want to actually get that this do that setup for doing work chiller here. Maybe this year I'll be able to get it done, but yeah, we'll see. But I mean, I've had pretty good success with just lightly stirring and running the wort chiller as it is. I have had a couple times where I've just taken it and dropped it into a deep freezer just to try to help it. Waiting for someone to buy me a wort chiller. Yeah, if somebody wants to buy equipment for me, I'm down. Maybe I'll get subscribers and stuff on YouTube, and y'all can join. I'll set up a Patreon, and y'all can help buy me equipment.
See a water recirculating chiller out of car parts. Well, you still need something to drive the parts, though. I mean that would be quite the overkill of a chiller to have it like hooked up to a full-on engine. Hilarious and definitely would be worth my time to try to do, but very much, very much overdone. I don't know. Would that be something that people would be interested to see me do? We'll just take like a lawnmower and an old water pump out of the car.
Hook it up to like a pressure
Yeah,
washer.
red green style brewing. Yeah. Uncle Red would be proud. Yeah. Just leave it covered sitting overnight and it's been fine. Yeah, that's what Matt does. He does the no chill. And I've been thinking about giving it a shot and see if there's any major difference, but I don't know. He might convert me. Yeah, I used to do the ice bath stuff when it was just a 1 gallon batch because it's just easier. But then going to 5 gallons, it kind of starts to get a little intense. A lot more ice involved. Let's see. Get Cedra done the mash on a Saturday, and boil on Sunday, and pitch on Monday. Huh. I mean that's stretching it out pretty far. I mean,
I never
would be interesting to see.
took it to go more than about 12, 16 hours.
Yeah. I mean, usually I try to do everything where it's uh do everything on like a Saturday, just get up Saturday or Sunday, just get up early in the morning and do it. But the most I have to worry about is cats. So it looks like we're getting pretty close to being ready to go for round 2 here. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I got it.
right, water is going in.
Glug glug. Turn the chair the other way.
Go ahead.
You want to turn the chair the other way?
Yeah. Get out of everybody's way here, you know, because this is what everybody's here for. I'm just a side character. Chris is saying I'm going to need to see the color of the wort from batch 2 at some point. Well, then.
We'll
I-
see what
I guess
do.
it-
I don't know
yeah.
if the port will reach. There's a whole setup thing that he's going to ruin because he's Chris.
I mean, if nothing else, I guess you're just going to have to stay around until we pour batch 2 into the fermenter. So,
Cut the water short on this one just a little bit.
yeah, we're cutting the water short a little bit on this one. See if we can hit those targets a lot better.
That's a little high.
That's fine.
Full send.
The subsequent fireball was seen from 6 miles away. Whew. The things we do with this hobby,
For this hobby.
science,
On a
yo.
soggy backyard.
That's why I brew on a concrete pad.
I don't know if you saw the concrete in the front. That's not. I mean, all right. Welcome back, guys. So,
Since it's all my fault anyway, that's what I've been
every bit of it. So, quick update. First, beer is in the fermenter, coming down in temperature. It's inside, out of the way. Airlock's on it. We hit that gravity of 1060. We got the second batch water heating up right now. So we'll be adding salts to it here before too much longer, hopefully. We're coming up almost at 80 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Let's see here. What else?
roughly 25 for our Australian friend.
Let's see here. So what else? In case you weren't around originally during the beginning of all this, don't know. Tim with Hop and Wrenches YouTube channel came over here to help out today. I'm at Jaggers Brewing Co. Wearing a brand new homebrew shirt. My local homebrew store got all the supplies for today in there, minus the water. We're on batch number 2 of the Rye Irish Stout. One of them will be whiskey soaked chips and some coffee. The other one we're gonna ferment out normal. They're both getting the same yeast, both the same recipe. Again, the second batch is going on. The experiment, which is all Chris Martin's fault, will be the grains from both batches basically re-rinsed again. We're trying to shoot for a 1030 beer out of that one. We'll see what happens. No guarantees there. I've got some malts and stuff set up to the side to get us there. So we'll see what happens there. And then for Michael, let's see here. Yeah, Texas. So other than that, I think I'm all caught up. I kind of heard the chit chat back and forth there. Anything else you can think of other than to be awesome?
Yes, just keep being awesome.
Well,
Don't stop believing.
well, that last batch had me kind of some serious doubt. I don't know what happened there. That was funky. We don't have that happen again. Not really sure. It's odd. Whatever. I'm gonna chalk it up to
Apparently, the gods were not smiling upon us for some odd reason.
right.
I don't know.
Chalk it up to just weirdness being weird. Let's see here. Any other high points or low points that we need to talk about? How's everybody doing? How is everybody trekking along? Good. Michael, how you doing, buddy? You better than you were earlier. Chris, James, how are y'all doing? Trezell, my buddy. Who else is here? Breaking Bad, you still here, bud? How you doing? Anybody new to the channel or to the stream?
Watching
Let us know. Let us know what you think you missed, or we can help you with what you did miss. Uh, like I said, second batch on its way, and as soon as we get, yeah, still hungover. Yeah, it's
I mean, it's still early
Yeah.
where you are.
right.
Wait, is it early or late? I don't know. It's tomorrow, isn't it? I don't know.
More than 12 hours, I guarantee you that. I bet if I had to take a guess, Michael, I'm gonna say it's what 11 noon there. No, that's wrong. It's, what time is it there?
Today?
I'll get here. Get into electrical hardware. 240. I can get brewing. Do it, man. Do it. Randy Daly.
Hey, Randy's here.
Oh, Jonathan and Michael. Woof.
17 hours ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's tomorrow.
Right. 10/17.
In 2 January. Yeah. Like I said, it's tomorrow.
What's up, Randy?
And you're still hungover from New Year's? Oh, man.
Partied like a rock star.
Yeah.
Right. So, Randy, to catch you up, we just got our first beer of the day in the fermenter. Got it chilled down to about 80. When I needed to get along on the second brew. Randy probably knows the answer to a lot of questions here. Randy is a fellow member of the homebrew club that we're part of. Randy, so pre-boil gravity, we were 5 points off. We extended the boil 15 minutes, and then ended up post-boil 10 gravity points shy. We confirmed that the refractometer was dead on, calibrated, took 3-4 measurements. Everything was good there. We were at volume, just short of our initial gravity. It beer. Well, so we decided to go ahead and boil for a little bit longer and got it done. We hit gravity, and so that was more important to me. We're right at 5 gallons in the fermenter. So we cut the water just a little short on the second go round. Hopefully, we'll hit everything bang on. Second question, Randy, and I know apparently your answer is it will beer. So we're taking the grains from both batches and we're putting them in this cooler mash tun of mine, and we're going to rinse the grains. So the um, original gravity for this beer is supposed to be 1060.
the pre-boil is supposed to be 1047. So what do you think the gravity is going to be once we rinse these grains for a third beer? Kind of party guile, not really reiterated mashed. Going to be kind of more of, I guess, sparge re-rinsed grains. You think it's going to be? I think the general consensus here, everybody's going to be about 1020, 1030. I'm thinking it's probably going to be about 1015, 1020, 1018, somewhere right around there. Didn't really do any math on this. I'm just winging that one. So we'll see. What do you think, Randy? Anybody else new in here? You think it's going to be 1040 if rinsing the grains? Because if it's 1040, I mean, I'm gonna have to change kind of my. I mean, I was thinking it anyways,
Yeah.
right? But I'm gonna have to change what I'm thinking about doing. Then we might do a short bowl.
Yeah, if it comes out, he comes out of 10-4.
Then we're almost right there neck and neck.
Yeah.
We were kind of shooting for maybe a possible like session style. I was thinking, in Randy, I kind of maybe defer to you a little bit. I mean, everybody else too, but I was thinking throwing some cluster at it. Maybe East Golding for the bettering edition. Cluster kind of maybe for last 15 minutes or so. I don't know. I had enough DME to get it to 1040. I've got some spare grains. I've got a little 2-row, a little crystal, some, a little bit of wheat, and a little bit of black malts that I was thinking about adding at it just to kind of like bring up that whole like more stout type approach to it. Uh, they're all grains, so I'd have to remash it. Uh, Not 1040. Mess with it. I can see that. Just total experiment on it. Just kind of curiosity, like what else am I going to do with these grains, kind of thing. When you throw it to the chickens after mash, just kind of stoking my own curiosity there. So Randy, we used the chiller. Congratulations to me for that, right? Uh, what else is going on? Randy, how was your New Year? Yes. Hopefully you guys had a good and safe New Year's and happy to see you made it onto this thing. I really appreciate you swinging by, buddy. To those that don't know Randy, he is a very, very knowledgeable person. But if it's my narrative, wheat, if it's my narrative. I stayed quiet yesterday.
Yeah.
We stayed out of trouble. Didn't really do anything ourselves here. We swung by Backfish yesterday. Grabbed some beer there. Brought some home, stashed away. Gonna share some. We've already had the anything dark porter.
Mhm.
That was really good. So I got their Double Belgian inspired double. Hadn't cracked that one open yet. I'm pretty sure though I had that on tap at one point in time. A couple months ago, maybe. I think that's when they had it. Can't remember. Coming up after 120, heading into 130, we'll be adding those salt additions here soon to the water. What else we got? How many people are here? 9. Heck yeah. Later, Michael. Appreciate you stopping by, coming in, and see what we're about. You made it. Get rid of that hangover, buddy. Alrighty. Yes, sir. I'm gonna go ahead and toss in these water additions before I forget. Space out. Get this.
Oh, hopefully this one goes a little bit smoother than the last.
This one ain't no smooth. We'll just pour the whiskey in there.
Yeah. Go, I'll make you go.
Yeah. Show you how.
What happened here? Well, thanks.
It wouldn't mind its own business, so we made it mind its own.
Well, Bernard's getting quite the workout today.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's first rodeo, that's for sure.
Alrighty, so let's see here.
Shoot.
All right, doesn't look like I missed anything. So,
No.
if anybody's curious, wants to peek at the recipe, it's in the description, along with the link to Tim's channel, Hops and Wrenches, um, and the original video from last year's Rye Irish Stout. Pretty much the same recipe. Well, it is the same recipe as before. So, I kind of messed up, and I wasn't filming the video for this year's edition as much as I should have during the first brew, which I should have really been doing. So you'll kind of have to pardon me while I try to shoot that film and do this and brew all at the same time. That's why Tim's here, and he's been pretty handy today. So everybody, if you haven't checked him out, go check him out. Go subscribe. He's got a couple shorts on his channel right now. He's working on some longer videos.
8 videos total, so trust me, if you want to binge my channel, it'll take you 20 minutes.
Try to clean up this table a little bit to make it a little easier. Let's see here. If you want to go ahead, will you go grab that mesh bag over there on the back of that chair?
This so the temperature with this.
Alrighty. Oh, sorry. So if anybody wants to know anything, just go ahead and ask away. We will try to
get to the question as quick as we can. Thank you. I just didn't want to have to walk all the way over there like when I needed it right away.
Right. We're at 150. 150.
Oh, it's like right at 150. Oh, okay. We needed 160, right? 162. 163. Okay. Will you operate that while I measure out hops real quick? Something's open. Won't worry about it. Whatever. Everybody all right? Just measuring out the hops. We're getting straight water pretty well close to mash in. Today's hops for the recipe is Northern Brewer. Again, the recipe for today's brew is in the description if you're curious.
We're at 160.
Okay. 2 more degrees, kill it. Ready?
Right. Yep, kill it. All right.
Here you go. Go ahead and pull off that lid. All right, just hit the strike temp, and we're fixing second, second brew for today. Flip it around. I tried to put the rubber on the top. I think the kettle got a few leaves when I was over there rinsing everything off. So it's like so good. And then let's see here. Again, sorry, I've trying to find this year's version of this beer. So this is what it looks like when you're trying to have a beer channel and film everything that you do. If you wanted to see what home brewing channel 101 looks like, this is very 101. Not at all professional, at all. So here's the greens for the second one. And we'll talk about what we got going on here in just a moment. Okay. You ready? Yep. Right.
Let's see here.
ASMR action.
So, real quick in the comments, what do you think about everything so far today, guys? If you haven't had the opportunity, please hit that button, subscribe to both channels if you haven't yet. Both Hops and Wrenches here channel and my channel. Go ahead and load us up here in the comments what you want to know. When we get back here after mashing in, we'll talk about the recipe a little bit more. All right.
You know, tomorrow we covered.
Why?
What's that's a
Oh yeah.
Hey. I've got 2 subscribers.
Good. I need water. That's what I need.
Enjoyed everything thus far. Really nice brew there. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I mean, props for hanging out this long. That's awesome, dude. As me, Homebrew Club. Yes, Chris, Homebrew Club. It's kind of gone on from there. So
Alrighty, so let's see here. Enjoyed everything thus far. Really, thanks. Appreciate that.
yeah,
Did you answer Chris here how we met?
yes,
Yeah.
So the homebrew club.
Yep.
I didn't really expound on it.
Yeah. We're members of the same homebrew club, Bay Area Astronauts. Randy is a member as well, and so is Trish from Dock of the Bay. We're all members of the same homebrew club. We all pretty well get along for the most part. No issues or anything. It's pretty open and loving, really. Homebrew club. Tell you the truth, it's probably been one of the most easygoing hobby groups I've ever been a part of.
Yeah.
Like everybody seems to leave their baggage at the door for the most part, and we're all just there to learn how to brew better. So all kind of try to learn something a little bit from each other. So it's been a fun club to be part of. That's for sure. I need to throw away these before they start blowing everywhere. So for those people that don't or haven't been here yet, recipes in the description. But basically, I've got all the percentages there off my here. It's a little bit different because of the rice hulls throw off the percentages. But we have rice hulls, Marris Otter, we have Flaked Rye and Roasted Barley. Pretty simple package there as far as the stout goes. Um, we're using the Northern Brewer hops, Whirlfloc edition, last 15 minutes of the bowl, Yeast Nutrient, last 10 to really help out and just kind of going from there on it. I don't know which one is going to be the one that I'm going to split batch. We'll just have to see kind of where this one comes in. Kind of feel like if I have a weaker wort, that'll probably be the one that I split batch in after fermentation because of all the additions that we're adding, the whiskey chips and the beans. I think that would be the better call. Not really sure about that. Just still trying to weed it all. You know what I mean?
Jelly bean.
Yep. So, did you start a timer for?
No, actually, I did not. But I know
All right. So, we're here for 65 or 60-minute match. We'll have to kind of watch the temperature a little bit. Like we're at 154 right now, so we're right there where we need to be. Um, I guess it's time to start talking about the third experiment, maybe coming up with a plan here. So when we pull the grains out of this, we're gonna dump those in the mash tun. Already got our first set of grains in the mash tun. Um, probably gonna need to do what? Get, I know initially we talked about maybe doing about 7 gallons of water for the starch rinse of those grains. Don't I'm starting to second guess myself, especially if Randy's saying maybe we could get 10 more out of it. Thinking maybe we need to back it down a little bit.
well, if we do 7, then that will pull us down to a 5-gallon batch.
Right. That's a 60-minute bowl too, right?
Yeah.
So let's see here. I'm just trying to think. I wanna have at least a solid some kind of plan, not necessarily solid. Let's do because we can do a shorter bowl.
Mm-hmm.
My gut's telling me to do 6. What do you guys think? 6 gallons of water. Get it up there to what did we do first? 10, 63. We'll do 1065. See what we have. And then we'll just figure it out from there.
Mhm.
Maybe 45-minute boil. 7.5. Right. And then it'll just depend on what the gravity is at that. What hops we're throwing at it. Percentage wise or whatever. The weight wise. Cluster in East Kent. That's what I'm thinking. So maybe I'll go get those hops after we dump that and we're there. Well, you ready for?
I am ready.
All right, I got Guinness.
All right. I need to take a little.
Sorry about that. Had to go get a beer. Oh. So went and got a Guinness, seeing as how it's in here that we're drinking Irish Rye Stout. Other beer would you want to be drinking, right? Previous year's stout, possibly, huh? But anyway, cheers. See here, Fuggles and EKG. What a pairing. They don't have Fuggles. Full of my vanilla mint stout. That does sound pretty good. Does sound pretty good. Cheers, bud.
Cheers.
I'll be right back.
Vanilla mint stout. Yeah. What up? Okay.
I'll talk to Mama about that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, my son's talking all kinds of.
He's got management potential.
Yep, it sure does.
Looking all right. Looking good.
So far. That's 8 minutes left in the first part of this. Man, this is to be a little bit longer of a brew day than I was planning.
it's necessarily a bad thing. It's just not necessarily the best.
Soft in the dark.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I'm going to want to do that third. I mean, I feel like I got to just because I got to, right? On the other hand, it's kind of been a long day already. Stupid boil fiasco. So 7 hours. Has it been 7 hours?
It has. Well, watching 6 hours.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's gonna be probably 8 hour stream at least now at this point.
Yep. Over the recipe development.
Oh yeah, I vaguely remember talking about.
Full-time brewing.
I vaguely remember that recipe a little bit, Chris. My problem is I'm constantly working on like 12 different things, so it's sometimes hard for me to remember who to talk to about what, especially if I don't write it down, which is, you know, my probably one of the worst things for me is because always think about something. I don't always have my brewer's journal or my work notepad or anything like that around. Go ahead and hit show. Be right back. I'm gonna get something. Yeah.
So while he's out for a little bit, if anybody's got any questions for me, or if you've gone over and checked out my channel, what do you think? If you haven't checked out my channel, why not? Nope. More what? Yeah, I'll be putting up some videos here.
Sorry, had to get something to eat. I'm freaking starving. You like summer sauce?
I know worries. Yeah, most certainly do. Reminds me, I should correct this morning.
So, what are we talking about?
Well, is that you had any questions for me? And if you checked out my channel, what? But yeah, I'm planning on doing a little quick video thing because I'm gonna do engine for my project car, and there's some stuff in it that it's yeah, need to have a conversation. Yep. Yep. What are you doing?
He wants a pork. He wants a pork rind.
Oh,
Pork rinds and summer sausage. The snack of even the dog wants pork rinds.
still looking okay.
I'm probably gonna have to fire it back up here in a minute. See here. 7 people watching. As content goes, what do you guys want to see more of? Brewing video. I know I need to kind of break out of the beer and kind of get into maybe some cider, mead kind of stuff. I just can't, for whatever reason, can't ever just really not brew. Why? Mead's good.
That is your calling. Because that is your calling.
See here. I've had some wines that are good. I'm not a big wine person. Trevell did a braggot that was really good. Used the Cigar City's brown ale recipe, and I think he mixed it with like a Hefeweizen beer, and that was really good. Let's see here, Brewersmith. Thanks, Trevell. Really appreciate that. I try to catch everybody, especially your videos.
I actually have to catch up on that. I might just have you playing in the background tomorrow while I'm working on stuff.
He's fixing to knock over your beer. Here you go. Even the dog. Yeah. The son wants pork rinds.
What's it mine? How many people are like me and they turn these kind of things on for background noise?
Stay right there. Stay right there. Oh, got a timer going off. Yep.
Next thing. What? Thank you, buddy. Absolutely love your honesty. Oh, I asked how many people are like me and they turn these on for background noise.
Yeah. Hey, support. We'll see how we can get it.
Exactly.
God's sakes. The support from viewers like you.
Yeah. Oh man, back in the day. Woo. PBS.
Yep. Hey, the last one you get, man. Bye.
PBS and those great shows, Red Green Show and Lamb Chops Play Along.
You are a supporter. We're working on it. We're working on it, Chris. I've got some plans. There's a few brew members
have other content creation. President of, of the club. He has a podcast, Best of Show. Let's see what it's called. No, it's Best of Show, and I can't remember the rest of it. Give me 1 second here. I think that's it.
That's it.
Best of Show podcast. And so his stuff is primarily competition related. He goes over people's stuff that he,
What the hell just popped in here?
Looks like we've got some kind of spam person. Okay. So, the Best of Show podcast, he primarily does he primarily does competition related stuff, talking about members that get awards, not necessarily our club members, but more like nationwide competitions. We also have our vice president, who is a content creator. His blog, Dysfunctional Brewing. He was my brew partner for 2021. I learned a lot from him, and was very he's very, very knowledgeable. He wins a lot of medals, a lot of competitions. He knows a lot of stuff. And then we have Giselle, who is another club member. We have Tim here, who's another club member, content creator. Then we have another one that is on YouTube as well. He and I have done a collaboration, Thomas, Craft Brew Hero. And then we've got several other guys who are on Instagram. Cannot remember all the handles right off the top of my head. Uh, Mojo Brews, um, Hannah. I cannot remember her.
It's
Palindrome. I think it's Palindrome Beer Works. And then
Houston, something like that.
Houston Beer Mother. That's Sylvia. She's done a lot of craft brew here in Texas, especially the Houston area. Let's see here. Seta and
It was none of it.
Seta and I, Seta and I are talking about doing something together. There. Let's see here. Trying to remember Hannah's deal. Let me look it up. She has a deal. I don't know if that's the one that she wants to be giving out or not.
Yeah, harkening all the way back to what kind of styles would we like to do? That's actually one thing I would like to try to figure out at some point.
Palindrome Beer Works. That's Hannah. So yeah, we've got several other people. There you go. Christy looked it up.
That one was kind of hard. Yeah, a couple of these are a little well done.
Not bad for cheap park drives though.
It's 4:04. It's beer time.
We don't need another air.
No.
Let's start drinking beer.
not or more.
Well, Irish is still well.
They told tomorrow.
Yeah, I think they decided to go till tomorrow.
So, still got 7 people watching. Why? I don't know. But in all seriousness, thank you for hanging out with us, guys. We really appreciate it. I know we've had some comers and some goers and stuff like that. So if you don't know who this guy is, let us know. We'll tell you all about him. If not, we're not going to bore you with the same plugs that we've been doing. If you don't know who I am, ask. I'll tell you. Someone will.
If you don't know who I am, there's a link in the description. Why not? You just enjoy hearing my voice, that's all.
I'm sorry for putting up with our silly shenanigans. But got about 7 more minutes left, and then we're right about halfway.
Yeah.
Do you want any more of this?
I'll take a little bit more of it.
Sorry, it's been a long day.
It
Really haven't eaten that much. That was kind of rude to eat in front of people, but homebrewers got to eat when the mash is going, I guess. Well, that'll be the dogs.
Yeah. Now the dogs are going to be happy.
They're happy anyways. They're dogs.
I don't know if dogs really know much other emotions.
No. So one time,
Except for the ones in the shelters, I'm
yeah.
sure.
Let's not talk about this.
Yeah, that's sad.
Way to go.
I'm just gonna drag the whole vibe.
Perfect stream.
Start singing some Sarah McLachlan.
I will kick you out. You will go home. So hard.
Believe me, the temptation is there. And then you'll have to deal with me on Tuesday. This one is not yours, little one. Same over there, though.
All right. Let's see here. We're done with that. 7 people still.
Yep. Still hanging out with us, which is just awesome.
Awesome.
Awesome. Wassel. Oh my gosh.
What's that? Oh, cats.
The kittens.
Hopefully that stir was the thing that pushed it over the top. That's going to make everything all right. Chilling that wort has really made this a lot more muddy than it already was over here. Brewing in a mud pit over here. Fortunately, my current setup with the canopy that I normally brew under is kind of all tore up due to recent storms, and branches coming off this huge oak tree in the backyard, so I had to put up this canopy here so we could brew today. It's easy up.
Well, the next time we do something, go to St. Otter Brewing.
Yeah, yeah, no, we'll do it. We'll just kick
How the concrete floor. And
we'll just kick Seta out of the store, and we'll take over there. Watch out, Seta, we're coming for you. Off the road. What time, my brothers? I hate to hear that you're off the road, but thanks for all the support.
Thanks for choosing to waste your time by hanging out with us.
Yep. So are we nuts for attempting to do 3 beers in one day, or should we leave it at 2? I almost feel like we've got to do this third.
Well, if we can get it rolling, all the brew, I mean, we got the extra.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that we really got to do is just pull the grains out, throw it in there. Managed. Once that's managed, then the second one is done. We don't even have to chill the third one, you know.
Mhm.
I feel that.
Whoa.
If you're okay with being without your kettle for about a day.
Oh, that's fine. I don't have anything else scheduled for this weekend to brew, so
7 hours later, you're starting to think that it's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts. Agreed.
it only took 7 hours to get there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine.
14-hour bowl.
Yeah.
We're all nuts in this tree. But what kind? Are you an acorn or a walnut or a pecan? Pecan? Where you're from?
Pistachio.
Pistachio. Am I the only one that is kind of upset that they found out that trees?
You didn't know that?
It was a while. It's been a while since I learned that. I didn't know that. I remember being told that.
No, they're a vine plant.
They grow
Or actually their root. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
legumes.
legumes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what kind of shit is this?
What other lies
Well,
have I been led to believe?
but it's a nut, you know,
Yeah.
and so like you just make assumptions.
Pecan or pecan?
It's pecan. Neither of those. Neither.
Answer is C.
When in doubt, see your way out.
Yes.
Yeah. Morrow knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, no, I was shocked one day to find out that pineapples grow on a plant.
Yeah.
Like,
And they grow
yeah.
differently than you would assume.
Yeah,
that
no, they grow completely differently.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there going, oh, well,
I have never been successful in taking a top off of a pineapple and getting it out of it. I've tried literally like 7, 8 times. It does not work. And if you say it works, I think you're a liar.
well, that's all right. We have non-fruiting banana trees in our backyard, and that just annoys me.
Really?
Like, what's the point of having a banana tree if you're not getting a banana off of it?
Right. Do you know why you're not getting a banana? Is it
I
genetically?
don't know. It's the neighbor's tree. It just grows through the fence.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we just take care of the one that's on the side that's on our, which always, last year was like growing so much better than the rest of the plant. So it's like,
Yeah, the way that those things grow, they grow with like shoots or whatever. Yeah, we've got a little dwarf one up there. I hope it made it through the freeze. So I'm really hoping. We'll see. We will see.
We will see.
Yeah.
Yes. Indeed.
Those we've had some peach trees, and some pear trees, and fig trees right now. Got an olive tree out front, so it's kind of get some good crops going. Got a persimmon tree looking a little rough before the freeze. Hoping that it'll bounce back. Really like persimmons. So cactus is trying to hang in there. We'll see what happens with it. Sugar cane's looking a little tired after the freeze.
Oh, is that what that's supposed to be back there?
Yeah, that's sugar cane. Yep. The freeze 2 years ago got all of the mother of those plants out there, and I had a bunch of sticks, and I cut them up. I started planting them out there in the garden, and they did okay. And then the drought got those. This kind of sprouted up and kept going, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully the sugar cane bounces back. So we live on a homestead, like loosely homestead. We try to grow some plants and stuff to eat. We've got the chickens, several gardens around the property and stuff. We're not hardcore at it enough that we can sustain a lot of meals out of there. What we end up doing is supplementing some of the vegetables and stuff like that we would normally buy, but it's not to any great extent. We're not very good at it, but we also don't have the a total like great environment for it either. Like I mean, we have a big lot, but we also have the dogs and the kids and everything else, so we can't like complete tilled over garden kind of deal. But hopefully one day that'll change and we'll have things like peas and stuff like that. More hardcore into the homesteading atmosphere. I think that's fun.
Just got an email from Northern Brewer a little bit ago about that they're selling the sprouts,
Oh, the
rhizomes for growing hops. If anybody's interested in that, Northern Brewer is selling them.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking at adding in some more hops. So I've got some hops here. I did Neo Maximus multi-head hops. And the reason why I chose those is they're supposed to be one drought tolerant. Living here in Texas, where we get our fair share of droughts, and then two, it was low alpha acid, multiple head vine. So where most vines will give you one hop per deal, you get two. Now they're not quite full like size, like what you would find on like Cascade or whatever. But they're a little bit smaller. So anyway, I figured with the low alpha acid um, culture or whatever that it is, plant that it is, like farmhouse type beers that I like to do, that it would maybe match up into that. So I've got like a long term project that I'm hoping really pan out. Our first year, we had really good success, at least from my knowledge. We got to some of the vines got to 6 foot, some of them got to 8, and so it's kind of on the better end, from my understanding, from a lot of people. I think next year that's possible. I could get a few hops. I don't think it's going to be like super substantial wise, but also from my understanding though, it takes a lot of hops, a lot of fresh hops to be able to work with. It's like more than half kind of deal, or twice as many. Or look at it, but it takes twice as many at least in some instances. So by weight. You gonna try to grow some hops or
I was thinking about it. Just how you grow them here. So
right? So we have a member in our club who is a master gardener. So he's attached to the co-op exchange here, and so talking to him, he recommended that the first year hop growing that you put them in like a container, let them grow and mature and all that. And by year 3, you want to start really putting them in the ground, let them take off. So I'm gonna try to follow some of his advice. I had already bought the type of hops that wanted. After talking to him, after I had already bought them, he recommended that in our area that any of the C type starting hops are the ones to get. So like Cluster, Cascade, Centennial, Citra type hops are the ones to really go after in our area due to our temperatures, our temperature swings, and all that. So, anyways, that's about all I got on hops. So, um, anybody else got anything? Anybody else got anything as far as interesting beers that they're brewing? I know you said that you just got that wee heavy kegged.
well, it didn't really turn out as a wee heavy. Kind of failed on the fermentation apparently, to where it came out at about 5%.
So that's like how does that structure go as far as the Scottish beers?
Um, I mean, it still technically classifies as a Scotch ale.
So that's the one hundred feet.
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I
I didn't
know,
get us
I need to look again, but
low in the finishing gravity.
uh, yeah, it came out pretty low. So probably just
You were supposed to finish lower than you did finish, or like where did you mess up with that? On the beginning gravity, or the original gravity, or the finishing gravity?
original gravity I was pretty much on point.
Okay.
Finishing gravity was where it kind of just petered.
So it finished sweeter than it should have.
Yeah.
Okay. Any idea?
From what I picked up and everything, it seems like throw some yeast nutrient in it next time.
Okay.
And also, I was using some yeast that it was a little past its expiration date, so it might not have been as uh, active and everything as it should have been.
Mhm.
So
Do you think?
there's several things that could have contributed to it.
How far out was the?
At least a couple months.
I've taken like because and that's another advantage of no chilling is to be able to take like a little bit of that wort off the top or whatever and chill that out, cool it down or whatever, and then you can put that in like a flask and put that on your stir plate and pitcher that, get that going, let it replicate and all that, and then take that active yeast and pitch that into the beer as well. I've done that a few times. It's been successful enough, I feel like.
I mean, I don't have like a stir plate or anything.
Right. Yeah.
So-
Yeah. No. Well, so, and here's look at is I had seen that a lot of people are switching into like the shake instead of the stir plate kind of deal, and so they'll put their stuff in a flask and kind of either shake it or stir it themselves a couple times a day instead. It's supposed to be better, possibly. I don't know. You know, of course, with everything in home brewing, there's no one way to do anything, and
Mhm.
you know, I think that it's an interesting take because we've been led to believe all this time you have to have a stir plate to be able to make stirs and stuff like that. And I guess it's kind of more along the lines of like rehydrating the yeast, essentially,
Mhm.
when you're doing it that way here. What else we got?
About to start working on a strawberry hibiscus braggot.
Okay, sounds mighty tasteful. On ale base. Good braggot is nectar of the gods.
One could say that you could brag about your braggot.
Stop.
It's getting that time of day. Let me tell you.
It's getting honored. Braggots. I've only ever had two of them, I think, and I think they both know three. Two of them were Trezell's, and one of them was John's. So I'll just take your word on Nectar of the Gods being a good braggot. Like I said, I've only ever had about three of them, and all of them that I've had have been pretty tasty. So you any experience with braggots? I know you kind of like needs, correct?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever come across it. I don't know.
Right. I've only ever had homebrew ones, so I don't know if they're commercially available out there
I
or
mean,
not.
yeah.
Are there any commercial brackets out there? I think I remember seeing someone said that it's rare to find one due to the licensing that has to do with being a beer maker
Mhm.
and being a beer maker. Like there's some parts of it that just don't compute well with each other. But you would think though that there's plenty of examples out there that have people that uh, make both or have them in their tap room or whatever. It's rare. I'll try to look them up. How much longer we have on this?
Ooh.
2. Minute and a half.
Yay!
Yep.
And all the real fun starts.
Now we got another 15-minute cycle.
Oh,
Yep. We're holding good on our temperature, so. Right. Yeah, you're using the grains for the beer and honey for the mead. Yeah, but for some reason I seem to think I remember someone saying something to the fact of like the licensing to be both like counteract each other, contradict each other somehow, or something like that. Maybe I'm misremembering what they said. I think like a year ago or so. You have to have the license for both. I'm sure you have to have the license for everything alcohol related. Unfortunately, thanks prohibition.
the licenses for almost everything.
Yep. I'm gonna start trying to pick up some of this mess just real quick. Timer. We'll do this real quick, and then we'll.
Yes.
Well, all right, Chris. There you go. There's your your mash, your wort. Hope you're happy. It's all your fault.